West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
That was a draft, man. That was a draft back in 2023. That shook the league. You go back and you watch that, which I did this morning, Seth pulling that audio, and the reaction to that. I mean, maybe we were like almost too close to it. Like that was. You look back at that night, man, picking a quarterback at number 2 and then making a huge trade up to number 3 to get two foundational players, and in Will Anderson, a guy who's ascending to be one. He's already one of the best in the game. That was a hell of a night in the moment, and it's really it turned this team around, man.
Well, it was if you think about the emotional part of it too, is there's so many rumors that the Texans weren't even going to take a quarterback heading into that draft. As it's extremely smoky out there right now. Everybody.
Very smoky.
Whole lot of smoke.
Yes.
Supposedly the Giants hate Sonny Styles, and the Texans are trading up. Or trying to trade up in the first round, for those of you who missed it. So all this smoke out there, how much of it is real? But you go back to 2023, and there was all these people speculating that the Texans wouldn't take a quarterback at all. They take a quarterback, and then all of a sudden, boom, they're back on the clock again with a trade up, and they take Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So nobody except Daniel Jeremiah, who predicted exactly this in his mock draft the day before, had a clue that was coming. So that's why ever since then we've been looking at Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft to wonder exactly, all right, what kind of stuff is Jeremiah getting out there?
7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we got it slotted. He gets his own mock draft injection, Jeremiah does.
Okay, so we were all worried that the Texans wouldn't take a quarterback, and then they took a quarterback, and then they immediately traded up with an aggressive move. It felt emotionally like the pregnancy test came back negative, and then you checked your lottery ticket, and you found out that you'd won a healthy jackpot too.
Yeah. Yes, it was what was a very nerve-wracking day turned into one of the most amazing days of all time, and I'm sure we'll get CJ as a bum guy texting us right now or whatever. Say what you will, but that, CJ's been a good pick. He's been a good pick. There's plenty of quarterbacks that get picked in the top 3 or top 5 that go completely sideways.
Well, no, and even aside from that, don't diminish the moment by trying to talk about what's actually happened since then.
That's true.
The draft is all about unrealistic expectations.
Great point.
And planning. We will wake up on Monday morning, and 90% of Texans fans will be convinced that every single draft pick the Texans made this year is starting this year, and they're on their way to all-pro status.
Mm-hmm.
I used to fight against that. Now I embrace it.
Yeah.
I set myself up for disappointment.
Right.
But there are times where almost every draft pick does work out. The 2006 draft was incredible.
Phenomenal.
Some of the best Texans players in Texans history, including the current coach, were taken in that draft.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
somebody they draft today might end up being the head coach for the Houston Texans.
You never know. You never know. It's happened before. So that I love that audio. I I got into a wormhole in pulling that. I just sat and watched the whole thing. I didn't just pull the actual Goodell announcement. You start watching it, like, I want to see what they were saying about guys. It was interesting just listening to Mel Kiper, and I think this is a lesson, too, that whoever the Texans pick, all these guys that get picked tonight, whether you're watching the ESPN feed that has Kiper on it or you're watching the feed that has Daniel Jeremiah on the NFL Network or whoever, there's going to be some draft expert on there giving their evaluation of them. This was Mel Kiper. On in 2023, just after Will Anderson Jr. got picked, as he's making his way up onto the stage. It's a lesson here, I think, and in Will Anderson, it's a great lesson in that these guys are far from finished products when they're drafted here. Take a listen.
2 years ago, he was spectacular. You said, boy, he's going to be the number one pick next year, guaranteed. His stats, his numbers fell off a bit. Didn't test great, ran 4.6. As I said, Von Miller was 4.42, 4.49 in that area. Will Anderson Jr., 4.6. But he's got long arm, 6'3.5", 254-pounder. Gives you everything he has. A defensive line coach. How about D'Amico, right? You think about the strip sack. He had 0 forced fumbles the last 2 years, only 1 in his career. You like to see that number a lot higher for guys getting in that backfield, getting after the quarterback and wreaking havoc. That's going to be something they have to get him and coach him to do.
That was wild to me, Seth. Two things. The 4.6 40, no surprise there that the Texans ignored that, that they weren't worried about how fast he ran at the combine compared
for
to
all of those, when you've got a great defense and you're really concerned about whether your defensive end is going to be able to chase down broken up plays 40 yards downfield.
Which, by the way, remember the play he chased down Josh Allen this year, running around and whatnot? So that was interesting to me. Number two, I didn't know this. I forgot about this. He had 1 strip sack his entire career at Alabama.
Yeah.
And the reason that's important is because Will Anderson came in pretty raw. Obviously, a ton of really great traits, so the Texans wouldn't have traded up to get him. And a lot of the traits are not between the lines traits; they're behind the scenes traits. But that was something he talked about, and still talks about, but talked about a lot after coming into the league and after his rookie year, even after his second year, about wanting to finish, wanting to get after the football, wanting to create more strip sacks.
He talked about it this year in his post. Yeah, he's still talking. Yeah,
still talks about it. Yeah,
that's his point of emphasis.
Yep.
And he ends up having 3 strip sacks in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, right?
It's something that he's been working on.
He had 1 his entire career at Alabama. He has 3 in the playoffs this year.
It is really well. I think that everything that Kiper said right there was accurate. The one thing that the Texans and a lot of other teams would have, if they were going to have an open conversation with Mel Kiper, would have been, hey, your production wasn't as good as it was the year before, or his production wasn't as good as it was the year before, but you have to look and see they were using him differently at Alabama. So he wasn't necessarily put in the same type of position to make as many plays. And sometimes the nuance of that is lost in the shuffle a little bit when people are just looking at stats or looking at 40 times. But it is valid. If you talk about a raw but physically impressive defensive end, it's not always a slam dunk that, hey, they're going to work on these things and they're going to get that polish. Or even if they do work on it, that there's a certain knack for getting the ball out. Like there's a certain hand-eye coordination, the whole body coordination, where it's not as simple as it's just working on it. It's like saying a basketball player is going to work on his shot.
Yeah.
Great. Some guys can improve it and some guys can't. They take the exact same number of shots after practice and everything. Some guys just have a better ability for it. Trayvon Walker, the current defensive end for the Jaguars, he's more elite athletically in a lot of ways than Will Anderson is, or at least by testing standards.
Yep.
He had the same concerns and the same questions. He was very raw, but he ran around a lot, made a lot of great plays on a good defense. And that's a guy that hasn't developed at the same pace as Will Anderson. So that's just always the huge X factor is, man, we've got this lump of clay that's great clay, the best clay. Yeah. Everybody says it, but you just don't know.
You don't know, and I think that's kind of the lesson in that audio there is that whoever the Texans draft tonight, whatever that player, and if they draft tonight, and we'll get to Pelissero here in just a second with the rumor that Seth alluded to about the Texans, but if the Texans come away with a player tonight, or maybe more than one player, who knows? Just know that, look at Will Anderson Jr. Even the best ones are not even close to a finished product sometimes.
I am so excited about this Tom Pelissero audio.
You want to play that now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's play that now.
I'm so excited about this.
Yeah,
because it means I might be able to get to bed earlier than I thought.
Yeah, draft starts at 7 o'clock tonight here on Sports Radio 610. This was Pelissero with a little nugget on what Nick Caserio might be thinking tonight.
In the back half of round one, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Red, have started to make calls about moving up potentially into the middle of round one. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
Okay, so that's a very specific rumor. Not only is it, hey, they're looking to move up, but Pelissero has positional information there as well.
Yeah.
Defensive line.
Yeah.
Defensive line. But D'Amico may finally get his wish that they're drafting defensive linemen early in the draft.
Yeah, and we've talked about this for a long time. You don't see it in the mock drafts a lot, but the Texans would love, I'm guessing, to have an extra edge rusher. Because right now, they're not on the roster right now. They don't have Danico Autry, and they don't have what the hell?
Derek Barnett.
Thank you, Derek Barnett.
Yep.
My God,
you got
almost
this.
Said Patricia Arquette. So Derek.
They don't
Barnett.
have her either, by the way.
I was picturing Patricia Arquette in my mind.
You would have been right. They don't have her.
They don't have her either.
Yeah, you'd have been correct.
They don't have Derek Barnett, and between those two guys. You're looking at a big chunk of plays last year where those guys were rushing off the edge.
Yeah.
And also, you think about the 2-year outlook. Daniil Hunter's got 2 more years. Daniil Hunter's got 2 more years on his contract. It's going to be a great day. Daniil Hunter's got 2 more years on his contract. But he's getting up there in years. And, man, when Will Anderson's contract kicks in 2028, they're probably realistically going to have a hard time paying both Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
And your corners.
Yeah.
And safety. And a quarterback.
So for the short term and the long term, it would make sense that the Texans might try to trade up and get one of those guys that's there, like Akeem Massador, Keldrick Falk, Malachi Lawrence even. Like one of those guys, whichever one they like, or maybe even maybe there's 3 guys that they like, but they just want to be sure they get them on the roster for this season. I could see that being very feasible.
I could too. I could see them too if they trade up, as long as we're talking about defensive line. I could see it being interior just because the experts say that's a thinner position than the edge guys.
And it seems there's a lot of consensus that Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State, is probably the first defensive tackle off the board.
Yeah.
So if they're thinking, all right, hey, we really want to get a young defensive tackle in there, and if because the GMs, they look at the mock drafts, they look at what certain insiders are saying. We've talked to Nick about this. Teams spend a lot of time and energy trying to figure out how do we decipher what other teams are doing and who are the pundits that genuinely are LinkedIn and all of that. So, yeah, that could be very, very possible.
I felt smart when that Pelissero nugget came out yesterday, Seth, because I submitted my bold predictions for the draft tonight for the Houston Press, like middle of the day yesterday. And one of my first bold prediction was that Caserio would zig when others are zagging. The rumor is that everybody's looking to trade back in this draft. And we know Nick, an avid watcher of things like CNBC and, the stock market and things like that, that if everybody's trying to move back, that could be an opportunity to move up inexpensively.
Yeah.
That was one of my predictions, was he's going to move up in the draft. And then I saw Pelissero say it, and I said, Sean, you had a good day yesterday, man.
Well, and I think it all depends, too, when they say that they're looking to move up. At this point, it's probably a lot of exploratory calls with just teams about like, hey, what do what kind of compensation would you want if we did this? We can circle back later after the draft has started. And Nick himself last year said, hey, at one point last year they had tried to move up into the mid to late teens. So it's certainly not a slam dunk confirmation that they're definitely going to do it, but it's fun to know that they're not looking at this draft and just thinking ahead of time, we'll probably trade back.
Right.
There's a very good chance they will trade back out of the first round, but I think probably just as good a chance that they trade up.
Yep. The mock draft injection at 7:45 today, we've actually got two of them, and in one of them, the Texans move up, and in one of them, the Texans move back. So I wanted to explore what that could look like going either way for tonight. So that'll be at 7:45 today. David Pollock is going to join us at 8:25 on the show today. Former All-American at Georgia, longtime ESPN guy who's out on his own doing his own YouTube stream now. Big college football guy, so he'll have. And he lives in Athens, I believe. So there's a lot of Georgia prospects, and we know the Texans like Georgia guys.
Not Greece.
Okay. Yeah. So that's not Greece. That would be fun though.
Might as well be.
Yeah, you could do that nowadays,
man.
Live
in Southeast Asia and
that's
be a draft analyst.
Just stream on YouTube and watch the film. So you were on Jacksonville yesterday, huh?
I was on, I think on 1010 in Jacksonville. I think. I don't know. It was, but
it was just a phone number to you.
Yeah, it was with Joe Cowart, whichever station he's with now. But it was funny. I was doing one of those. They're doing one of those things where they call somebody from every different city.
Yeah.
And we put in our selection, and I was there selecting. I ended up going with Chase Basantis, but the first question they asked me, my old teammate Leon Searcy, kind of caught me off guard. And he said, hey, Will Anderson gets that big deal. How do you think CJ's feeling about that, the fact that they paid Will Anderson first? And it kind of caught me off guard because I think locally we've been just almost assuming that, hey, the Will Anderson extension is a foregone conclusion. And we know they love Will Anderson. Will Anderson has certainly earned a new contract. It's probably going to set the new high water mark for defensive linemen. All of those things happened, and it happened relatively quickly.
Yeah.
So I hadn't even really considered it, but Leon asked it in such a way that, I think he was asking, is CJ going to kind of be looking side-eyed, like, what the hell, what's going on here?
Seriously trying to start something here?
Yeah. And I think that it caught me off guard just because, one, those two have such a good relationship that I would have a hard time thinking that there'd be any kind of malice or jealousy or anything like that. But I think it's a fair question. I don't worry about it being a locker room issue or CJ getting overly offended or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But it does kind of put it into focus that, that is the situation CJ's in right now, where I think CJ himself understands, I know where the Texans would be coming from if they didn't want to extend me just yet.
Yeah.
But he's also a red-blooded American who,
he's a human being.
Yeah, he likes the money.
Yep.
And more than anything, you want the respect and you want the confirmation that, hey, the organization really likes you and wants you around for a long time.
Yep.
I think that was a little bit of a theme of Will's press conference after he signed his contract was, I'm never going to sit here and say it's not about the money, but the money is awesome, but it's also, all right, man, I know where I'm going to be. I know what I need to do, all of those things. And CJ's in kind of a gray area with that right now, as far as we know. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, all outward indications are, he's in a good place. The workouts are good. He texted Will to congratulate him, all those things. It is something you don't think about when you draft guys back-to-back, second and third. Are we going to have some sort of issue when one gets a contract and the other one's still here? But you didn't have that issue with Stingley and Kenyon Green because Kenyon Green busted out. You don't think about that kind of thing.
I told you yesterday, it's a bad locker room environment when you've got a bunch of guys who are kind of wired to be jealous of other guys getting their contracts. And I've been on teams before where you can see guys, when somebody else gets paid, a teammate gets paid, and they're not happy for that guy.
Yep.
They are seething.
Yes.
And they're vocal about it. Mm-hmm. And it's awkward, man. And I just don't think the Texans culture is like that right now. I don't think they have a lot of guys like that.
I don't think they do, and I don't think those two guys specifically, CJ and Will, fit that category either. So we will be wall to wall practically on the draft today. But coming up next, do want to touch on the Astros yesterday. We've been so negative on the Astros. If they're going to pitch a shutout, we got to talk about them today. Have they found a solution amidst all these pitching injuries? We'll hear from Joe Espada and the actual pitcher we're talking about coming up next. Seth, I would think even after signing that huge contract that even someone like Will Anderson Jr.
6222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Fly ball, center field, playable. Daniel Johnson Jr. in his first start with the Astros puts the 27th out away, and Yadiel De Los Santos has his third save of the year. Astros with a 4-pitcher combined shutout as they win the finale and take 2 out of 3 from the Guardians 2-0.
That would have been one of those things, Seth, that if Todd Callis in the final call there had mentioned Peter Lambert's name, the pitcher who threw 6 innings yesterday, Daniel Johnson Jr. with the final out, and the Astros take advantage of Peter Lambert's 6 scoreless innings, that would have been one of those things like, how long was I asleep for? What year is this Astros team? Who the hell is Daniel Johnson and who the hell is Peter Lambert?
Yeah, it would have been, you would have assumed you were in a spring training game or something.
Spring training game or in a coma?
Wow, Todd sounds really excited for a spring training game. Not to mention that it was 9 innings.
Yeah. So, that was the Astros yesterday. They won 2-0 against the Cleveland Guardians. They win a series on the road. That's not happened yet this year, so they take 2 out of 3. If the bullpen could have kept it together, would have been a sweep. They're off today, finally. 13 straight days of baseball. These were all of the runs scored in yesterday's game.
Yordan crushes one to right field. Major League leading 11th home run of the season. And the Astros in front 2-0, 2 batters in. The big man continues his huge start to the year.
He is so good, man. He is just so good. And I tweeted right after that, Seth, right after that home run, because they're 9-16 going into this game. And Yordan has been sensational. And like 70% of me, when Yordan hits a home run like that, is really excited and happy. And the other 30% is like, God, I hope we're not wasting an MVP caliber season on a team that wins 75 games this year. I really want, if this is who Yordan is going to be this year, and this is who he is when he's healthy. I mean, he is undeniably one of the 5 best hitters in baseball when he's right physically. And he feels like a guy, Seth, that is an MVP. There's going to be an MVP season for Yordan Alvarez. I just don't want it to be in a season where the team isn't good enough to get him that MVP award.
Right. Yeah,
that bums me out.
I mean, right now he's leading pretty much every major statistical category as a batter. And if you go back to the years in which Mike Trout won an MVP when the Angels were 500 or sub 500, it's not like Angels fans were super happy with where they were.
No.
Hey, cool. All right, well, we won the MVP at least.
Yep.
I don't want to be in that position. You don't want to feel like you're It would feel like the years that they squandered having J.J. Watt on their roster.
Yes.
You're like, cool.
Great analogy.
Wow,
yes.
One of the most dominant performances we've ever seen out of a defensive lineman. What did we really get out of it? What the hell are you guys doing? When J.J. put his arms around a young Deshaun Watson. Said what did he say to Deshaun?
Said, sorry, we wasted a year of your career, something along those lines. Yeah, we wasted a year of your prime. So Yordan provided all the runs yesterday. They only needed 2. They really only needed 1 because the pitching staff was great. Peter Lambert pitched yesterday, 6 shutout innings. This was Joe Espada on Lambert's performance yesterday.
Peter stepped up. That was huge. 6 strong, 8 punch-outs. 15, 16 whiffs. Stuff was really good. Both sides of the plate. Change up. He's got that cutter down under 4 lefties. He had everything working. When he's in the zone, he creates action, right? Like people are swinging because stuff is close enough, and we like that. But also he competes. He has a little edge in him, and I like the fact that he has given us 2 really big outings in a short period here that we really need him to step up and do that.
Yeah, so now we do that exercise, Seth, where we take a look at 10-16. We look at this pitching staff and go, okay, if we squint really hard amidst all these injuries, can we see the formation of at least sort of a rotation right now?
I remain idiotically optimistic about Imai, Sean. I think that by the time he comes back from his his shoulder, which has been tired for a long time
it's
now.
It's an arm. It's right arm fatigue.
His arm is – that's right. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I was way too specific.
Yeah. Everybody else is the shoulder. Yeah.
His arm has been tired for a long time.
Yeah.
But, sometimes it's like when you're super tired, one good night of sleep doesn't all of a sudden refresh you if you're chronically sleep deprived.
That's true.
Sometimes it takes a minute. Yeah, sometimes it takes a 15-day trip to the IL to get your – but I think by the time he comes back, maybe they'll figure it out. All right, this is what we need to do to try to keep you feeling like you're on some kind of a routine that you can expect. Maybe they'll do role-playing exercises where somebody pretends to be a different pitching mound and like, hey, I'm a little bit different than the last pitching mound you were on. Right. Okay? So I'm unrealistically optimistic about Imai. I think he'll figure it out just at some point, hopefully sooner or later. And with Hunter Brown, I'm just optimistic that at some point in the next 18 months
he's playing catch.
Yeah.
Seth, did you see the good? Have you heard the good news, Ben? Thank you. Have you heard the good news? Hunter Brown is playing catch. 75 feet. 75 feet. That's longer than a major league pitch. It's a major league pitch. 60 feet 6 inches is the distance from the rubber to the plate.
What do they say in some regions of the country? And it's really annoying. They say, "Let's have a catch." When a father and a son will go out, they'll say, "Let's have a catch," instead of "Let's play catch." And
you're a play catch guy, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Text in. I feel like it's only Long Island or something where I've heard people say that.
I haven't been tracking
have a catch.
I don't know.
Have you ever heard it before? I had never heard it before until I heard a few different people talking about it, like on podcasts.
I think Kevin Costner at the end of Field of Dreams, when the ghost, spoiler alert, when the ghost of his dad shows up from the cornfield, and he's walking away, and Kevin Costner says, hey, Dad, and the tears rolling down his face, he says, want to have a catch?
Want to have a catch.
I think that's what he says.
So Josh Miller goes out to Hunter Brown and says, let's have a catch.
Yeah.
And then Josh has got to work with Hunter because, Hunter's a little scared of the ball at first.
Right.
He's closing his eyes.
Right.
No, he's gotten – I need to go back and watch and see if he's closing his eyes and scrunching up a little bit when the ball's coming.
And Josh is like, no, Hunter, just look it into your mitt. It's not going to hurt you. Just look it into your mitt. So Hunter Brown is playing catch. So that's good news. They're still estimating June for his comeback.
Real quick, one of the coolest things about Yordan is I was looking at the leaders. Yeah. He's leading the league in home runs right now.
Yep.
He's got 11 home runs. If you go down the other leaders, the difference in strikeouts is incredible. So, Yordan's got 11 home runs with 11 strikeouts. Aaron Judge, 9 home runs, 29 strikeouts.
Yep.
It's everything is dialed in. He's so much. Everybody else there, amongst the other leaders, there's Mike Trout's the closest to Yordan in terms of the ratio of home runs to strikeouts. Is Trout. He's got 8 home runs and 23 strikeouts. So still nearly 3 times as many. Almost 3 times as many strikeouts as home runs. Yordan's on a 1-to-1 ratio.
1-to-1.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a great stat. That is a great stat. You know what's not a great stat, Seth? Real quick, while we've got a couple minutes. And if you're tuning in to listen to us talk about the draft, do not worry. We talked about it in the open if you want to hit the rewind feature, and we're going to talk about it a ton today. We've got Daniel Jeremiah's mock, which history tells us is the one that really matters. We got that at the top of the hour, and we'll do 2 mock draft injections at 7:45. I don't like this stat at all. LeBron James, Seth, when he is up 2-0 in a playoff series.
Yeah.
24-0. LeBron James, not a choker.
That's a good ratio.
Not a choker. Yeah.
Compared to okay, he's up. Okay, yeah, but how many of those were done when he was 41 years old?
That's true.
What I'd like
that's
to know.
True. Since he turned 40,
yeah.
he's probably 0-0. I would guess. I don't. But he hadn't played on many good Laker teams since he turned 40. So yeah, that's troublesome. That LeBron has never lost a playoff series, and he's dialed in right now, man. He is vintage LeBron dialed in. Kevin Durant has not won a playoff game since May 7th, 2023.
Ooh. in the show prep, you hadn't put the final digit in on that date.
Yeah.
So it was May 7th, 2020. And I was, I had to guess what year that was.
It's like I just gave you my phone number, but I'm making you guess the last digit.
Yeah. So, all right. Like, boy. I don't know what to tell you, Sean. Did you ever do a poll on what percentage of people hate watching this game?
No, it's a good one.
At the point where they almost want the Rockets to lose.
No, I actually thought about doing it yesterday, though.
Because we talked about this yesterday. Sometimes you get to a point where you just almost, if your team's going to exit the playoffs, you want it to be in such a manner that management takes notice. They realize, wait a second, all right, it can't be as simple as, oh, wow, with Fred VanVleet back, that's the rug that really completes the room.
Yeah.
It'll tie everything together, and it'll be a path to glory. That's all we have to do. It's more than that with this.
They are trending towards being the biggest disappointment in the NBA this season.
Yeah.
The bad teams we all expected to be bad. Like the 10 teams that lost 55 games or whatever it is, they were all trying to be bad,
The one thing that I've seen is a lot of people bringing up that, hey, wow, Ime Udoka turned down the opportunity to bring James Harden back. This is a problem I have with that line of thinking. It's that, look, man, did you watch the playoffs last year? James Harden is still a huge issue in closeout games.
Yeah.
He is whatever it is. He's got an issue when it comes to clutch games, closeout games, big moments in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, yes, could it look better right now with James Harden?
1,000%, yes.
But it's still not the move that I wanted at the time or now to take this team to an actual championship caliber team.
Oh, yeah.
Two things can be true.
Yes.
That I still don't want James Harden, but also it could be true that, all right, man, they could have managed things a lot differently.
Yep. They're loving him in Cleveland right now, man. And I just keep looking at the people I follow in Cleveland. I'm like, oh, the train is coming, man. Get off the tracks. The train is coming. That Harden elimination game train is going to hit you like a ton of bricks, man. All right, headlines. Let's do headlines. It's draft day. What are they saying about the Texans? The biggest rumor right now out there about the Houston Texans, and we will circle back to the Astros and the Rockets as well coming up next in headlines. But first, hey, tonight is a great night to get a little takeout from Beck's Prime. In fact, I think that may be what happens in the
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's do this. It's draft day. People texting in on the base power text line. Guys, it's draft day. Why are you talking about the sorry-ass Astros? Because they shut out somebody yesterday.
We were talking about magnificent Yordan. Okay?
Magnificent Yordan and spectacular Petey Lambert. Little Petey Lambert. 6 shutout innings yesterday. Okay, but draft day time now. You're right. Draft day time now. It is draft night tonight. You can listen to it here on Sports Radio 610. The guys on Texans Radio will have you covered. Texans All Access at 6. I believe they're live at the draft party tonight, and then they'll have the draft coverage starting at 7. This is the big rumor going on with the Houston Texans right now, courtesy of Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network.
In the back half of round 1, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Red, have started to make calls about moving up potentially into the middle of round 1. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
Okay, so, yeah, Nick loves to move around. We know that. I don't know who Pelissero was talking to there, but the person saying that is absolutely right. You had speculated about some edge rushers, Seth. They just said defensive line in general, as what Pelissero said. Do you think it's more likely that it's an edge or that it's an interior guy that they
I
might
think,
be
look, if they're moving up, you know, we talk about whether you take best player available or not. When you're moving up, they've got a couple of players in mind that they're thinking might be there. Yeah. And I would imagine if there is a trade, it's going to be something that happens after some, you know, as you start to get into the draft and they start to see, okay, are some of those guys that we really like still available? Yeah. And are we going to pull a trigger on that? I feel like for what the Texans need right now is that they need at least one more pass rusher coming off the edge. I think D'Amico would love to have a defensive tackle always and forever, but they're set. In terms of having 3 starting caliber defensive tackles, they already have that. They really only have 2 starting caliber defensive ends. And they, without Derek Barnett and Danico Autry, they're going to want, between now and training camp, they're going to have at least one more bona fide pass rusher there. So I think that makes the most sense that of a lot of the edge rushers, a lot of whom are projected to go somewhere between middle to late first round, it's probably going to be for an edge rusher. So the other question is, okay, who are they talking to? The team they've most recently done business with on the trade front is Detroit at 17.
Oh, they did the David Montgomery trade with Detroit. Yeah, that's the people point that out quite a bit. That, hey, this is a team that they're comfortable doing business with. That's what gets brought up quite a bit this year for the Texans in terms of moving back, because the Cardinals are believed to be a team that could be in on maybe trading back into the first round for Ty Simpson. And it's like, hey, Monty Ossenfort and Nick Caserio have done business before. They know each other from New England. They're comfortable working with each other, that kind of thing.
You think about the way the David Montgomery trade went down, that sounds like something that probably was a multi-week situation where they'd had a few exploratory conversations. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So I guess it's easier to envision that, man, just like the Texans did last year when they tried to trade up to the late teens. Detroit's sitting there at 17, and in Detroit, now this is where the Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, he's a guy that a lot of people think Detroit might be interested in. Yeah. So if you get to a point where maybe Kenyon Sadiq is off the board and Detroit isn't really in love with some of the other guys there, that maybe they've got something worked out in advance for the Texans.
They might be open for business. I don't have the order in front of me, but I know Minnesota's picking 18th. Nick has done business with them before. Philadelphia's picking 23rd, if I'm not mistaken.
They've done a lot of business with Philadelphia.
A lot of business with Howie Roseman, yes. Yeah, so those are just maybe spots to keep an eye on with the Houston Texans moving up.
That's just why I want Ty Simpson to somehow get drafted way earlier than anybody expects, because I want Nick to be out of the conversations of people that might be trying to move up to late in the first round to draft Ty Simpson.
Oh, so if Ty Simpson's off the board, then the appetite for Nick, the opportunity even to move back into the second round won't even be there anymore.
Right.
Oh, and that increases the chances of him. So you're a move-up guy right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
gotcha.
yeah. Let's not act like I've got a good long-term planning type of No.
There's a reason you're with Trajan Wealth. So they're your Trajan Wealth is your guardrails. Yeah.
That's right. Just because of my weaknesses in long-term planning or anything like that, or maybe being financially prudent, all of those things, I would be a horrible NFL GM. I would trade my entire draft for Ricky Williams every single year.
You are Ditka.
And just for fun and kicks, I'd do it on a Wednesday in October.
Yeah,
too.
just because. Oh, that's great. That is great. Yeah, draft night tonight. It's going to be fun, man. There's not as much sizzle around certain prospects, but it's the freaking draft, man.
It's this draft class, these damn kids, with them refusing to be screwed up in the head as much as we all used to be. There aren't that many guys that have huge question marks about their character or off-field antics or anything. And so there's not a lot of guys you look at, you think like, oh boy, who's going to take a risk on this guy? Even Caden Proctor, the offensive lineman out of Alabama, he's the guy that's most kind of looked at with a little bit of a side eye. Like, what's going on with this guy? Is he exactly the right type? It's all relatively tame.
Right, but he still seems like a good kid. You know, it's
right.
You know,
They just don't know if he's mature enough.
Right.
Yeah, but it's nothing awful. It's not like he's a bad human being or something.
You alluded to this earlier this week, and I think it's hilarious. Like, back when you and I were that age, like teenagers, it was, this kid just sits around and plays video games all day. And now it's like, no, he's a good kid. He just goes and plays video games.
Yeah.
That's all now, like, playing video games is a big green check mark for you. As opposed to in 1986, it was a huge red X on your resume.
You know, I think part of it is, though, too, is that video games have become they're a more social experience than when we grew up. Where it was, it used to be you could be sitting alone in your room playing video games all day and having zero contact with other humans.
Shades
where now
drawn,
kids tend to be, they're in a group at least.
Yeah, got their little headsets on with their microphones and they're chit-chatting in there. That's true. All right, Astros win 2-0 yesterday over the Guardians. They are off today. Yankees coming to town for a 3-game series. Boy, what a fun weekend. Yankees in town, draft, Rockets back in town. Don't spoil it, all right, Astros and Rockets, because the draft is going to be fun either way. Win some games, man.
We just compared Aaron Judge to Yordan Alvarez, and the striking thing that jumps out at you is that Aaron Judge strikes out 3 times as often as Yordan.
That's right.
If only we had a pitching staff that, well, you know what? The Astros are league leaders in strikeouts.
They do.
They're also league leaders in hit by pitches and walks and everything
Just
else
don't know
like
where it's going.
So it's a boomer bust pitching staff that's facing a boomer bust group of hitters by the Yankees.
Should be a hell of a weekend. Absolutely. All right. That was headlines, mostly draft talk, but that was your headlines. Rockets, by the way, back in action tomorrow night at Toyota Center, Game 3. I would say must win. If down 2-0. I would say must win.
Yeah, you know what? I hate must wins when it's not mathematically
even you
a must
would
win.
Concede that. This is
I'll go ahead and I'll go for it on this one. This is a must win.
There you go. All right, we will circle back to the draft here. The Texans. Are the Texans dealing from their highest position of strength as a franchise going into the draft ever? And the mock draft that matters, we will hit coming up next.
You know what matters? Your trees. Your trees. They're the second most valuable thing on your property a lot.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you. It's draft day. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Draft starts in about 12 hours from now. So keep it tuned here all day, all night, all weekend long. We've got you covered.
There really is nobody better to listen to than John Harris when it comes to this tonight, but then especially where he really, really shows how far ahead he is of a lot of other people who cover the draft. When you get into the second and third day, he knows something about everybody.
Everybody. It's like having a draft jukebox sitting next to you, man, and you just punch in the songs, and he spits it out.
You know what he is? He's one of those characters in a movie where it's a high-powered politician or something, and they've got the person next to him, their personal assistant, that knows everybody. That when you're walking up to somebody at a party, they're like, oh, yeah, this is such and such. He's the secretary of such and such. He's got 3 kids. Their names are blah, blah, blah. And they just know it in their heads.
Yeah.
Like, I've always that was what I aspired to growing up. Someday I want to be so rich and powerful that I've got some personal assistant that probably could have been CEO of a company or something, but for some reason he's my personal assistant.
Yes.
And I pay him dirt wages. I want to be so rich that I pay really competent people dirt wages, but they're completely committed to me.
Yes. Have you seen?
That's the American dream.
Right. Like the owner of the Portland Trailblazers. I don't know if you've seen them talking about this guy on the internet. The guy just bought the Trailblazers.
Yeah.
Apparently is super cheap.
Oh,
like he's cutting out like office supplies. There was a joke that after the Blazers beat the Spurs in San Antonio a couple nights ago, that, that's going to be a fun bus ride back to Portland. That was great.
Hey, you know who's okay? The dirt cheap. I don't want to get too much of a side, but Bob Kraft's got that reputation too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, billionaires.
Worked out. Well, it did work out for him. We'll see.
Yep.
See by the way, quick news nugget we didn't get to: Mike Vrabel will miss the third day of the draft because he's entering counseling.
That's unbelievable. I've got Rossini and Vrabel slotted for later. We got a long segment coming up, so we'll hit that later. Yes. You sent that to me this morning. I'm like, I had to rub my eyes 3 times to make sure I read it right. I'm like,
I've got thoughts on that.
Okay.
It makes more sense than it might sound like.
Okay,
at first,
good.
But yeah, we'll
good. Okay, so the Texans dealing from their biggest position. Are they dealing from their biggest position of strength in the history of the franchise when it comes to the draft? I think they might be. There are no glaring weaknesses. You know, the O-line is a weaker position than most.
Yeah,
but I think they've shored up most of their positions to where nothing's a glaring, like to where they better draft this with the 28th pick, or they're getting it wrong.
No, it's really interesting because I've seen this from various people that they have the most complete roster headed into the draft. They're in a good position to draft best player available, all of that, and yet it's not a slam dunk that it's going to be a good offensive line this year, but they've made like reasonably aggressive moves to bolster the offensive line, but I still think that it's a sore point in terms of the long-term future and development of the offensive line, but it's not as glaring as it once was.
Yeah, they're not desperate anywhere, I don't think, might be the best way to put it. Here was Todd McShay yesterday. I think this was on Bill Simmons' podcast, saying exactly what Seth just said. He said in the AFC, the Texans might have the best roster of any team.
This isn't a draft thing, but spending this amount of time like really diving into these rosters. Yeah. I mean, obviously, the Seahawks have what they have. The Rams have what they have. I don't know that there's an organization with a better roster, let's just say in the AFC, top to bottom roster-wise, than what Nick Caserio has built in Houston. The quarterback element of it and what is really going on there, and there's been speculation and rumors and all, and you drafted him that high, and he was that good as a rookie. You know what I mean? If they get him right, and I don't even mean right like playing but like 3/4 of what he was playing as a rookie. Yeah. 20 to 1 for them. They're frightening. Really? Yeah. But that's the biggest if in sports. Yeah. Like their rosters, like some teams with needs, it's like the first 2 are really important needs. The second one, we need to get some depth. The third, or the third, the fourth, but for them, like their offensive line. Let's continue to build that, but they don't have a lot of they're loaded with deep and wide receiver and running back coming back this year. Their defenses.
Okay, I don't. You know what? Now I'm frustrated.
Why?
Because I agree with him. Can we get out of the divisional round of the playoffs
exactly.
in the AFC?
Well, it's the quarterback, right? I mean, he touched on it there. Okay, the very last part, though, he seems very bullish on their wide receiver and running back rooms.
I think that's where I think because Jalen Noel wasn't used as much as we want him to be used, or it seemed like they should be using. I think that people think that they must not like Jalen Noel, and I don't think we have to think that hard about it. I think it's more that Christian Kirk was the veteran player in front of him, and playing slot receiver in any system, but maybe particularly in what Nick Caley's trying to do, it's a steep learning curve for a rookie. So when you have a veteran already in front of a young guy, and that young guy is still a rookie and is still trying to get indoctrinated into the system, he's not going to be used as much. I think they're still pretty high on Jalen Noel, and I think people around the league are as well. Jaden Higgins also, I think people are much higher on. I am higher on him than I feel like I necessarily get from public sentiment.
Yeah.
So I don't think they go into the draft thinking, oh boy, we've got to get a younger receiver in here. And we haven't even brought up Tank Dell's name. Yeah. So wherever Tank Dell actually is and what they think they're going to be able to get out of him, I think that's the one position group where I feel like the Texans internally might feel way better about it than whatever otherwise objective evaluators might say about it.
It's so funny. Anytime we bring up a veteran guy getting snaps ahead of a younger guy that the fan base is totally in on, like Jalen Noel. Like I think if you polled the fan base last year, hey, who would you rather see out there running 30 routes a game, Jalen Noel or Christian Kirk? 90% of the people would have said Jalen Noel. They like the shiny new thing. It always reminds me of Dusty Baker with Yiner and Martin Maldonado.
Yeah,
like the Maldi-Yiner dynamic. Because what you just said, Seth, is exactly what Dusty was saying 3 years ago when he wouldn't play Yiner Diaz. Like, hey, you need a veteran in there sometimes because he knows what the hell he's doing. He knows where to be.
I really love when I get to talk to Cecil Shorts about this stuff. It's awesome to talk to a receiver because, last year there were times in the first half of the season where it would look like, wow, it looked like an inaccurate pass from CJ, or wow, it looks like Jalen Noel was open. Why didn't CJ go to him? And usually what the veteran receiver will tell you is, well, you know what, Higgins didn't actually run that route as precisely as you're supposed to. So CJ's putting the ball exactly where Jaden Higgins is supposed to be.
Yeah.
With Jalen Noel, there's other times where you might think, like, he's wide open over the middle.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but he wasn't there when he was supposed to be,
right,
Right. And especially younger receivers that want to get a little too fancy early in their route and don't understand the importance of just getting downfield and making your cut. You could see a lot of that last year. And even in when CJ wasn't trying to throw shade or anything, at the end of the season when people would ask him about Higgins or Noel, he would make comments here and there about how kind of like, he's done a great job of really understanding the route running and where he needs to be and everything. So like, it's never as simple as, the coaches aren't just it's not like the coaches are up in the booth saying, like, whatever we do, we can't call a play where Jalen Noel's an option.
Yeah.
It's that guy. Remember when who was the commentator that was on with Tom Brady back in the day where he was saying, I think it was Dion saying to Tom Brady, can we get Ocho the ball? Can we get Ocho the ball? And Brady gave an answer that was kind of like, "Hey, we'll throw to the guys that are open."
Yeah.
It wasn't. You can't go out there and try to force a ball to a guy that is new to the system and might not necessarily be exactly where a guy like Tom Brady wants it to be.
Well, yeah, and specific to Noel, playing slot. And I know you bring up Cecil's name. I know this is one of the things Cecil used to say to me, tell me, or he talked about in the postgame show back when he was doing the postgame show in the Bill O'Brien era, because Cecil played in a version of the offense the Texans are running now. He has 1 year here in Houston was playing in a Bill O'Brien offense. He would say that specific to the slot position, he said in this offense, it's the second hardest position to learn behind quarterback.
Yeah, because you have to read coverages like a quarterback does.
Yeah.
And everything changes, and what leverage you're going to use or what do you do based on the slot corner's leverage and all of that. It's a lot of decisions to be made pre-snap and post-snap, and it's just not so simple. You could be the smartest guy in the world, And it's just a matter of you have to see it a certain number of times before you get really quick with it.
Yeah. If I were hearing something like that, what I just said, that would make me more excited about Jalen Knoll this year, knowing like, oh, okay, so maybe some of the reason he didn't get on the field last year was just he's got to be in the, not that he doesn't have the acumen to do it, but it just takes a longer time for a rookie to kind of absorb this offense. Here was Will Anderson at his press conference a couple days ago when he signed his big deal, talking about the Texans front office and how they've gone about drafting since he's been here.
Me and Sting was just talking, man, and I was like, man, I'm just trying to follow in the footsteps of greatness like you. You know what I'm saying? And to be able to come in here and see those guys, how hard they work, all that their accomplishments they've been here, it was an inspiration to me, inspiration to all the young guys, me, CJ, Tank, that whole draft class that they had after them. All those guys are really hard workers, man, and they go out and perform for this organization, and they go out and they make highlights all day long. Like, that everybody. So, man, happy to have them here. They're a big inspiration to everybody in that locker room. And I guess the only thing that I guess I'm going to splurge on a little bit is a fishing boat. I'm going to get me a speedboat. That's it, but yeah.
I had to keep that in there. I just love that.
I was, because he's more into lake fishing. He's not offshore fishing.
Yeah.
So there's only so much you can spend on a fishing boat for lake fishing.
Yeah.
But boats get expensive real quick.
Yes.
I did look at, like, the most, one of the more expensive fishing boats I could find was more of an offshore setup, but it was like $5.9 million.
Well, he's got that kind of bread now.
A Viking Skybridge,
Yeah.
80-foot long, Sean.
80
He's not going to put that on Lake Conroe, I don't think.
That would be amazing if he did.
Anybody else? We'll have to ask Lopez. Are there any Viking Skybridges on Lake Conroe?
Make a note. That would be a funny thing to ask Lopez. What's the biggest boat on Lake Conroe? Yeah, Will talked about Lake Conroe. He said that's like his,
that's where he and his dad like to go.
His getaway. Yeah.
No, but I guess fishing boats can get pretty expensive quickly. But for some, I'm guessing he's a splurge on like a really nice like $200,000 boat or something.
Yeah.
Which when you're talking about $150 million, that's I feel like that's an acceptable percentage.
I think so.
He's not going out and buying a Gulfstream or something.
No.
I'm talking about airplanes now.
No, he's not. Okay, so Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. We will do a mock draft injection still at 7:45 today. In fact, we're going to do two, since the talk around the Texans is they might be trading up in the draft this year, according to Tom Pelissero, for a defensive lineman. We'll have one in which they trade up. We'll have another one in which they trade back. But in the meantime, Daniel Jeremiah gets extra respect in the mock draft community, at least in the city of Houston, because he was the one guy that chapter and verse called the Will Anderson trade 3 years ago. Texans moving up from 12 to 3. He almost had the draft capital that they gave up to do that nailed down as well. Wasn't exact, but clearly was smelling the smoke from both teams as to what could be happening there. He knew something. He obviously knew something.
And the only issue with that one is that I feel like the Cardinals, just by general reputation and the way they handled all of that in that draft, is that it felt like he might have gotten that information from Arizona more so than from Houston.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you've said it 100 times. The Texans don't talk.
They don't talk until you never know, man. Where there's so you can still play that game of like, okay, we gotta, I gotta rub this guy's back and maybe they'll rub ours. You never know. But it just, I'm guessing. My complete and total guess is that Jeremiah got that information from the Cardinals.
Yep.
Which is why it's really interesting, because the Cardinals are in a nice, very tradable spot right now at number 3.
They are. There's a lot of talk that they're open for business at 3 right now. And a lot of the thing that's driving that steam is Jeremiah Love, because it sounds like a lot of these teams in the upper part of the draft might want to go get Jeremiah Love. So the Cardinals are putting smoke out there that they might take him at 3. Air quotes. They might take him at 3, and I think they're trying to create a market, which is smart.
I would love to keep him the hell out of the division.
Me too.
Because I think if he goes to 4, I think the Titans are. I mean, everything makes sense for the Titans to take him at 4. They've got. I mean, Brian Daboll is their offensive coordinator, and he saw that Daniel Jones only looked like a viable NFL quarterback when, at least under Brian Daboll, when Saquon Barkley was healthy and firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
So you put a guy like Daniel Jeremiah in there, and that helps out Cam Ward a lot.
Jeremiah Love, you mean? Yeah.
Excuse me, yes. And Daniel Jeremiah.
That would be funny to see how Daniel Jeremiah would do in the backfield for the Titans, I would say.
He would look awful in his pads right now.
He would.
No shade, as any middle-aged man would.
Of course.
Or
shade.
most of us.
Yeah.
Even the guys that are in great shape, it's just they don't have the legs usually to fill out an NFL uniform.
That's right. All right, so who is Daniel Jeremiah, the respected mock drafter, have the Texans taking with the 28th pick? So a bonus mock draft today. The Daniel Jeremiah mock draft, the Houston Texans with the 28th pick select Max Ianachor, offensive tackle, Arizona State. Here's what Jeremiah says. The Texans have reconstructed their offensive line with some versatile pieces this offseason. Long-term, Ianachor has a chance to start opposite Ariante Ursery at offensive tackle, but Houston can take its time developing the rookie. They have created now, Seth, with these signings, at the very least, they're not going to have to do maybe what they felt like they needed to do with Ariante Ursery last year. You know, they trade Laramie Tunsil. They draft Ursery in the second round. You don't really, have any other great solutions out there. So they've got to throw the rookie into the deep end of the pool. And it didn't look good at first either. But he picked up quickly here. This is a real luxury, especially for a guy like Ianachor, who I think is viewed as maybe a little more raw than some of these other offensive tackle prospects.
Way more raw.
Yeah.
I mean, he was born in Nigeria, moved to Compton, and then played football for the first time in junior college. So sometimes you hear a guy is late to football, and it's because it was their Ariante Ursery didn't play until his freshman or sophomore year of high school. No, Ianachor didn't play football until he was in community college a few years ago. So the upside of him is that he is incredibly athletic and impressive physically, but he's just very, very raw. And I think for the Texans, we know how this goes. If they look at him, if they talk to him and they learn up on him and it feels like he's swarmy and that he's going to put in the work and that he checks off all those boxes, they might really look at him as, okay, yeah, here's a guy with upside and we can take advantage of that. We feel like we can coach him up because we like Cole Popovich a lot better than the previous offensive line coach. I could totally see this happening, and the situation is right where you've got multiple veteran offensive tackles.
Yep.
And that you don't feel necessarily the urgency to push them out on the field.
I'm going to do this exercise where there's 3 names on the board right now for the Texans, and so Ianachor is obviously on the board. Peter Woods is on the board, the defensive tackle out of Clemson. And Caden McDonald is still on the board. Caden McDonald does not go in the first round of Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft.
Okay.
So you got 2 defensive tackles in Ianachor there, and you're Nick Caserio.
Okay. This is where it gets really interesting between Caden McDonald and Peter Woods because they're almost exactly the opposite in the football playing Jesse side of things. So Caden McDonald doesn't have the measurables, but he just makes a bunch of plays. He's just always around the football. Huge number of tackles for losses. All of these things. Okay, he's a football playing Jesse. Mm-hmm. Peter Woods has the measurables but doesn't produce, and people wonder, okay, just what is his upside necessarily? And it's interesting because some of it echoes what we heard Mel Kiper saying about Will Anderson earlier in the show when Will Anderson was drafted. The book on Will Anderson was, wow, if he had come out a year earlier, it's a slam dunk, number 1 overall pick in the draft, et cetera, et cetera. But he wasn't as productive the next year. And, Will Anderson is a much higher prospect than Peter Woods. But Peter Woods was going through the same thing last year that Will Anderson had in college, which was they changed the way they were using him last year. So 2 years ago, he looked more productive. They changed the way they're using him this year, and okay, he's not as productive. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of a sudden he became a worse football player.
Right.
So, I think my gut tells me that D'Amico and Caserio would go more for the guy that just flat out knows how to play football, like Caden McDonald, more so than the guy where there's a lot of speculation about just how much of a playmaker he is. So I would lean more towards them going with Caden McDonald.
Caden McDonald, okay.
But I could also see them saying, wow, Rod Wright could really get the most out of Peter Woods. There's some things we need to refine, and we could get him going. But if I had to bet right now, I would bet Caden McDonald.
Caden McDonald over Woods, but what about Ianachor sitting there as an O-lineman prospect? Would you take Caden McDonald or Ionichor.
I would take Ionichor. If they grade them all equally.
Yeah.
And it's just because, again, they've got 3 starting caliber defensive tackles already.
Yep.
They've got 3 starting caliber offensive tackles, but the long term and the importance of the offensive tackle position is a lot higher for, okay, what are we going to do 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and what do we have for the future? I think I still feel a lot more urgency about improving the young guys on the offensive line.
This, having the 38th pick also has got to feel like a real luxury to these guys heading into this draft. You know what I mean? Like that they're going to be looking at guys at 28, and if they're not able to move out of 28, but you really like a couple of guys, to know that or a few guys, probably more than 2, 3 or 4 guys right there, to know that you're within striking distance to get another one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
That if, hey, they've got 2 4th-round picks. Hey, we duke a 4th to somebody, we could probably move up from 38 to 33 on Friday or something like that, or 34, and still get one of these guys. That 38th pick, obviously, from the Laramie Tunsil trade, is a real luxury for these guys. That is a nice little pocket there where they're going to come away with a couple of good players, the Texans. So that's really, really nice. All right, so Daniel Jeremiah has Max Ionichor going to the Texans.
Hey, Sean, you know why they call it offensive tackle? It's sometimes people think that's a question they don't want to ask because they're afraid to ask it, but most people don't actually know. Yeah. It's because in the early days of football, they're like, offense, why is it called a tackle? Because in the early days of football, basically everybody would line up in the same formation, which was very much almost like a rugby scrum.
Yeah.
But the defense basically mirrored the offense.
Yeah.
And the majority of the tackles were made on that area of the field.
Okay.
So you'd have an offensive tackle, the tackle playing on the offensive side of the ball, and then the tackle playing on the defensive side.
So it's not a reference to what it is they do. It's a reference to the geography on the gridiron. Oh.
Yeah.
That's a fun little factoid, Seth.
I never knew it.
Yeah.
That is just like, because it's called an offensive tackle.
Right.
You stupid broad. What a dumb question.
Yeah. Just because. That's
because that's what it is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Here was Matt Burke. He was on with the guys on in the afternoon with the drive with Stoerner and Hughley a couple of days ago, and he was asked what's next for Will Anderson Jr.
The one thing I think that's been underrated about Will is he literally, I was telling Rod was sitting next to me, Coach Rod, right? And I was like, man, he's literally gotten better every year. And he takes something, whatever, if we've seen something or he's seen something, and literally just drills down and works on that all off season, and to listen to him talk about finishing at the quarterback and trying to convert some of those pressures into sacks and stuff. Obviously, he had a lot of sack production. And, I thought this year he got the ball a lot better, had a bunch of sack strips. I think he might have led the league in sack strips. It's something he really focused on last year. But for him to talk about sort of that last finishing point, in this league with quarterbacks, sometimes the difference between a pressure and a sack is just that one step or just getting to that move quicker or whatever those things are. And so I think just shaving some of that time off and really making, he's at the quarterback almost every play, right? He's pressuring, he's disrupting. It's what we ask him to do. But I think his focus of how can I just take that extra little half a tick off it to convert those into sacks and finish some of those plays.
I'm still blown away in re-listening to Kuiper talking about Will Anderson Jr., talking about him as he was walking to the stage 3 years ago after getting drafted, that Will Anderson Jr. had 1 strip sack in his entire college career.
Yeah.
He gets 1 every week now.
No, and honestly, that's where, if you can picture it in your mind, that's where Will was very unrefined in a lot of the finer aspects of rushing the passer. And it's not always a foregone conclusion that even if a guy works at it, that he's going to get better at it. Because there's hand-eye coordination involved with it and everything. And Will has really, really worked at that and talked about working on it. Last offseason, that's what he talked about. He already said it in his post-draft presser that's what he wants to work on, is just being more complete and finishing at the quarterback and getting the ball out. It's not always just as simple as, if he works at it, he'll get better at it. So Will has really worked at it, and he's gotten a lot better at it, and then he wants to continue to get better at it. I also thought it was interesting that Matt Burke calls it a sack strip and not a strip sack.
Yeah. Huh.
Did the guys follow up on that? Next time I see Matt Burke, I gotta ask him. I'm guessing because that's the first time I've ever heard anybody say
a sack
strip.
Yeah,
I'm guessing there's a reason that he calls it a sack strip instead of a strip sack.
Okay, well there's your icebreaker next time you see Matt Burke.
If I'm coaching D-line, I think the one thing I might say is there are times where the psychology of it is some guys get a little too addicted to the strip sack.
Yeah.
To the point where they're instead of finishing their rush, they're like reaching in and trying to get that strip sack instead of taking that one extra sack.
Yep.
So I wonder if psychologically it's a matter of like get yourself in position to make the sack as you're stripping the ball. So it's sack strip, not strip sack.
I know you were going to ask him this when we go to training camp.
Yeah, the first time I see him.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, shifting gears, we touched on this a little bit earlier in this segment. The latest on the Vrabel-Rossini situation, and apparently the media in New England is pissed at the Patriots right now about how they went about this whole Vrabel. I don't even want to call it a mea culpa because he didn't apologize for anything. He really just thanked the media for being patient with him.
Yeah.
Like very, very heavily veiled reference to the whole Diana Rossini
Basically
situation.
acknowledging there's an issue without actually lending any extra detail to like what the hell's going on.
Yeah. And Vrabel talked. We'll play a little of it here. He talked about having to have difficult conversations with his family and others.
With that being said, I've had some difficult conversations with people that I care about, with my family, the organization, the coaches, the players. Those have been positive and productive. We believe in order to be successful on and off the field, you have to make good decisions. That includes me. That starts with me. We never want our actions to negatively affect the team. We never want to be the cause of a distraction. Those are comments and questions that I've answered for the team and with the team. We'll keep those private and to ourselves. Care deeply about this football team and excited to coach them. I also know that I'm going to attack each day with humility and focus. And what I can promise you is that my family, this organization, the team, the staff, the coaches, everybody, our fans, most importantly, will get the best version of me going forward. That's what I know, and I'm excited to do that. But I wanted to just address this and thank you for your patience in dealing with the private.
I want to address this, and he never says what this is. It's the wildest thing, man. So just, Seth, real quick. For people who don't know how this works in the media in terms of like scheduling press conferences and notifying people, most teams send an email in advance of like, hey, on this day we're going to have availability for XYZ, this player, that player. The Monday notification that went out to the media, to the Patriots media horde, went out on Monday. Again, that Vrabel presser took place on Tuesday. Went out at 4:35 in the afternoon and said nothing about Vrabel talking to the media. All it said was 2 players yet to be named will be speaking to the media. The thinking in New England amongst people who are really angry about this right now, because that is some dirty pool, then to just throw Vrabel out there, is they did this to make sure that no national people would show up.
Yeah,
because those are the ones.
Ambushed them, and here we go. Yep, there's none of the major outlets here or anything, and I'll have to field a couple questions from people that we've whipped into submission.
Yes,
and then we'll be off to the races.
The people that ask the hard questions won't be there. So they did that thing. They didn't allow anybody to ask any questions of Vrabel in the press conference setting. What they did, apparently, this is according to Ben Volen of the Boston Globe, who covers the team, they did a side session after Vrabel's statement that he made. So no cameras were on. People weren't allowed to have their phones out or anything like that. So there would be no record of any of this. And you could only they had a side session where you could only ask football questions. And I will give credit to a name that I didn't know till yesterday, but her name is Karen Guregian of Mass Live. Did ask a Rossini question, and Vrabel gave a no comment to it. So she's a hero we all need. Eventually, this is the thing that's so silly about this. I mean, all they're doing is kicking the can down the road. Eventually, people that don't have to kowtow to the Patriots and Mike Vrabel are going to show up at a Vrabel press conference.
Yeah, but you can always give a no comment, and that's what I think he'll continue to give no comments probably for the rest of time on this.
Sure.
The part where
they're even afraid of that right now.
Right. Well, I think partly probably because Vrabel, as reported yesterday, is not going to be with the team for the 3rd day of the NFL draft. Because he's going to be starting on counseling. And so if you wanted to try to say this isn't a football story or something like that, the head coach of an NFL team isn't going to be available for the third day of the draft because he needs to start his counseling. And usually if a coach skips the third day of the draft, that would be that's a big deal. That would be a big story. Like, what the hell, is this guy drunk or something? He can't be there for the third day of the draft. So it's clearly an issue that's affecting the team. It does make sense from if they're trying to figure out, okay, what's the best way to make it through this week, but Vrabel's got to get his head right. The third day of the draft is very much about the personnel department. The coaches have not spent nearly as much time on the prospects as the coaches have. So that part of it makes sense where you're going to kind of hedge a little bit and say, okay, Vrabel's going to be here for the first couple days when he spent a lot of time with some of these prospects, but then we'll hand it off to the personnel people. Yeah. But it's clearly something that's changing the way they operate. Yeah. You know, like, it's enough of an issue for Vrabel right now that the team isn't functioning the way that they normally would.
This was my initial reaction when you sent me that tweet, when I got it this morning, when I woke up and you sent that to me, and I'm reading it and I'm looking at it, I'm going, okay, day 3 is on a Saturday, and my gut reaction was not Vrabel is going to counseling. That doesn't surprise me. It does surprise me maybe that it got out to I guess it was Mike Reese who tweeted that out, that covers the Patriots for ESPN. My gut reaction was, it can't wait till Monday. Like, he's got to get to counseling on Saturday, like day 3 of the draft.
It might be. I mean, who knows what the hell's going on? The guy it might be something that really, really, really should be done right this moment.
It may be. No,
that's what I'm saying. Honestly, without, just in the vast spectrum of things that can be going on with mental health. People get suicidal ideation and stuff. So, I have zero clue where he is, but maybe it is actually something that couldn't wait.
And I'm not
Monday.
Dismissing that it could be, but it just seems odd. That's all. You know, it seems odd that would be the case. But he's going to miss day 3 of the draft. Now, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Seth. The New York Post put out more pictures yesterday of these two, of Rossini and Vrabel. Yeah. In Sedona, eating breakfast one of the mornings there.
It is.
And my initial reaction is, how many more photos are they sitting on right now?
I feel like they're probably sitting on not that many more, because the photos of them sitting at breakfast, for the life of me, I don't know how you could actually. I don't question that it's Rossini, but if you were to look at the photo and guess which person on earth this is, it might have been Marie Antoinette. I don't know. It's like it's very, very bad quality on the photo.
Well,
you can it looks like it's been blurred out almost.
And to that point, it looks like it's been blurred out. It looks like whoever's taking it is hiding behind something to take the picture.
And when I say it looks like it's been blurred out, I don't think somebody blurred it out. It's just that the definition is that bad.
Yeah, it's a blurry picture. Does the picture, do those pictures cinch it for you? Because it does for me. Like, okay, these look like private investigator type pictures now.
No, because for me, I feel like if it was a private investigator, that it probably would have been a better quality photo.
Really? I mean, I think you're a private investigator. You're just taking whatever you can get. I mean, they're going to take thousands of pictures.
Right, no, I know, but you can't see, like, with a better, if the guy's using a telephoto lens or something, I think he would have had a better picture of that. That looked like something that might have been taken from a phone.
And some weirdo was walking arandout that place just following them everywhere, you know?
Well, no, but sometimes what happens in situations like this is that there might be people that maybe randomly saw, like, hey, somebody's sitting at a table. Yeah. Maybe like, I think that's Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. So they take a picture. They're not thinking about selling it to the Post or anything.
No.
But then after all of a sudden, they realize, like, oh, wait a second, I get paid for this picture on my phone?
Maybe. I'm just thinking, like, whoever was taking these pictures took them morning, noon, and night.
Yeah.
You know, got them on the roof of the bungalow. Do you think the odds are it's a private investigator? Maybe it's not 100%, but if you had to guess?
These latest photos don't make me feel any more convinced that it's a private investigator.
Yeah.
I already suspect that it's a private investigator.
Okay.
I just know that I'm guessing, like, any random, like a high-profile guy like Mike Vrabel, I'm guessing anytime he goes to a restaurant, there's at least 3 pictures taken of him. From somebody on a cell phone.
Yeah,
you
probably.
Know, they're just like, oh, hey, look at that. Holy crap. And then they send it to their buddies or something.
Dude, in Boston? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
3? Yeah, I mean, there's probably 30.
Right, but, like, no, if he's out in a random place, like in Sedona, Arizona.
Yeah.
Somebody's probably taking a picture of him.
Yeah, probably. I just wonder if the New York Post is still sitting on a bunch of dry powder right now. You know, the longer Diana Rossini denies or at least doesn't acknowledge having been in some sort of relationship with Vrabel, that they're just going to keep putting these pictures out. They're going to beat her into submission.
The part where I feel kind of dirty about the whole sordid affair is that we're using the New York Post's reporting on this to talk about it, and then at the same time, the New York Post is just taking it even a step further, and they're doing front page of the sports section pictures of Mike Vrabel's wife, and like who is what's her name, Susan Vrabel or whatever it is. And then they did the same thing with Rossini's husband. I'm like, all right, come on, guys. This is now I feel dirty about it.
It's dirty.
All.
Yep, it is. It is. It's been kind of oxygen
coming
for
up
us
next.
At times.
Who is Mike Vrabel's wife anyway?
Yeah, no, exactly. That the aforementioned article, we will dig into it.
The 10 top reasons that Mike. Yeah,
exactly. We'll power rank. All right, mock draft injection time. We hit Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. This is the day to do it, man. It's draft day. Draft day. We've got you covered tonight here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Radio has you covered live from the draft party here on Sports Radio 610. Mock draft injection time. We've got a mock draft where the Texans trade up. We've got one where they trade back. Which of these do we like better? We will do that coming up next. I will tell you right now that no way I would be able to survive these late nights this week of Astros baseball, Rockets.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, great to be with you. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Draft day, one of the best days of the year, first night of the draft. I'm excited for tomorrow, too. 3 picks, maybe 4 if he trades out of the first round.
Ooh, yeah.
And that's the day where Nick has really been able to kind of make some hay in that second and third round the last couple of years.
Now you've put me in a bind because, as we discussed earlier, I'm very short-sighted. I want what I want, and I want it now. And I throw caution to the wind and always want to trade up.
Yeah.
But then, and again, that's not thinking about the long-term future over the next 2 or 3 years. But I can't even think about the short-term future. If I want to trade up tonight, that means I get less excitement tomorrow.
Probably. Yeah, because probably they'd have to give up. I would get, depending on how far you got to go.
Yeah. They could end up, if they want to be really aggressive, they might have to give up number 38 overall.
Maybe, yeah.
To get somewhere. And but who knows, Sean? I could die in a tractor accident sometime after the draft tonight, and so who cares? I just want my excitement now.
You're good at looking things up quick. Don't do it now. Wait for the break. But do we know how far the Jimmy Johnson trade chart says that 38 could turn 28 into? Like what the value of that is? Do we know?
I know it certainly wasn't enough to go up to number 10 overall. When we discussed the trade earlier that the Giants had made with the Bengals.
Yeah. That's right. Probably maybe into the teens somewhere. I really want to keep those 2-2s, man. I really do. All right, so let's do this here. We have 2 mock drafts. One with a trade up, one with a trade back. This will probably not be the last mock draft we touch on the show today because it's draft day. The first trade-up mock draft, Seth, is Peter Schrager.
Texans are this fun young team.
That's right, and they still are. They're not as young as they used to be, but I would say they're a fun, kind of seasoned team now. They're right in that. They're in their prime. They're in their sweet spot. But Peter Schrager, and he does his draft he's one of these guys that kind of does it based on things he's hearing and whatnot. Yeah.
By the way, probably based on the draft chart, it'd be up to like 12 or 13, but that's maybe a little unrealistic.
Yeah.
That they could trade up to 12 or 13 if they package in that number 38. It gets the math starts to break down as you get up in the first half of the draft. So I would think it would be like the number 38 pick plus something else.
Plus like a day 3 pick maybe next year or something like that. A sweetener. All right, so here Peter Schrager has the Texans trading up. There has been a trade. The Texans have traded the 28th overall pick and the 69th overall pick. That's the Texans' third rounder right now. It's actually the Giants' third round pick they got in the Jackson Dart trade last year to the Carolina Panthers. So the Texans move up 9 spots from 28 to 19, giving up their third round pick in the process. And with the 19th pick in the Peter Schrager mock draft, the Houston Texans select Blake Miller. They can't escape
Blake Miller. Why can't we not escape Blake Miller?
They cannot escape Blake Miller. People saw this mock draft yesterday, Seth, Texan fans. They were not happy with this.
Well, this is the problem, is that as much as people are mocking Blake Miller to the Texans, I feel like it's almost a guarantee that it won't be Blake Miller just because the Texans don't leak information like this. And for everybody, it's kind of like how the consensus opinion was that the Texans weren't going to draft C.J. Stroud because that's what everybody else is saying. So I think people have put zero thought into this, and they're just saying Blake Miller because they've seen a lot of other people say Blake Miller.
Yeah, he's probably – man, I really miss – when Drew Doherty would do the legwork of taking like 50 mock drafts, and he would give us sort of what's the consensus or is there a consensus for the Texans. If I had to guess, if Drew Doherty, who used to work for the Texans – now he's a teacher over at Strake Jesuit, doing a tremendous job over there.
Yeah.
If he were to still do that exercise, the mock draft compilation that he would do, if I had to guess, I would guess Blake Miller is the one that's been most mocked to the Houston Texans.
Well, and what Drew learned over time was that exercise seemed to do a pretty good job of predicting which position they were going to take.
That's right.
So that's the part that gets interesting is, okay, whether it's Blake Miller or Chase Bisontis. Chase Bisontis is actually the guy most recently who's been he's been mocked to the Texans most frequently.
Yeah.
And it's still not a huge, majority or anything. But it is a lot of offensive linemen.
Yep.
So I think the most mocked positions have been offensive line in general and defensive tackle specifically.
Yep.
Personally, I think if they stay in the first round, it's most likely to be an edge rusher at this point. That's my suspicion.
Yep. I would not be in favor of trading up to draft Blake Miller. I think there's a bunch of good offensive linemen that you can hang at 20, hang around at 28. That Nick's done such a good job on day 2 that I'm really hesitant to give up day 2 picks to move up to get a guy who I think might be there at 28 when they're picking,
Yeah, that's where you get nervous when so many mock drafts have had the Texans taking him at 28 that you're going to move up to get him. The part that it gives me some pause with Blake Miller is just that consistently you see people say that, okay, he plays a little too upright, he's not that strong. One of the anonymous scouts was he'll get thrown down a lot because he's a little tight in the hips. He's tough, not the strongest, but he works at it. So the toughness side, we know the Texans like tough players. And he's played a bunch. He's played through injuries. He's very dependable.
Okay.
So on does he have STDs? The smart, tough, dependable acronym that D'Amico used yesterday.
Right. Yeah, no,
in his press conference this week. He talked about smart, tough, dependable.
Right.
He's smart, yes. He's tough, yes. He's dependable.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
He moves really well for a guy who's as big as he is.
Yep.
There's just some questions about just how strong is his core, what's his overall strength. As you know, I really shy away from saying things like, well, in an NFL weight room, he'll be such and such and such.
I went to Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool if you went to, like, Hobart College.
Right.
But, yeah,
right.
He went to Clemson. He's been there for 5 years, and he's been on their dining plan.
Yeah.
It's not as easy for me to say, well, he just needs some time in an NFL weight room. As if also the guy who's tough and dependable, was he not working out hard enough? Was that the problem? It might just be that he's not that strong.
Could be. All right,
if S stood for strong instead of smart, then you don't necessarily feel as good about it.
He's just TD. He's not STD.
But he seems to be a hell of a guy. Like, he's got all those swarm-worthy traits.
That's true. Yeah, hell of a guy. He's STD HOG.
Hell of a guy, not like in normal society standards, but for what the Texans are looking for.
He seems
to be a football.
Yeah.
He seems to love football.
STD HOG. He's an STD hog, is what he is.
Yeah.
Okay, the mock draft where the Texans trade down, this is courtesy of Matt Miller, also of ESPN, whereas Peter Schrager is more of a reporter, newsbreaker guy. Matt Miller is a draft expert. He has the Texans trading out of the first round with the Arizona Cardinals, and he's not alone. We've seen this one, and the reasons are plenty. The Texans have traded out of the first round the last 2 years. The Cardinals are a team that they're comfortable doing business with, obviously. They did the Will Anderson trade with the Cardinals a couple of years ago. The Cardinals would be moving up to draft Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama, so this would be a similar situation to last year when Jackson Dart slipped all the way to 25 and the Texans were open for business with the Giants. Miller does say that if the Texans stay put, he doesn't have a pick. So sorry, Ben, no sounder here because it's just a one-round draft and the Texans trade out of that one round. But he does mention to keep an eye on Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State, and Rutledge, the kid out of Georgia Tech, who John Harris actually floated the idea of him at center yesterday.
Yeah, Rutledge. And I was on a podcast yesterday. Trying to think of the name of it. I can't remember. But it was a gambling podcast, and we were talking about Kalen Rutledge and the fact that if you go back and look at where he was going in mock drafts back in January, it was 4th or 5th round. But then through a combination of the Senior Bowl and off-season workouts and the Combine and everything else, he's ascended up into a guy that's going in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
But he's also that guy, like there are every year with offensive linemen. Chase Basantis is one of these. You see so many people saying things like, well, he's a 2nd rounder, but a lot of teams really like him. He could slip into the 1st round. Then I almost start feeling like, okay, he's going in the 1st round.
Yeah.
Like when that many people supposedly like a 2nd rounder, then that means that they're probably then a lot of people have got it wrong on him going in the 2nd round.
We call this the Titus Howard syndrome.
Yeah.
It was Titus back in the day.
Yeah, that was the first. So Titus had a different draft profile than Chase Basantis in a lot of ways, but that dynamic of, man, sure are a lot of people saying like, you never know, he could go in the 1st round.
Yep.
You see enough people start to say that, and okay, there's probably teams that really actually like him as a 1st rounder.
Yeah. No, different players, same smoke.
Yeah.
It's the same dynamic.
Titus was a lot more like Iannachor in some respects.
Yeah.
Just because Iannachor never played football at all until college, but Titus Howard was a quarterback until he got to college.
And if you were to look at Titus Howard now and think that guy was a quarterback, I mean, he's a big big dude.
He didn't move. When did he move from quarterback? He moved to tight end in high school, right?
I don't remember.
And then he became
yeah, I don't remember. I don't recall. And I've asked him this before, and I still don't remember. All right, coming up next, we've got we'll circle back to the draft. We've been doing mock drafts this morning. I've got my bold predictions for the draft tonight. I've got 4 of them. We'll run them through the Seth Payne filter and see if he thinks I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs here. David Pollock joins us in about a half hour at about 8:25. Former Georgia Bulldog, All-American, was at ESPN for a number of years, still covers the college game. We'll get his thoughts on some of these draft prospects. We'll do that coming up later on in the 8 o'clock hour. Predictions coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers has been helping Houston Texans for over 30
FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
That draft party that night was one of the funnest nights as a Texan fan. Certainly one of the funnest non-game nights for a Texan fan. You know, it's hard to beat, like winning a playoff game or winning a big game in the division or whatever. But given how franchise-changing that was, and given really kind of, Seth, how it just sort of rocked the foundation of that very draft. Like the Texans doing that, I mean, that was the second and third picks, and the Will Anderson trade really set things off with a bang in that draft.
If you take yourself back to then, too, that was still in the infancy of D'Amico's tenure here, obviously. And there were a lot of questions that people had about whether Caserio and D'Amico were going to get along, or are they going to even draft a quarterback at all? They still very much had all of that dark cloud hanging over them of just what are the Texans doing and what kind of an organization are they going to be. And I think for a lot of people, whether those draft picks ended up working out or not, it just felt like, okay, this is a different version of the Texans. Because remember, for the previous 6 to 8 weeks, the national media had been prematurely hammering the Texans for not drafting a quarterback. Pundits were outraged that the Texans weren't going to draft the quarterback. What are they even doing? I can't believe it. And then they're going to fire D'Amico after 1 year. Like they were preemptively outraged over things they expected the Texans to do. So that part of it is, I do think, regardless of what they have or have not done since then, it's just been a night and day, a different type of organization in terms of how you feel, how they're perceived, all of those things. And there's still things that need to play out with C.J. Stroud, but it was a very clear pivot for the way I think fans felt about the organization and for the way they were going to operate. Yeah, and that they'd operate well together, Nick and D'Amico, and that Nick is viewed as a New England guy. I think D'Amico, if you have to label somebody, is probably viewed as a San Francisco guy. Coming up, having coached with Kyle Shanahan there for a number of years. And it's been really fun watching those two kind of blend together, where there's elements of each. I know every time a Patriot person walks in the building, still people are like, it's a Caserio guy, it's a New England guy. I get it, I understand it. The goal, actually, as I think about this, Seth, is that someday, maybe 10 or 15 years from now, when AI versions of us and our heads may be doing the show, who knows? But the hope is that 10 or 15 years from now, the other 31 NFL cities get mad when people off of the Texans tree get brought into their building. Oh, yeah. Nice. Where they're like, it's another Houston Texans guy. Yeah, oh, great. You won 5 Super Bowls over there, so you think it'll work here in Minnesota. That kind of thing. That's the goal. The goal is to become the franchise where everybody else is pissed. You want to be the team that other teams are being called a directional version of. Yeah. So Minnesota's trying to be Texans North. Right. Yes. The Chargers are trying to be Texans West. Yes. Something like that. Any compass direction attached to your logo that's success, is what that is. Okay, so I've got my 4 bold predictions that I did for the Houston Press, Seth. I'm going to bring them onto our radio show here and see what you think of these. One of them, and actually, Ben, can we get the Pelissero? Sorry, I should have put that in the rundown. If we got the Pelissero? Okay. Ben, come on. Anticipate what Sean meant to do better. No, that's on me. You know what it's like. He can't just do it for me any longer. It's got to be you, too. Both of us. Yeah. No, Ben. Ben, real quick. I'm going to make you multitask. When we first came in this morning at 6 a.m., when you told me my mic was hot, it sounded like you were out of breath. Had you sprinted in from something, or were you in the middle were you doing calisthenics? No. Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought maybe you're just breathless with excitement and anticipation. That's what I was going to say. I think the guy, it's draft day. Ben's as excited as anybody. See, look. Yeah.
I mean, Ben just can't contain.
Ben is a big can't wait guy.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain Ben Gary, all right, on draft day. So my bold predictions, I submitted this one yesterday. My editor over there will vouch for me that I submitted this first prediction before it became a report yesterday, or at least a rumor yesterday. I think Nick Caserio trades up in this draft, not trades back. And I know he's traded out of the first round the last couple of years. I thought you brought up an awesome scenario earlier in the show, as opposed to rooting for Ty Simpson to drop in the draft so the Texans could be open for business at 28, like they were for Jackson Dart at 25 last year, is to root for Ty Simpson to go off the board early. Yeah. So that there is no opportunity to trade out. You're either staying at 28, you're not going to ruin the draft party this year, Nicholas Caserio, young man, or you're moving up like Pendergast says you're going to do.
Because what happened last year was the Giants made an offer to the Texans that because the Giants were trading for a quarterback, teams tend to just they'll spend more to trade for a quarterback. They feel it's worth it. So they offered up a nice package for that pick.
Two third-round picks.
Yeah, hard for a guy like Nick Caserio to look at the difference in points and draft points attached to those picks and think and not take that. So I don't want him to be tempted.
Yeah,
you know, I want him to. I want him not to have an opportunity to make actually the best decision.
You are here for the first round juice.
I am here for short-term excitement.
Yep, you're here for a good time, a short time, and a long time. So I think Nick's going to trade up. And the reason I say that is not about any specific position. In fact, let's play Tom Pelissero, and I'll explain my thinking on this.
In the back half of round one, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Rhett, have started to make calls about moving up potentially into the middle of round one. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
Okay, so Pelissero is very specific there, and and obviously it sounds like he's hearing things. My thought was, Seth, that the more we hear about this draft, the more it feels like this week, the more we're hearing about there being way more teams wanting to move back or even out of the first round, like the Texans did last year, than wanting to move up because there's so much. It feels like it's this way with a lot of drafts, but that there's the annual equality between pick 14 through 45. They're all the same guy. Blah 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 blah. If that is true, I could see Caserio being a guy that would view that as some sort of market inefficiency where he can take advantage of it. If you got all these teams looking to move back, then theoretically the cost of moving up would be less than it would normally be.
Right, and I think the other part of it, too, is two interesting things there. We focus kind of on the prospects of the Texans moving up. I mean, I guess we just assume that Nick is open to moving back, but it is notable that Pelissero says the Texans have been making calls inquiring about moving back. I think a lot of those calls at this time of the draft are kind of exploratory. Nick has openly talked about this before. Yeah. You just start to get a feel for what teams would be willing to do, what they're thinking, where they are. So you start to get a feel for maybe when you might want to call a certain team during the draft. The interesting chatter right now to me is that I keep hearing a lot of people say they feel like there's going to be a run on offensive linemen early in the draft. And I don't think that means that the Texans would see one of the guys that they like that's all of a sudden going in and there's only a few offensive linemen on the board. I don't think Nick generally operates out of desperation like that.
No way.
What it might mean, though, is that if there's a run on offensive linemen early, that some of the edge rushers, there's going to be a group of edge rushers in the middle of the draft of the first round that they really like.
Yeah.
And they think, okay, if we want to go up and get, Keldrick Falk or Akeem Messidor or one of these guys, we've got a juicy band there in the mid to late teens that we can go up and get one of those guys. I think that's the most likely scenario right now. I think Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, I think that I'd have a real hard time just looking at the teams that are at the middle of the first round. It feels like there's enough teams there that really love their tight ends or need to replace an older tight end or what have you, that he's not going to fall past 15. But maybe one of those teams who wants Sadiq, once Sadiq is off the board, might say, all right, get Nick on the phone. We talked to him earlier about him potentially trading up.
Yep. That would be a pricey one, but it would be really fun to see. So I think they're going to, if I had to predict, and I am predicting, they trade up, not back in this first round. My other predictions, I think someone trades up for Jeremiah Love. And I'm looking at the TV in our studio right now, Seth, and on Get Up right now, literally the caption is, should Jeremiah Love be drafted number 3 by the Cardinals? There is so much smoke around Jeremiah Love going to the Cardinals all of a sudden right now that it feels like one of those things where the Cardinals may be trying to put a lot of that out there that, hey, we're going to take Jeremiah Love. I think there's some teams, I think the Titans at 4, I think the Giants at 5, I think the Commanders at 7 would all love to have Jeremiah Love on their team. Yeah. So I think whoever takes Jeremiah Love, I still think it'll be one of those teams, but I think whoever takes him is going to have moved up to go get him. That's how big the buzz is right now on Jeremiah Love.
I guess, and maybe one of the big X factors in all of this is that I think people have just they've gone and just assumed like the Jets have announced or something that they're going to draft Arvell Reese, and I feel like there might be way more to either the Jets trading or them not actually. Maybe they the big thing is that they canceled their meeting with David Bally, the other edge rusher,
Texas Tech. Yep.
Yeah, so people think that okay, they totally love Arvell Reese. If there's a trade for 3 with the Cardinals for somebody that wants to get Love, it might not come until right after the Jets pick, just to be sure they know what the Jets are doing.
Yes. Yeah. It happened when it's like it happened with Will Anderson Jr. 3 years ago with the Cardinals picking 3rd. So I think,
and there's still room that the Jets, it might not be an edge rusher at all, or the Jets themselves might trade out of it.
Or maybe if people are buying into what Arizona's saying, but somebody wants Love bad enough,
they'll trade with the Jets.
Trade with the Jets. You got to move up to 2.
Which that's where I am with the Jets. If you're the Jets, I feel like, man, you're in a good spot to just
keep getting picks,
benefit from all of this Jeremiah Love buzz,
absolutely,
and maybe just get you could have 3 picks in the first round.
Yeah, no question. So I think whoever takes Jeremiah Love will have moved up to go get him. That's my number 2 prediction. Number 3, I think Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech, is going to be a first-rounder. I think he's going to be a late first-rounder. You see a lot of mocks with him going to the Cowboys who are looking for kind of that defensive leader, that their defense was bad last year. They're looking, I think, to reset the culture on that side of the ball. Hell, we saw a mock yesterday that had the Texans taking him at 28.
That's you know what? We'll ask we should ask
David Pollock.
David Pollock about that, because I feel like he's one of those guys that there's always the guys that go in the first round and immediately the fan base is upset because they could have gotten this guy later. He's in the second round, when in reality we don't know what teams' draft boards look like. And I feel like Rodriguez is one of those guys where there might be a lot of teams that have him basically as a top 30 guy, but when he goes there on draft day, because the mock drafts don't have him there, people are upset. Why did you take him there? He would have been available later on. No, you just don't know that.
Nope. So I think
you gotta talk me through this tomorrow, because that's the comment post draft that I hate most of all. When people assume that they know what everybody else's draft board was. Why did you draft him there when you totally could have drafted him one round later? How do you know that? You don't know that.
Please don't let the Texans take one of those guys.
That's what I'm hoping. Yeah. The only thing I really hope for in this draft.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to address those questions.
Oh, please don't take a guy who was mocked. His average consensus mock draft slot was 49 or something like that. Yeah. It'd take him 28.
Jacob Rodriguez, the whole thing about Jacob Rodriguez that's intriguing to me is that some of the negatives on some of his scouting reports are things that I think I do totally trust D'Amico Ryans to assess whether this is something that's very coachable and he can get it out of him versus, okay, is this more of an issue? Just some of the things with some of the play recognition and misdirection and things like that, some of his lapses in coverage. Does D'Amico think, oh, wait, no, that's easily correctable, or, oh, no, this is something that makes me nervous?
Yep. Number 4, my last prediction, I think there's going to be 4 Ohio State guys, Seth, in the top 8 picks in this draft. 4 in the top 8. Which you wonder why Ryan Day is under pressure to win the national championship every year. It's because you recruit and develop guys excellent in an excellent fashion.
It's one of those sneaky, scary things about being really good at recruiting.
Right.
Is that you better do something with those incredible recruits, or people are going to wonder why. They'll go hire somebody else who doesn't recruit as well to come to do a better job than you were doing with these guys that you did recruit well.
That's exactly right. So the four guys I'm referring to You mentioned one of them, Arvell Reese, who is being forecast to be a top 3 pick, the edge rusher out of Ohio State. Sonny Styles, the linebacker, who a lot of teams really like. Again, he'd be another guy, leader of your defense sort of thing. Carnell Tate, the wide receiver, who a lot of people.
What were you saying? Where were you saying for Sonny Styles?
Linebacker.
As far as the actual. Okay, I thought you were talking about him as a Texans pick.
No. These are. I said my prediction is 4 Ohio State guys go in the top 8 in the draft. Yeah, so I'm just saying who they are. Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Carnell Tate, the wide receiver, who is widely believed to be headed to the Browns at 6, and because they need wide receiver help badly. And then Caleb Downs is the one that's sort of the wild card here. He might be the best player out of the 4 of them, but he plays safety, and it's not a premium position.
Okay, how much are you reading into? There are a couple of reports that say that the Giants, who have Sonny Styles going to them, he's mocked a lot to the Giants, that the Giants are actually out on Sonny Styles. Do you think that's smoke put out there by the Giants to try to scare people off or something?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's. I don't think they're off of Sonny Styles. I don't believe it.
I saw Rich Eisen's name attached to one of those reports, but I don't. You never know how people are misframing whatever they say.
That would be strange at this late process. But I think 4 of them go in the top 8. These Ohio State kids. All right, and then maybe a 5th one goes later in the first round to the Texans with Caden McDonald. Who knows? All right, David Pollock, All-American at Georgia, first-round pick of the Bengals back in 2005. Of course, we've seen him for years on ESPN. He's got his own YouTube show now, See Ball, Get Ball. He's going to join us next. We'll talk to him about some of these prospects that the Texans could be kicking tires on. David Pollock joins us here on Payne and Pendergast coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't like calling for people's jobs.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We're efforting David Pollock, college football expert, former All-American at Georgia. As soon as we have him, we'll chat some NFL draft with him. In the meantime, we can mix in a few of the the hotline's ringing right now, so I'm not going to mix in these texts quite yet. We'll talk to David Pollock first about the NFL draft, and as soon as Ben gets him queued up there. All right, we got him? Oh, good deal. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne here on a draft day edition of the show, and it's a pleasure right now to talk to our next guest. He is a college football expert. He's a former three-time All-American at the University of Georgia, first-round pick of the Cincinnati Bengals back in 2005. Seen him on ESPN for years and years, and he's got his own YouTube channel, See Ball, Get Ball, right now. Also has a book either coming out or out already. We'll find that out right now from David Pollock, who joins us on the show.
How the hell do you write a book?
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, David Pollock.
It's a lot of work, man.
This is too much.
It's funny you say that. It's probably the hardest thing I've ever done. To be a defensive lineman and write a book without pictures, it's really difficult. I mean, so it definitely I understand exactly what you say when you say that.
Oh, you got to actually sit down for extended periods of time to do that. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Yeah, as a defensive, you know that one of the best character traits for a defensive lineman is to have undiagnosed ADHD. And so kudos to you that you can manage to have an actual job. Yeah, and then actually write a book too.
That's exactly right. Undiagnosed. Mine's diagnosed. It's just unmedicated, which is the same thing.
It's got more juice that way.
That's exactly why you say see ball, get ball too. When we started the pod, and my buddy was like, how are you not calling it see ball, get ball? Like, you talk about being dumb and being a defensive lineman. Ball moves, you go get it. Like, why would you not call it see ball, get ball? I was like, that's a really good point. So, no, it definitely takes some special intelligence to play defense. Y'all know that.
Yeah,
it's a different type of intelligence.
Yeah, that's right. David Pollock joining us on the show. All right, let's get into some of these prospects then, David, because as you know, the Texans, one of the best defenses in football. They love Georgia guys. We love Kamari Lassiter. You're a Georgia guy. There's a few names on the board for the Texans, I know, that could be there at 28 that they've been a few of them have been mocked to the Texans in some of these mock drafts, specifically Christian Miller and C.J. Allen, the linebacker. Give us the David Pollock thumbnail sketch on both of these guys from being around the team.
Well, I can tell you this. C.J. Allen is made of everything you would ever want. Like, he'll immediately walk in a room with Will and those guys and absolutely fit the mold of what you want to be and what D'Amico is. Like, who he is, what he wants to be. The dude is made of all the right stuff. One of the most intelligent, one of the most, just everything about, like, you want him to marry your daughter. Like, he's got all of the right stuff, man. Everything inside that chest is really, really awesome. Got the football character, got the smarts. Everyone listened to CJ, and everyone does what CJ tells them to do. And his 40 was a big deal the other day, like running in the 4.4s, because he looks like he's a little bit more old school of a linebacker and a little bit thicker, and he's got some weight to him. But he also can run sideline to sideline. You know, he's just made of all the right stuff. So that would be a pick that immediately, when you say Lassiter and you say your locker room, like in the defense and the way y'all hunt, he'd be perfect. Christian Miller too. He's a guy that you put in the middle. He came in as a pup, and I remember he kind of was figuring it out, and then you started to see he was a pup that liked to bite. And that's what you want, right? If they'll bite young, they'll bite when they're old. Mm-hmm. And you watched him continue to develop, continue to work on his hands, getting off blocks, being more disruptive, growing as a pass rusher. But when you think about, the Texans, when I think about the Texans, I think about interior, right? Offensive line and defensive line. Those are the areas probably where you're saying the biggest needs are. Christian Miller, Caden McDonald, Peter Woods. Those are guys that all obviously are going to be talked about in you guys' range, because 28, it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing to be picking 28 now and not way in the top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, the one other area that we talk probably a lot more about this locally than nationally is that at edge rusher right now, David, they don't have a couple of the veterans in Derek Barnett and Danico Autry that they had last year. They were a huge part of their edge rush. And I'm wondering, as we get these reports that maybe the Texans are going to trade up, of the edge rushers that might be there in the middle of the first round, was it Keldrick Falk or Messidor or T.J. Parker? Which one of those guys do you think most fits what the way the Texans operate?
I would think Messidor would be great. And I think Messidor would be great for a couple of reasons. One, he's big, strong, powerful. He could play on the edge, but he could also be bumped inside. So if you wanted to do some sub packages and you put him on the field as well with your other two terrors coming off the edge, like it could be really, really hard to stop and to be a pain in your butt. But he's also, you know who his coach was in Miami, right? Jason Taylor. Mm-hmm. And you watch Messidor, you watch Bain, and you see exactly why. Like they're not guys that just rush the passer. Like Falk is a big, strong dude that's going to get there, but Messidor is a big, strong dude that's pretty quick that has a plan. And if his plan gets taken away, my job as a pass rusher, man, is like, I'm going to beat you with my first move. But if you overreact, I'm going to beat you with a counter. I need one really good pass rush move and one really good counter. And I think that's what's impressive about Messidor, the ability to be able to do that, to be able to counter, to use multiple different moves, to see it as I'm approaching it, to know how to use my hands. So I would say Messidor would be the guy that I would want to go up. If I'm going to trade up, he's the guy I'd want to go get.
You know what? And I should have asked this immediately when we were talking about defensive linemen and our ADHD. Caden Proctor is a guy that intrigues me so much because he's an offensive lineman where I feel like back in the old days when people had more of an appetite for 360-pound nose tackles, it feels like everything that I'm hearing about him and reading about him, people wouldn't worry about it as much if you were a defensive tackle. But as an offensive lineman where they want guys who are a little bit more like bookish, I guess. What is it about Caden Proctor that seems to be scaring people off, but they don't want to put it in print?
Well, if you watch the first game of the season, you got all you need. Yeah. I mean, literally, the first game of the season against Florida State, and I know his weight was a talked about issue, but he was, I think, close to, when you're flirting or anywhere near 400 pounds, that's a lot. I'm not a dietitian, but that ain't good. And when you're getting beat and you look slow, that's a part of it. And then the weight, he literally has talked about this a lot, and he started to shed pounds during the season. And y'all know this, you don't do that very often. Like, you're not usually cutting a bunch of weight during football season. You usually do that in the off season. So I think you worry that he didn't cut weight in the off season and get where he needed to get, but you see the athletic ability, obviously. I mean, that's a given. When you're taking direct snaps at 350 plus pounds and running the football and you're catching screens, I mean, come on, man. Like, You've got some athletic gifts. And so you can see the traits. They're absolutely there. And he's definitely a guy that is one of those guys that you say he's a freak. Like, he's a freak athlete, but needs to get the discipline, structure part, and the weight managed because, you know how it is. You're going to get fined otherwise. Like, you're going to start paying for that in the future.
David Pollock is joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. David, it feels like, draft day this morning, the biggest story feels like it's Jeremiah Love, and could he go to the Cardinals at 3? Where could he go? Is he going to be the highest drafted running back since Saquon, et cetera? I'm definitely curious where Jeremiah Love is on your big board, and also just what are your thoughts on a running back and the position value there with Jeremiah Love?
Well, we got two outliers this year, and that's Sonny Styles and Jeremiah Love. Like, linebackers, inside linebackers and running backs, their value in the NFL are not going up, they're going down, right? Like, I can find a guy in the second round to play that position. Jacob Rodriguez is one of the best in the country, right? Like, I can get him in the second round. I can get him later. So to get him that high, that means one thing, they're aliens. That's what that means, right? Like, they have to be so much better than everybody else at that position. And Jeremiah Love's a freak, man. Like, you think about what he can do with the football in his hands. You think about his football character. You think about what he can do split out in the slot as well. You think about, just the juice that he'll bring to an offense. I don't think there's any way he gets out of the top 5. And that's saying something, because that means I'm spending a lot of money on somebody when a lot of times I don't have to. And so you got to have so much of a superpower, and he does with his speed. He does with his elusiveness. He does with his ability to catch the football out of the backfield. So I think Jeremiah Love's floor is in the top 5. That's how good of a player I think he is.
Where do you think Jadarian Price, his teammate, ends up going?
Man, I love Jadarian Price. I mean, he is. If you watch him play, and I know he's not the biggest, but I would argue he's got some of the best feel for the running back spot that you'll see. Like, he understands holes. He feels people near his bodies and just quickly will, chop or swim and just doesn't get tackled very often in the open field. So I think he's a guy that's probably going to go in the second round because, again, you got a bunch of guys like Washington and, Jonah and a bunch of guys down the road that are going to be those. And what do running backs look like nowadays, by the way? They're 5'9", 220 clones, right? Like they're bowling balls. Like that's what they all look like. And that's why, Jeremiah Love's a little bit of an outlier because he's a little bit longer, but he's got obviously that speed and still got the quickness. But I love Jadarian Price. I love his game. I think he's going to be an absolute great back. Again, the position and the value, I'm not taking him probably in the first round when I've got all these other things that, that are going to demand the big check. And so I want the fifth year on a wide receiver. I want the fifth year on a pass rusher. I want the fifth year on those guys, cornerbacks, quarterbacks, not a fifth year that I'm really, really worried about paying a running back down the road.
We're speaking with David Pollock, who wrote a freaking book, Every Day Counts, so you can check him out there. But also, earlier, David, we were talking about how one of my biggest pet peeves the day after the draft of the first round is I hate hearing people say, I can't believe this team drafted this guy here when they could have gotten him around later. Because nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly what these teams' draft boards look like. So I'm doing this for my own mental health tomorrow. If the Texans take a player at number 28, who's a guy that people are just continue to put in the second or third round, but you suspect might actually be in the top 30 of a lot of other teams?
Have y'all talked about Lawrence from UCF at all or USF at all?
Yeah.
That's the name.
I was going to mention his name as a guy that the Texans might trade up for.
Seth typed his name next to this question.
Good job. Good job, David.
Well,
Let's see why you wrote a book.
Well, yeah. Hey, it was in the book. You should have read it. But I think that, listen, we're all masters of this draft thing after the fact. We've all got all the answers after the fact. It's just such a hard thing to do, right? Like there's so many ifs, ands, or buts. You know what I love, guys, the most? I love that we actually have that we took that 10 minutes away, and now it's like 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So there's less time between picks. That's freaking fantastic. Like, I love that. Like, listen, if you haven't been doing this board for a year and you're not doing the scenarios of if, ands, or buts and everybody coming off, like, I think the trades are the things that always make it bananas. It always makes it fun. We never know what they're going to do. There's several teams with 2 first-round picks, like the Jets, like the Browns, like the Cowboys, like, that could change things and make this very, very different. The Ty Simpson dynamic, like, does he go in the first round and who's going to trade up? Somebody's going to take him in the first round. Like, there's no doubt. Like, somebody's going to want that fifth-year option. So, the thing that's most beneficial to me about this draft for the Texans, I don't think you need edge players or wide receivers early. I don't think y'all are looking for that. Those are the 2 positions that are going to fly off the board early. Like, they're going to fly off the board, and then the tackles are going to fly off the board. Well, you guys need – you could use a tackle too, I'm sure, but like guard to get D tackles, like D tackles, there's not going to be a D tackle drafted in the top 20. Maybe the first one's at 28, So I think the draft set up pretty well for, your position of needs to go down to you guys, I think, where you'll be in a good spot at 28 to pick a really, really good football player that's going to address a big need for you guys. And obviously – to me, I watch, and what I've seen is the offense, they need the most help probably on that side of the ball. And I think you'll have plenty of guys with Proctor or Pregnon or Basantis or Max from Arizona. Like, all these guys are going to be there, and I think there can be immediate starters for you guys in the interior.
I'm still freaked out. You said Malachi Lawrence when I'm looking. I feel like I'm at the Shin Lim show again with the card trick or something.
I wrote it down on our show prep
Dave
right
Pollock
underneath the
says
question
it, I'm
that
looking
I asked
at it.
you.
Yeah.
I went to davidpollock.com, clicked on the Amazon link, and I just bought the Everyday Counts book.
Nice.
So there you go.
Thank you. You're the one. Thank you. I appreciate that, man.
Do you get push notifications?
You know what else defensive linemen are really good at? They're good at cheating. So I saw it on your paper. I saw Malachi and I cheated.
There you go. There you go. I love that. So we now know you can get the book on Amazon because Seth just bought it. Every Day Counts is the book. See Ball, Get Ball is his podcast and YouTube stream. David Pollock, a college football expert. David, love the energy, man. Really appreciate you making time. Hope we get to do it again with you.
Absolutely. Y'all have a great day, man. Thank you for buying the book, too, brother.
Yep. Thanks, David Pollock. He's thanking you for buying the book.
I bought the audio book. So just to be clear.
I bought Art of War yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I did. Yeah. That was for those who don't know. Seth is assigning me books to read now.
Yeah, we're slowly turning this sports show into a book club.
To a library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna start talking like NPR hosts.
Yeah, that'll go well.
Sean, how did you feel
That is
about Sun Tzu?
That is how they sound.
Yeah, they're like under instructions to keep the decibel level lower or something.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to do it. All right. That was David Pollock. He was excellent. All right. Coming up next, top of the hour, I'm going to do, people are requesting that we do a mock draft. I've got the PFF mock draft simulator open.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to do one during the break, and we'll do mine at 9 o'clock here. But up next, Jerry is going to Jerry. Jerry is going to Jerry every time, and we're talking about Jerry Jones.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. We'll get to that coming up next.
Oh, boy. You know what? Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth going to Trajan. Trajan Wealth is going to do the...
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I enjoyed David Pollock. That was a good conversation. I like his energy, Seth.
I do too.
He's got a
I'm
big
gonna
energy.
start listening to his book this afternoon.
Oh, good.
Try to take a walk, get my mind right.
There you go. Yeah, Every Day Counts is the name of his book, and Seth just bought it off of Amazon. He's got an interesting life story. His football story, he sustained a really serious neck injury. He was a first-round pick of the Bengals back in the day. He was an awesome college football player. Like, he's one of those guys that you see these all-time lists of college football players. Like, he was a 3-time All-American at Georgia in the SEC, and then sustained a neck injury and only played 3 seasons in the NFL, but has made a really, really nice career for himself as a broadcaster since leaving playing football.
What if I get into his book and it's like I can tell 3 pages in and that it's some kind of manifesto?
Even better. Ken will really have something to talk
And let me
about.
tell you something else about the computer chip they put in my brain. Yeah.
So that was good. If you missed the interview, really, I thought some really good insight on some of the prospects that I think are in the mix for the Texans.
Well, and Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher, is an interesting one because he is this classic guy where, man, a lot of people seem to think the teams might be higher on him than you think. So don't be fooled by the mock drafts.
Yes.
There seems to be a good chance that he ends up going in the first round.
He's starting to go in the late first round in some of these now. I think people are picking up on that dynamic. That people.
Well, John Harris likes him a lot too.
Loves him.
John brought him up long before the buzz started in on him. I think a couple months ago we talked to John and he brought up Malachi Lawrence as a sneaky, enticing prospect for the Texans.
All right, top of the hour, we're going to do our own mock draft on the air. We're going to use the PFF mock draft simulator, and we're going to do the Texans' first 4 picks. We're going to do the Payne and Pendergast mock, and you're going to hear it live on the air. We're going to talk our way through this. This was Adam Schefter yesterday. The Cowboys had their pre-draft press conference yesterday. The most newsworthy thing was Bill Clinton showed up in the middle of it. Just walked in. In walks Bill Clinton, former president.
It was like one of the weirdest things. Let's go across the aisle, and Johnny Manziel having George H.W. Bush at his pro day.
Yeah,
it was one of the strangest ex-president pop-ins we've seen. Where George H.W. Bush at the Johnny Manziel pro day, and then Bill Clinton showing up at the pre-draft press conference for the Cowboys.
Well, and the Manziel thing was before AI became a thing. Like when you see Clinton walk in, you're like, oh, I could totally see somebody creating an AI video.
If you had to choose an ex-president to make a Jerry Jones joke, yeah, Clinton's the guy.
Yes, yes. So that was strange. The most football newsworthy thing that happened was that the Cowboys, it appears, are doing nothing with George Pickens on this franchise tag, which is par for the course.
Which is weird because Ian Rappaport the other day said that the Cowboys are more proactive on these things these days.
You know what? Now that you mention it, this was Adam.
As the Cowboys were signing a guy that they had to transition tag to re-sign.
By definition, they were.
Rappaport is claiming that this is just yet another instance of them being more proactive on stuff like this.
Here's how proactive they are. Here's Adam Schefter saying the Cowboys are doing nothing with George Pickens on the franchise tag. Right?
Well, they're nowhere with George Pickens right now. Nowhere with George Pickens. They are not really talking about an extension. They're not close to an extension. They're not getting a deal done at this point in time. He's on the franchise tag. That situation is just sitting out there. And the Cowboys are said to really like Jordan Tyson. So it's just one more subplot in a draft filled with them entering Thursday night.
George Pickens seems like the kind of guy that's totally cool with being left out in the lurch. I would imagine that George Pickens is probably kind of like, hey, if it happens, it happens.
Hey,
You know, people attach too much importance to things like this.
Right.
Now, if it were another...
He was available from the Steelers for just a third-round pick from the Cowboys because he was too nice. He was too accommodating.
People were worried that he wasn't...
He's a little too accommodating. Let's trade him for a third-round pick.
If it were another franchise, to be fair to Jerry Jones... if it were another franchise, I think you might just say, look, they're going to see what happens in the draft. and then maybe they're going to be more open to trading George Pickens or something. It's still relatively early in the it's not relatively early, but there's still time. It's just that the Cowboys have this history of kicking the can down the road further and further and further that it just feels so Cowboys.
For that level of player, that's who they do it. Like what Rappaport, I'm sure, was hoping people thought he was referring to when he said, here are the proactive Cowboys again, is they do sign their sort of mid-tier guys to deals. They do get those, the Jake Fergusons of the world and Trayvon Diggs back in the day and whatnot. And Trayvon Diggs probably a little above that, but that not super-duper star player. The super-duper star players are the ones they tend to piss off. Like CeeDee Lamb, they waited forever. Micah Parsons, they had to get him up and out of there eventually.
And then Jerry will come in. And this is where, again, if you have reservations about the Texans signing Will Anderson as early as they did, it's that the problem with Jerry and his process is he waits and waits and waits, and then he complains that they don't have enough cap space to sign all these high-priced guys, when all of the guys he's talking about he could have had under contract to the point where it would be $20 million less per year than when he's finally deciding to pay them. Yeah. He's trying to – this is the problem with Jerry is when it comes to renegotiations with his own players, he's trying way too hard to win it. And there's not a give and a take there. He wants to win this thing as opposed to having a two-sided give and take of, okay, what would you like? This is what our reservations are, and figuring something out. Yep. He's trying to win it, and he ends up losing. Everybody ends up losing except for the player that goes off to the Packers to get $46 million a year.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The Cowboys definitely end up losing for sure, and I think that's all Cowboy fans care about. All right, 9 o'clock hour coming up. Man, it's flying by today. I love draft day. Draft is tonight, 6 p.m., Texans All Access, and then 7 o'clock, draft coverage begins out at the draft party. If you're going out to the draft party, shout out to y'all. Enjoy it out there tonight. I'll be on my sofa eating food and sitting and waiting for the 28th pick in the draft, or maybe not. We'll see. The biggest rumor for the Texans, we'll reset that. And also, Seth and I are going to do the actual Payne and Pendergast mock draft live on the air using the PFF simulator coming up next.
Hey, I'll tell you what, it's draft day, and there's
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to do a mock draft simulator here on the show. Live mock draft on the air. We've had texts from people, Seth, saying, hey, you guys play these mock draft injections from other people. Are you guys going to do a mock draft? Unfortunately, we live in an age where we've got the technology to do this if we want to. We can do the old mockaroo. The computer can be the other 31 teams.
You can do it with pen and paper, so
no, but you can do it quickly without.
Okay.
Yeah. No, you can have somebody. You can have a computer. You can have a computer pick for all the other teams, and then we'll pick for the Texans. So I'm using the PFF mock draft simulator. So I've got it set right now at fast, so it's going to quickly fill in the 27 picks. So I'm not going to be able to read off all the picks. I'll just be able to tell you, Seth, who the top 4 or 5 are on the board.
The juiciest guys.
Give
me some juicy fellas.
That's right. That's what we want. That's what the draft is all about. Juicy fellas. Do we want care for – there's settings for this. So do we want teams to care for positional value in this mock draft? In other words, like maybe Jeremiah Love slips a little bit or safeties slip a little bit, or do the teams in this draft not care really about positional value?
No, we want them to care about positional value.
We do, okay.
Because otherwise,
Okay, so I'll put that a little closer to
I know
more.
that Jeremiah Love is going to break the bank a little bit, but other than that, we care about it.
So I'm not putting it at an extreme more, but I'm skewing it towards that end. Do we want teams drafting for need? More or less?
Well, every single GM in the history of GMs claims they don't draft for need,
I know.
and yet, boy, it sure does seem like a lot of teams do. So, let's have them draft for need.
Okay, so I'll set that to a little bit on the more side as well. And then how much randomness do we want built in? A ton of randomness or very little randomness?
How stupid are people these days?
Yeah, it's a good
Pretty
question.
Stupid. Wait, is this an era of human history? Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay.
So they're pretty dumb. Let's make it more random.
Okay, so these settings, which default to being more on the less side, we've got set at skewing towards more for positional value.
Yeah, let's have a wild and wacky one.
Wild and wacky. It's the Payne and Pendergast Wild and Wacky mock draft. It's an annual tradition now. 9 o'clock draft day. Every year we're going to do this. All right, here we go. We are entering the draft room. They are loading it up, and I am clicking Start Draft. And they're filling up. The slots are filling quick. We're all the way to 20. Now we're getting to 20. Here we go. All right. Players that went right off the board before us. Oh, good news. Blake Miller is off the board.
So we don't have to worry about it. The Texans seemed every mock drafter seems to draft Blake Miller to the Texans,
Dude,
but not this one.
You want some random? Caleb Downs slipped all the way to 24.
That's positional stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
We probably went too aggressive on
Maybe
that
a little.
side of
You know
things.
what? I can reset it if you want me to.
No.
A little more realistic. Okay. Okay. These are the 5 best players on the board. C.J. Allen, linebacker, Georgia. Cassius Howell, edge rusher, Texas A&M. Caden Proctor, tackle, Alabama. Caden McDonald, defensive.
This went real random.
Defensive lineman, Ohio State.
This is the thing. If Caden Proctor has fallen all the way to 28, then the questions about his ability to manage his weight or his just anything else that there is questionable about him, that it seems to be real, at least in the minds of teams. And I don't think the Texans are going to be the team that says we can fix him right. When it comes to that type of stuff. Yep. So I think
you think he might not even be on their board. Proctor.
Yeah. I think that they had him in for a visit and everything. Yep. But they might have just wanted to. So maybe they love him, maybe they don't like him at all. Okay. I think there's a chance he's not on their board, but I could see why they would take him. He's an incredibly gifted talent. Okay, so I think at this point, boy, Cassius Howell or Caden McDonald.
Caden McDonald is who we're taking.
Tackle.
All right, with the 28th pick in the Payne and Pendergast Wild and Wacky mock, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive lineman, Ohio State. The pick is in. All right, here we go, Seth. And we got a grade of A- on that pick.
Okay.
Oh, damn. I forgot to set it for multiple rounds.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
All right.
There's our pick, Caden McDonald. Just
Caden
like every
McDonald.
the defensive tackle that goes most frequently to the Texans is Caden McDonald.
Caden
so
McDonald.
we succumb to the groupthink. And the computer overlords. And we went with Caden McDonald. Cassius Howell is an interesting one, though, the edge rusher out of A&M. I think the edge rushers are really interesting because there's a bunch of enticing. There's 7 or 8 enticing edge rushers that could go anywhere from. It wouldn't surprise me if some of them went early 3rd round or late 1st round, and I think some of it just comes down to the individual preference and scheme of the guys of the teams that are drafted.
All right, I've got it set for multiple rounds, and I took Caden McDonald again. So here's who's on the board. Cassius Howell just went off the board to the Giants at 37. Here's who's on the board. Top 5 players on the board at 38. Avion Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson. Maxi Onachor is still there at 38. Caleb Banks is there at 38.
The defensive tackle.
From Florida, who's got a foot issue. Colton Hood, the cornerback out of Tennessee. So 2 corners. And then Caleb Lomu is still there, the tackle out of Utah. So you got 2 good offensive tackles on the board.
I think Maxi Onachor is my pick. This is your turn. Go ahead.
Oh,
Or
are we
do you want
taking
me to do
turns?
it?
Yeah, no, you do. Yeah,
Okay, I'll make the argument for Maxianichor.
Okay.
This is exactly where you would want to take a guy that's very raw and needs some refinement, given where the Texans are right now. Nick always asks, okay, what's his role on the team?
Yeah.
And I think when you've got Ariante Ursary entrenched at left tackle, you've got 2 veteran right tackles, and then you draft a guy in the second round who's new to football but very gifted physically and has a lot of potential. He just needs refinement. You stick him in the shop with Cole Popovich for a couple of years. I like this spot a lot for Maxianichor.
You like Ionichor better than Caleb Lomu out of Utah?
Yeah.
Yes, as a tackle.
And again, because for one, I'm betting on the upside of Ionichor.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right, with the 38th pick in the Payne and Pendergast Wild and Wacky mock draft, Sean and Seth, I would have taken Ionichor too, Seth. Take Max Ionichor, tackle out of Arizona State. All right, we're all the way down to pick 59 now for the Texans. Guess who's still on the board? Ty Simpson is still on the board in this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But guess who else is on the board, Seth? Malachi Lawrence.
Oh, really?
Edge
Take
rusher.
him now. I don't need to hear anybody else.
You
Malachi
don't want to
Lawrence.
hear Jennings Dunker out of Iowa with the ginger mullet going on right
Yeah, no, that's too early for Jennings Dunker. The mullet has served him. People are weighting the mullet way too heavily on Jennings Dunker.
Seth is running the card up to the commissioner. I want you guys to picture Seth Payne with a card in his hand, running it up to hand to Goodell to run out onto the stage. And with the 59th overall pick, Houston Texans select Malachi Lawrence, edge rusher out of Central Florida. Boy, this is a draft of dummies, the other 31 teams. We're killing it in this mock draft right now. Ty Simpson is still on the board in the 3rd round in this draft. Okay.
That's really rad. Now, look, it's possible.
Hey,
And,
Shador dropped all the way to the 5th round last
right,
year.
yeah. And it's how many drafts? I saw the stat the other day. The number of drafts in the last 20 years where there's only been one quarterback selected.
In the 1st round?
In the 1st round, yeah. It's
Kenny Pickett a few years ago.
Yeah,
That was
and I think that might be the only one over a long stretch of time.
Sure.
But it's really hard to believe, and we were talking about this the other day. Ever since they changed the rules to getting that extra 5th-year option for the 1st-round picks, that's where people, even if they're not really hot on a quarterback, they like the idea of taking a guy late in the 1st round. So if it works out, then you've got that 1 extra year of control, and it's worth it that much. And I feel like there's going to be somebody that wants to take a flyer on Ty Simpson, and he goes at the end of the 1st round.
All right, so here are the other names at 69 right now. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
Getting a lot of buzz.
Yeah.
Joshua Josephs is an edge rusher from Tennessee. Josiah Trotter, linebacker, Missouri. And Mike Washington, running back, Arkansas.
Oh, some Arkansanians are going to be really
4.33 40 at the combine.
It seems to be like this running back. I don't want to call them commodities or anything. But right now, go through the names again.
Ty Simpson, we'll put him aside. Jake Golday, linebacker, Cincinnati. Joshua Josephs, edge rusher, Tennessee. Josiah Trotter, linebacker, Mizzou, and Mike Washington, running back, Arkansas.
I think I'm gonna choose between Golday and Trotter.
Okay, so you're taking a linebacker here.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out. It's Jeremiah Trotter's son, right? So there's
is it really? Yeah, I didn't thought about that.
He is.
So he's got good genes.
Yeah, yeah, which is exactly how you should be choosing
for sure.
Your draft.
You do it like racehorses. Yes.
I think that I gotta go with. I've watched more Golday. That's why I'm trying not to be biased about this. I think there's more. Golday's intriguing because he's a bigger guy, but there was a convert from a defensive lineman, and there's a lot of things that need to be either coached into him or maybe he doesn't have it.
So he's like a bizarro Petrie. Petrie went from safety to a sort of a hybrid linebacker. This guy went from being a big dude to being a linebacker. Yeah.
So I almost might just go with this. I might just base it purely on like raw athleticism, and Golday's got more raw athleticism, or at least the measurable athleticism and upside. So I'll go with Jake Golday. All
right, with the 69th overall pick in the Payne and Pendergast Wild and Wacky mock draft, Payne and Pendergast select Jake Golday. All right, here we go, Seth. So it spits out a grade. It's analyzing our draft. It's grading our draft.
How are we doing?
What do you think our overall grade was on our mock draft?
Probably A++.
Not A++. No, not quite.
A, though?
A-.
Oh, okay.
A-. We got an A- for the Caden McDonald pick. We got an A- for the Ianachor pick, which I feel is, that's a really good pick at 38. B+ for Malachi Lawrence at 59.
No, because that's where, again, Malachi Lawrence is a guy that's talked about as, hey, he might go in the first round, but also based on the various different people's grades, he's not necessarily really high up there on the power rankings.
Yeah. That's the Lawrence is a willing. Okay, a lot of people love this exercise, by the way, where the text page is just flying right now. Sounds like there's a lot of really good edge rushers in this draft.
Yeah,
there are.
There's a lot of and they're all kind of tightly. I don't want to say tightly packed. There's multiple guys that look like, oh yeah, slam dunk first half of the second round. That makes sense. And then it's just a matter of, okay, where are teams really on them? And they've probably got a few of those guys rated higher. Some of them have them rated lower. But there's a lot of viable options, guys that you can get excited about, whether you took them with pick 28 or if you pick them later on.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets interesting for the Texans, because there's also a lot of people thinking that offensive line is going to fly off the board, so that by the time you get down towards the back half of the first round, a lot of those edge rushers, there's 4 or 5 guys that you could feel comfortable drafting in the first round.
Yep.
That's when I think the Texans might start thinking about trading up and getting one of them.
Yep. Let's see. People weighing in on the base power text line. Simpson and Price, I think they mean Jadarian Price, are both going in the top 25. I don't think Jadarian Price is going in the top 25, but it wouldn't shock me if Seattle took him with the last pick of the first round.
Yeah.
Given that they just let Kenneth Walker III leave in free agency, I could see them wanting a cheaper option at running back.
This is the thing about, I think Simpson goes at the end of the first round, but I think it's 25 or later, because I think Simpson, I don't think there's a single team that's in love with Simpson. And I think that they are intrigued by him, but if they've got the option of taking somebody else in the top 20, for instance, they're going to go with somebody that can help their team more immediately. So if I had to, let's say if I had to just handicap it, it makes more sense that it would be late in the first round.
Yeah.
So what did that texter say?
He
in
said
the top 25?
Top 25, yeah.
I would put the over-under on 25, and I would take the over.
The over, later in the first round. Yeah. So we got an overall grade of A-, Seth. We're basically a two-headed GM is what we are.
I feel like we were helped out, though, by amping up the randomness there. So there were a lot more prospects. We were able to draft a lot of prospects that were higher than wherever they are on the power. They were higher on the power rankings than where they were.
Should I screen grab this and send it to Nick and say, here's the answers to the test? You're welcome. That basically, like, Seth and I did your job for you.
Do that.
I'm just gonna screen grab it and text it to him and say, here you go.
Does it show who was available before and after our picks? Is it like the whole printout? He's going to be interested in that.
Yeah, he will. No, it just gives the grades of our picks.
Okay.
So, anyways, the biggest rumor going right now in the draft is this with the Texans at least. Is this from Tom Pelissero?
In the back half of round 1, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Rhett, have started to make calls about moving up potentially into the middle of round 1. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
Mm-hmm. So defensive line help, which could mean edge, and it could mean defensive tackle.
By the way, with Josiah Trotter, I said son of Jeremiah Trotter. Obviously, he's his brother. Not I don't know why I said son.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
How old is Jeremiah? Jeremiah Trotter's an older.
He has a son that plays for the Eagles, I think, doesn't he?
Jeremiah Trotter? Yeah.
That's what it is. No, never mind. Yep.
Maybe there's a Jeremiah Trotter.
He's the younger brother
Jr.
of Jeremiah Trotter, the current Eagles linebacker.
Gotcha. We're both sons of the Patriots.
They're all related.
Yeah. They all have the same last name.
Thanks, Ben.
When Pelissero says defensive lineman there, it could mean tackle, it could mean edge. Your preference is edge if they're moving significantly high up to go get somebody. It sounds like from what you've said today.
Unless they go up for Caden McDonald. But again, I think that one thing that a lot of the mock drafters are missing when they look at the Texans depth chart is that they don't realize that the Texans are deeper at defensive tackle right now in terms of guys who you'd feel good about starting than they are at defensive end. But then on that defensive line as well, they play 8 guys on a Sunday, and that right now they don't have as much of a pass rushing presence with that third defensive end that they did last year. Without Derek Barnett, without Danico Autry, I think there's a real good chance that they'd like to bring in a young guy. Because remember, too, that when Will Anderson's contract kicks in 2028, they're probably not going to be able to afford Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
So you'd love to have a younger guy on his rookie contract still, because you'll also, by that point, Derek Stingley's contract will have kicked in. The Jalen Petry's contract will have kicked in. Everybody else.
Well, and I think that the same dynamic exists at cornerback, as you just said. I think they could, where you're talking about them taking an edge rusher, and there's the now and there's the future, and Danielle's really expensive. If they draft a cornerback kind of high too, maybe that's a tell for what they see at the future at that position, which is maybe they think they can't keep 2 $30 million cornerbacks out there.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think it was Texans Jacob on X, and hopefully I'm not misrepresenting what he was saying, but I think that when somebody brought up the prospect of the Texans trading up for a defensive end, that he didn't want to give up that much for a guy that's only going to play 30 or 40% of the snaps. I'm cool with that, just because that is part of the strength of the way the Texans operate, is that they rotate and keep guys fresh. So you're just constantly putting pressure on those offensive linemen. And as Matt Burke calls it, he wants them throwing fastballs all the time. So I don't mind drafting a defensive end in the first round, even if he's going to be a rotational player, because it's that valuable to the way this Texans defense operates.
Yep. All right, coming up next, we're going to stick with the draft. We'll be draft heavy the rest of the show. Spoiler alert. These are the 6 teams to watch tonight, and here's why. We will tell you who those teams are coming up next. But what's day? Thursday. So tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's my men's T clinic day. Very excited about that. I go to the men's T clinic every Friday. Get that test.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, on a what is it? Thursday. Thursday it is.
Thursday, Sean. It's draft day.
Draft day Thursday. Yes. Thank you, Ben and Seth. The teams to watch tonight, other than the Texans, I think the Texans, just based on the Pelissero report, have become an interesting team for people around the draft, probably because they know how much Nick Caserio likes to move around. It seems like there's going to be a lot of maneuvering in the first round of this draft from what the rumor mill is saying.
It's weird. I've seen some of the pundits say they expect it to be very active. Adam Schefter said that he didn't think there'd be a lot of movement because so many teams want to move down. So however you jibe that together in your mind, Schefter gets out over his skis.
He does.
Thinking,
he does. I guess his thinking would be, well, if everybody wants to do the same thing, then nothing's going to happen.
Gridlock.
Yeah, gridlock. The teams to watch, though, to me are, other than the Texans, are these 6 teams. The Jets, the Giants, the Browns, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, and the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Why am I picking those teams? What do they all have in common? They've all got 2 first-round picks in the draft. Yeah. We know what that life is like. The Texans had that for a few years in a row.
If it were a more talent-laden draft, then you might really think, oh, wow, some of these teams are really going to want to just load up and move up in the draft.
Yes.
But because it's not seen as a particularly strong draft, you wonder if they might say, well, listen, we don't really love any of these guys, so we'll just we want to draft as many of them as possible and see what shakes out.
Yeah, the lack of great quarterbacks or potentially great quarterbacks in this draft, I think, is what is going to cause some gridlock. You know, a lot of the maneuvering you see oftentimes, especially teams with multiple first-round picks.
Yeah.
Now, the most interesting one to me out of these teams with multiple first-round picks is the Dallas Cowboys. They've got pick 12 and pick 20, and I feel like Jerry is a wild card, and that the Texans moved up from 12 to 20 to get Will Anderson. Mm-hmm. And in doing so, they gave up the 33rd overall pick in that same draft, and they gave up a first-round pick the following draft. How high could the 20th pick in the draft, plus, they've got extra picks from the Micah trade, I think, next year, too, or maybe not. But how high could the Cowboys move with the 20th overall selection as the collateral to move them up from 12? That's the most interesting thing to me. Could they, the Texans moved from 12 to 3 to get Will Anderson. Could the Cowboys try to move up from 12 to 3 to get Jeremiah Love? That would be an out-of-nowhere kind of thing, and that would be a very Jerry Jones type of move.
Jerry Jones will not shut up about the 1990s Cowboys teams, and those teams had one Emmitt Smith on them. So does he feel like – and, really since Elliott, they haven't really, spent aggressively trying to figure out how to get that guy there. And Jeremiah Love, I think, would be I could see them doing that.
I could definitely see them doing that.
I almost feels like, and this is where it gets dangerous because you've got nothing but scenarios to play out in your mind, and I've all but convinced myself that teams are going to go against the grain of what we've seen for years and years and years, where the rule is, man, you're an idiot if you spend too heavily in the draft on a running back. There's always exceptions, and I think that the environment's changed enough that, man, the running game is really coming back into vogue in the NFL.
Yep.
And defenses are just not set up to stop the run all that well because they've been so focused on stopping the pass for years. Last year we saw NFL teams run more than they have in decades. And it feels right that Love's the kind of prospect where somebody's going to be aggressive and try to get up to number 3 overall and pick him.
There's nothing he's not good at. I mean, he's a 3-down back. He was one of the best blockers on the team at Notre Dame. Like, oftentimes when they'd run that QB keeper, especially with Riley Leonard, they didn't do it as much with C.J. Carr. But Jeremiah Love would be the one leading the quarterback through the hole, like down in the goal line formations. Like, he's a good pass protector. He's an excellent pass catcher, like a dynamic pass catcher out of the backfield. He's big. He's strong. He's had multiple 90-plus yard touchdown runs. There's nothing he's not spectacular at.
And if you take the position out of it, if you don't think running back or edge rusher or whatever it might be, Teams are divided right now on David Bally and Arvell Reese. It's not like there's a consensus, oh, yeah, slam dunk, this is the number 2 pass rusher in the league. And that's going to be super interesting, though, is that number 3 overall pick, depending on what the Jets do, it's not just Jeremiah Love that teams might be interested in, obviously.
Yep.
So that's why the chance of the number 3 pick being traded is, I would say, probably the highest of the top 5.
Of those 5, that's a good take.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Giants are super interesting, too, with 5 and with 10 because of the Dexter Lawrence trade.
Yeah, so the Giants and a lot of teams, people have them taking Sonny Styles, but there's other reports out there that, no, they don't actually like Sonny Styles.
They may get 2 cracks at him. He might be available at 10 also, you know.
Are you maybe I just haven't read enough or seen enough. It seems like most people just don't think the Jets are going to move at all, and they're definitely going to take a pass rusher at number 2.
I've only seen them taking pass rushers at 2. Now it's flipped back and forth between Bailey and Reese.
Yeah, the bettors are evenly split right now, and one of the things that people are looking at is the fact that the Jets canceled their top 30 interview with David Bally. But that could sometimes that's because they already know what they need to know and they actually love the guy.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that it's going to be Arvell Reese just because they canceled their meeting with David Bally.
Yep, we'll know in 9 hours and 30 minutes thereabouts what's going to go down. Quick text and then we'll hit the phones. Someone says on the base power text line, when Proctor came in for his 30 visit, the Texans just put a box of donuts in front of him and left him alone in the room to see if he'd eat them.
They do that test they do with kids where they did this study, Sean. I don't know if you've ever seen this, where they take some kids and they say, hey, I think it's something like, hey, here's some candy, but if you wait 10 minutes, we'll give you more candy. If you wait 10 minutes and don't eat that candy, we'll give you more candy. So then they leave the room. The kids that grab the candy first, who don't delay gratification, tend to not do, on average, as well academically and in life as the kids that at an early age understand, like, I'm going to wait 10 minutes, and then I'm going to get 2 pieces of
more
candy.
Yeah. Compounding
might just be
interest.
the kids that end up being more successful in life also just don't like candy all that much.
That's true.
You know, there's that possibility.
Diabetic.
Yeah. There's other things you can draw from it, but I think that, there's certainly that chance. Yeah.
That would be great. Big box of Shipleys. All right, see you later, Caden.
Caden, listen, we're only going to draft you if you don't eat these Shipley's donuts.
Oh, wow, the guy looks like Homer Simpson.
In the box is empty.
He's got crumbs in his beard. Oh, my God. Draft party is tonight out right near Discovery Green there on the Avenidas, right by the George R. Brown Convention Center. I know this guy will be out there. Hello, Larry and Stafford. What's going on?
What's going on, son? Seth, it's finally here, man. It's draft day. Hey, Seth, on leaving those kids in there with the candy, didn't Willy Wonka do that same thing in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Kind of.
Told them not to eat all that blueberries or whatever, man. So
that's what they should.
Look,
I would have done that with Mike Vrabel before I hired him. I would have left him in a room with an attractive reporter for 10 minutes.
Hey, we all know Mike has those tendencies, man. But you know what? Hey, that's New England's problem, man. But look here, fellas. Look, you know, the 2017 draft, y'all know how important that was to me when we went and got a quarterback. And that 2023 draft, when they did that back-to-back with C.J. and Will, man, everything about that draft just was about as exciting of a night that I've ever had as a Texan fan. And now here we are sitting, having gone through all the things that we went through to get to this point where this team can actually go into the draft and do whatever the hell they want because they had actually positioned themselves with all the free agent moves they've done and everything with the offensive line that they can just go in there and just really, really just pick and choose exactly what they want to do. And I hope like hell they move up because if they can move up, and y'all know I'm on that Kenyon Sadiq train, man, but if they move up anywhere between 18 and 19 and he's sitting there, man, this is the thing that makes me excited because if you look at their roster right now, there's 2 positions that I think they're going to focus on heavily, and that's going to be that tight end room because they need some more talent in there, and the DBs, because they can always use DBs, man. And I know that they're going to go out there and get the defensive linemen and the D tackles and all that, because D'Amico's specialty is making dudes that aren't projected to be really good very good. So I'm excited about tonight. I can't wait to see all my friends out there tonight, man, and really go out there and just have a good time. And I think Nick owes us one, man. Move up, Nick. You know you want to, man, because there's some dudes in that draft we'll all like to see in our hall.
All right, thanks, Larry. Yeah, it'll be interesting if Nick trades out of the first round again.
Yeah.
2 years in a row.
I think, and people largely, I think at this point, I don't sense a whole bunch of disappointment from the fan base when he trades out. I think they just, it's almost a running joke now with the fan base that, okay, look, you guys have drafted pretty damn well over the last few years.
Yeah.
You're going to do what you're going to do. And you're never super emotionally attached to guys that are going at the end of the first round anyway.
No.
But I would like it if he does trade up, that if he comes in his opening statement says, I felt I owed it to the fans.
That would be great. And, that would be no chance. But that would be, he'll joke about, you know what? I bet he jokes. He'll joke about it. Yep, he will joke about it for sure. I actually put out a poll. I'm going to save this for the final segment. I put up a poll yesterday on what people think Nick will do with the pick tonight. Either move up, stay at 28, or trade back. I'll have the results. I'll let Seth take a swing at this and see what he thinks the people think Nick is going to do in the draft. And just a little perspective as we head out in the final segment. The 28th pick, the 38th pick, a little look at history. Do we get too worked up about these picks sometimes? What does history, recent history, with 28 and 38 tell us about these picks? We will go through that exercise as well. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next. But you know what this draft is, actually?
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
I don't know if the draft party pops like that tonight, but it's going to be a whole lot of fun out there. So we mentioned this earlier in the previous segment, Seth. I put up a poll yesterday and asked Texan fans, what do you think Nick Caserio will do with the 28th overall pick in tonight's draft? Not what he should do. I don't want your opinion. I want your prediction. What will he do? And three choices, obviously. Trade up, stay at the pick, or trade back. What do you think the winner was?
Oh boy, I like there's a high floor on the prospect of trading back.
Yeah.
But I like the high ceiling of trading up. I think that most people said trading back. The most votes were for trading back.
That is correct.
Okay, I think that 44% of people said that.
No, it's way more, actually.
Oh, okay.
67%, two-thirds of the people think he's going to trade back. Trade up got almost 22%. The lowest is people thinking he's going to stay and pick at 28. Most people think he's going to do something tonight.
No, and I think that's the thing. Because Nick likes to trade, there's something about when you're sitting there at the back end of the first round, two things happen. One is that you just get a lot of deals thrown at you. So somewhere along the way, somebody's going to throw something up that he likes, whether it's moving back or moving up, that makes really good sense from the points, value, and all of that. And the second is that because of the nature of this year's draft, it just seems more likely that, he talks about getting into bands of players to where there's a group of guys that are kind of similarly graded. You like to get into that area of the draft. Because it's not a real high graded draft, it's probably harder to predict exactly when guys are going to go, where they're going to go in the draft, that those bands are going to emerge, either ahead of them or behind them. And I would be very, very surprised if they pick at number 28.
Yeah, I would too. I'm with the crowd there. My prediction is he's going to move up. That was my bold prediction. He's going to move up in this draft. And it wasn't based on Pelissero's report. It was just my feeling if there's a lot of people trying to move back, I think Nick is the type of guy who might see that as an opportunity to move up more inexpensively than you would be able to in a normal year.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of teams trying to move down, the supply and demand is on your side if you're looking to be one of those teams moving up. I feel strongly about, though, Seth. Based on the history of the 28th overall pick, I just want him to move the hell off this pick. If we're just going to base it on names that have been taken 28th the last several years. Are you ready for these?
Yeah, I'm ready. I want give me some hot 28 action.
Well, it's hard. Ty. Okay, that could go any number of ways. Tyleik Williams of the Lions. I don't even know. He was taken 28th by the Lions last year. He's a rookie. He's got 1 year in. Xavier Worthy was a 28th pick a couple of years ago by the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that he's done some nice things for the Chiefs. I don't know if he's lived up to what they've hoped for. Miles Murphy to the Bengals.
Oh yeah.
Devontae Wyatt to the Packers. 28th.
I'm just going to keep humming along. I know it. Yeah.
Peyton Turner, your adopted son back in 2021. Remember you adopted Peyton Turner out of the University of Houston. It's not, he's been injured a lot. Patrick Queen. Okay, Patrick Queen, good player.
That one worked out.
Yeah, for the Ravens.
Classic Hay, and he went,
And he got a good second contract with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Jerry Tillery, Notre Dame guy, journeyman. Terrell Edmonds, drafted by the Steelers. I believe it might be on the Bills now, I think.
Yeah.
Taco Charlton.
Oh, they got to trade the hell out of this number 28.
Taco Charlton, baby.
What the hell's going on here?
Joshua Garrett to the 49ers in 2016. I don't even know who he is.
Don't worry, everybody. We're about to get to a really enticing one right here.
Laken Tomlinson.
You didn't even have to spend a number 28 pick on him, and you got him.
Laken Tomlinson in 2015. He was a first-round pick. How about this one? Remember Kelvin Benjamin? The rare chunky wide receiver? The rare wide receiver that came in fat to a training camp? Like, literally looked fat, not like a Jalen Strong thing.
He looked like a tight end who needed to be converted to offensive
That's 100%. They talked about that, yeah. Sylvester Williams, 2013. Nick Perry, 2012. Ooh, Mark Ingram. Texans
let's
legend.
cut it off at Mark Ingram, because
Okay.
Mark Ingram had himself a really nice career.
Okay.
Also ended up being a Houston Texan. And a little bit below him, Eric Wood also. Eric Wood.
Joe Staley. Okay, Joe Staley's had a good career.
Yeah.
Oh, Mercedes.
Now, listen, everybody. We get the point. Yeah, it's number 28. It's very
You don't
dicey
know.
how much that guy's going to really work out
Yeah,
for
you don't know. I actually looked at the list at number 69.
Yeah.
There's better players at number 69 than there are at 28.
Well, no, and I think that is honestly where, when Nick says they don't organize their board based on rounds, they've just got them all stacked up. And I think sometimes it's kind of arbitrary when you think about the difference between a late first-round pick and an early second-round pick. But people just attach a certain expectation to, hey, he's a first-round pick. And that doesn't jibe with just what your expectation. It's not all that much different than your expectations of a high second-round pick. So you can see, though, GMs succumb to that at times, too.
Yeah.
Partly because they know they can get a 5-year contract out of a first-round pick.
Yep.
But that's where, when Nick, who's very analytically minded on draft night and is just thinking about points and positioning and all of that, it's hard to turn down an offer where you're going to get extra picks to just move back a few slots.
Yep.
Where your probability of getting a good player isn't all that much different.
And cheap labor is going to become more and more important to this team as they become more top-heavy salary cap-wise.
Yeah.
As they get more and more guys that they're paying 25, 30, 50, soon maybe 60 if CJ has a good year, million a year too, then you need those extra day 2 and day 3 picks to fill out special teams, fill out your depth chart, do it inexpensively.
The funny thing about number 38 overall is that you've got names that have worked out really well recently with the 38th pick overall that have actually done harm to the Texans.
Give them to
like Travion Henderson, Tavondre Sweat, Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle out of the Patriots.
These are very recent.
Beat the snot out of the Texans at various times.
Yep.
And then just a lot of other good players. Gross Matos, Cody Ford, the offensive lineman for the Bills. Who's a functioning NFL offensive lineman.
Yeah, which if you get one of those at 38, that's a good pick.
Manti Te'o.
Yeah. He was 38th, huh? Manti Te'o, yeah.
Well, he had to fight through a lot of personal tragedy.
He did. The
fact that he made it to the draft at all without getting bilked out of something. Was he at the draft? Was he one of the green room guys?
I doubt it. No,
I'm guessing by that point he was just trying to just stay the hell out of anybody.
He was not. I know what you're. I think everybody knows what you're referring to. The catfishing. He was not viewed as an elite NFL prospect either. Even if he didn't have the catfishing, he probably still would have been a second-round pick, I would guess.
Yeah.
A lot of people texting in, base power text line. Someone saying, okay, Sean, please shut up now.
I know. I was getting really annoyed.
28th. Sorry about that. Did you text in? Was that you texting?
It felt like I was doing a quarterly review or something, and my employer was bringing up all of the negatives.
You felt
no sandwiching of the criticism with compliments or anything.
You felt like I was putting you on a performance plan. Like this is our sit-down meeting, and I'm putting you on. Like you made all these picks at 28 or something like that.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, where did I get this T-shirt? If you're watching on the YouTube stream, we've had several people ask that today. I'm wearing the Nick Caserio sort of Obama meme hope T-shirt, except it says Caserio at the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Houston Stressens. My guy Sammy Franco sent it to me, and he's partnering with Houston Stressens. So I think if you go to Houston Stressens on Twitter, the information will be there. I think it's HoustonStressens.com, actually. You can go there and
is it a soft T-shirt?
It's nice. Yeah, the material's pretty good. It's not like the thinnest of thin, but it's not like burlap either. It's a very comfortable T-shirt. You could wear it to the draft party if you were outside.
I think I like a 60-40 cotton poly blend. That's a sweet spot for me.
Is it?
Yeah, it still feels like you're wearing a natural fiber shirt, but it's nice and comfy.
The really thin ones kind of hang too. They hang like you tend to.
Well, and just so frankly, too much nipple showage on those. I need people making eye contact with me, not staring at my nipples.
You've got lively nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Any kind of nipple showage I'm not comfortable with.
I get it, man. I'm the same way. Yeah. That's why I like the white T-shirts. They don't show up quite as much, you know?
No, it shows up more in a white tee.
Really?
Well, it depends. On a cotton tee, no. Stop it. No, I'm not going to look. No, I'm not looking. What the hell?
I just
I'm not comfortable with this at all. Now I got to make a report to HR.
Yeah. Well, I was doing it for the audience, you know. Get in the chat.
I don't care. Oh, is that what you're going to tell HR?
Yes.
Well, I was doing it for the audience.
That's exactly what I'm going to tell you. You think I'm going to tell them I was sexually harassing you? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell them I was doing it for the audience. It was
I didn't know. I can't control where Seth's eyes go.
My nipples were performative. That's what they were. So tonight, draft, 6 p.m., things get going with Texans All Access, and then essentially the John Harris show begins for the next 3 days. Johnny's the marathon man. The next 3 days.
Yeah, no, I honestly, this report that the Texans might trade up, or at least are making calls inquiring about trading up, I think the two things you need to watch when it comes to that is how quickly are offensive linemen going off the board, because that might mean that some of the prospects that the Texans like some of the edge rushers, might still be there. And when you get into the teens, that's when I think the Texans might really be interested in going up for an edge rusher. The other thing to watch is Ty Simpson. If Ty Simpson is still on the board, that's when I think Nick might be thinking about, hey, he's getting some calls about people that might want to trade up late in the first round to get Ty Simpson. If he's off the board somewhere, if some team gets feeling frisky and takes him off midway through the first round, then all of a sudden there's more enticing potentialities. Is that the word I would use?
Sure.
Is that a word?
Sure.
I don't know.
It is now.
And then the other one is Kenyon Sadiq. So I think there's a lot of teams in the mid-round that would love to take a crack at Kenyon Sadiq. That just kind of matches where they are with their personnel, what they like to do in their offense. As soon as Kenyon Sadiq comes off the board, a team like Minnesota or a team like the Lions might say, well, Sadiq was who we really wanted. Now we're thinking about trading back out of this now. And they might trade with the Texans at that point.
those are good ones to watch. That'll be a tricky balancing act for Nick. If indeed he's thinking of moving up, but we know he loves moving back, is the whole wow, the player we want is right there. I've got a trade partner ready to go, but Ty Simpson is still on the board.
Yeah.
You know, the opportunity to trade out that'll be a tricky one, man. That'll be a tricky needle to thread for Nick Caserio, but that's what makes this fun tonight for the Texans and for you guys listening out there.
The other guy, too, is there's very few prospects in this draft that have huge off-the-field concerns or anything, or personality issues that mean they might slide. The medical issues for the guys in the first round aren't all that great. But Caden Proctor is the one guy where I think you could see him sliding for various concerns over the consistency of his play or his weight management issues. That guy, if he slides all the way down to 28 or wherever the Texans are, my gut tells me, all right, if enough other teams are concerned about these off-field type things with Caden Proctor, or just his weight management, which is kind of that's a combined off-field, on-field thing.
I think so.
That the Texans probably aren't in on him either.
Yes.
And yet they're going to be intrigued by just how athletic he is, just how freakishly big and strong. The combination of size and athleticism is rare with this
There's
guy.
A prediction for you. If the Texans draft Caden Proctor, it'll be as a result of a trade up. Right? Because if he falls all the way to them at 28, to your point, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, that it was just too much. There's too many other teams above the Texans that also care a lot about the football character side of things.
Yeah. But if he gets to 14 or 15, that's still a sweet spot where they might feel good about him there.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, they might feel like that's a good value. They had him in on a top 30.
They did.
So, I'm guessing. Okay, what if you found out that he was able to lose all that weight in season because he started in on Ozempic?
I don't know. Okay, because he started I don't know.
I feel like my question there would be like, okay, cool, he did what it took to get it done, but we don't have a whole lot of history of, okay, how does Ozempic affect athletic performance, or durability, or injury potential, or anything like that?
Or keeping the weight off long term, you know? So, all right, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Cross-talking with the fellas, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, but the fellas are not in studio today. They are out at the Chevron, I believe, the LPGA event here in town this week. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing pretty well. Is something else happening? The Chevron Championship.
The Chevron Championship. The Astros are off today, so nothing there. Rockets are off till tomorrow.
That's correct.
That's about it.
I mean, I feel like my calendar is pretty free here.
Yeah. All right, so power rank your top 10 women golfers in this event today.
John Lopez. You're the golf man.
Hey Siri.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, it's a cool event.
No, we're excited for the NFL draft. Honestly, you mentioned how it's a big day. It's the John Harris Invitational of
Yes.
sorts.
Yeah.
We decided to make it even longer for him. He'll join us at noon today.
Oh, cool. Okay, good. Yeah, we had Johnny on yesterday, so that's good.
Right.
Yes,
So we wanted to kind of cap off the lead up to the draft with the only dude that we would want to do that with, who's John Harris.
Hey, John, Seth brought this up earlier. We played the audio of Will Anderson talking about buying a speedboat.
Yeah,
He wants
fishing
to go
boat / speedboat.
Yeah. So what's the biggest boat that you would see on a lake like Lake Conroe?
Yeah.
Oh, you can go 24, 25 feet.
Okay.
If he wants to hit me up, Will, if you're still in town listening, I can give him 2 or 3 boats that are very versatile for fishing and freshwater, saltwater, all that stuff.
What are you
Well,
getting?
we
A
thought it was
commission?
interesting. So he said fishing boat, and then immediately after he said speedboat. So is he probably just talking about just a bigger, better fishing boat than he already has?
No, there's some hybrid boats out there that you can do both.
Yeah.
Maybe a walkthrough or something like that. Some of those center console
I don't want to
ones
be
are.
water skiing while somebody else also has a line.
Well,
out for tuna.
not literally at the same time.
Why
Yeah,
not?
okay.
I would like to water ski and fish.
Right.
Like guys,
That's some
casting
fast
casts
fishing
behind me as I'm water skiing.
Yeah.
That's some fast fishing right there.
Seth
No
wanted
doubt.
to plunk down an 80-foot yacht in Lake Conroe, and I told him that might not
that
work.
wouldn't.
It was a Viking something or other for.
Oh, the Vikings are. Well, you're talking $2-3 million.
Right.
$6.9 million.
he
the one
can
I'm
swing
looking at,
He can swing
for
it
a
now.
fishing boat. Yeah.
I can get Will Anderson in a very versatile boat for about $120,000
This
that would
feels
do
like a-
everything he ever wants to
This
do.
feels like a game show.
It feels like a used car lot.
It does a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
What do I have to do to get you in this boat today?
I can see this. Yeah, I can see this. So what's the question of the day, boys?
Well, there is an NFL draft today.
Yeah,
I've heard. I've heard about this.
So let's brag and let's fall on the sword simultaneously.
Okay.
Who is the player you were most right about before an NFL draft and most wrong about?
Okay, I'll give you mine. Mine is easily Johnny Manziel. I still wear that one to this day. I wanted
Is that the right or the wrong?
I wanted the Texans to use the first pick in the draft on Johnny Manziel. I was standing on the table for it, and I was like, "Look, the Browns got him at 22," and it turns out he was an even bigger headache than even a 7th-round pick would have warranted. The part that I can remember, I've gotten so many things right through the years. They really all just blend together.
That's true.
I mean, I knew this would be a hard one for you.
No, you know what it was? It was sort of a 3-headed monster. It was that sequence of quarterbacks in the 2011 draft where Cam Newton was the first overall pick, and I thought Cam would be a good player. But in that draft,
like Jake Locker.
Jake Locker went 8th.
Yeah.
Blaine Gabbert went 10th. And Christian Ponder went 12th. And I'm like, these guys all suck. I watch a lot of college football. Jake Locker is not accurate and never will be, and he never was. Blaine Gabbert is a pretty boy with flowing locks out of the back of his helmet, who's soft. And then Christian Ponder, I think everybody knew Christian Ponder was going in like the middle of the 2nd round in every mock draft, and for some reason the Vikings took him at 12. I was like, these 3 guys are going to be terrible.
Sam Ponder. Yeah.
That's right. I always call
know who
him
you're
Christian
talking
Steele.
about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And J.J. Watt went 11th in that draft.
We were talking about this yesterday. That one's such a strong draft. It's probably the best draft that we've had in the last 30 years. And we had the question on whether or not it was the best draft. Like, it's coming up on possibly being one of the best drafts that we've ever seen in NFL history, the 2011 draft.
Yep.
Because you've got like 8 Hall of Famers in there.
That's right.
Well, both of mine were Texans. That the first 2 that came to mind. I'm interested to hear Seth's. And you mentioned J.J. Watt. I was doing the draft show with Mark Vandermeer for the 2011 draft, and so it wasn't just I was wrong about it. I wasn't completely wrong, but I was wrong about this. but I was wrong on probably one of the most listened to broadcasts of the year.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
I was one of the analysts, and when they drafted J.J. Watt, I was like, oh, man, this is really good. I just don't know what kind of pass rusher he's going to be. I know he's going to be really good. I know he's going to be really good against the run, and he's going to be a great guy, all this stuff, but I don't know about sacks. Well,
he managed. He did okay.
Suspect take on many levels. There, yeah, I bet he ran precise routes as a tight end. I bet.
That's right. The one I was right about, I continue to be right about. I was all, and you can go back and listen. I was all about Jalen Petrie from Baylor. I was all about that dude.
Yeah.
How about you, Seth?
My worst one by far, even though this didn't end up being my draft day thought, but was that I entertained Tyree Wilson being better than Will Anderson. For and I flipped on it the week before the draft. But the fact that I even had that opinion for as long as I did, I'm still ashamed of it. And so I don't even. It's just as bad as if I had held it on through draft night. The one I was most right about, and even way more right about it than I thought, was that Trevor Penning was a fraud.
Oh yes!
Oh yes! Oh yes!
I was astounded that NFL people thought that they fell for his BS act about being Joe Tough Guy, and he's just awful. He's an awful.
Not only were you right, it was like a month-long bit. It was you were just all in.
Well, because I talked to other defensive linemen about him. He's like the classic guy. You hate these guys who think they're tough. And it's college. It's fake college offensive line tough. He's beating up on a 235-pound MAC defensive lineman.
Yep.
Or, look at that. He pancaked a safety. But when it came to actually playing against actually strong physical guys like Will Anderson in the NFL, Will Anderson just destroyed him.
Yep.
He's awful. And the Saints and anybody else who entertained drafting him in the first round, idiots. Because he was just so obviously fake tough.
You nailed that one. You nailed that one.
He was the sixth offensive lineman for the worst offensive line in the league this year, the Chargers.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, boy.
All right, boys, we'll have a great show out there. Looking forward to it. Absolutely. Draft day is here, so keep it tuned not only to In the Loop, but the Drive and all the draft coverage tonight and throughout the weekend. This is just keep it tuned right here. That's the easiest thing to do. Seth, antibodies to you. Enjoy the draft tonight. Looking forward to breaking it down.
Antibodies to you. I'm going to go have my wife talk me out of buying this Viking fishing boat.
The voice of reason, Brandy Payne.
Yeah.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez, they're at the Chevron, Figgy Fig back here in studio. They are all collectively in the loop, and they start on a draft day edition now.
That's right. Happy draft day to you. Look, we've been counting down to this literally and figuratively for a very long time here, so excited for the NFL draft. Yeah, man. Yeah. Sometimes I do that yell and I'm just doing it.
No, you were doing it.
That one came from deep. I'm pretty sure that was around the corner from my gallbladders where that one came from. Excited for an NFL draft.
It was guttural.
Yes, that's a great word to use. I hope that you also have this same excitement that we have for the NFL draft. Hope springs eternal for a lot of NFL teams, and obviously the Texans pretty well situated here. No place that we'd rather be to talk the NFL draft than Memorial Park Golf Course for the Chevron Championship.
We had to get outside.
Yeah, we had to do it outside because this could not be contained.
I might run some laps.
I'd love to see that. I hope that you're not just saying that. I'm going to force you to run some laps around here with all the crazy looks out here at this golf course.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't like calling for people's jobs. I just want to go home and watch the Astros, and I want to see the best lineup that we got out there. I'm just disgusted with the approach to everyday baseball with these guys.
May not all be on the manager. I do think maybe there's a spark that's given if you make the move with Joe Espada.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys will not work out a long-term contract extension with receiver George Pickens this offseason. They franchised Pickens earlier in the offseason. So should Dallas take a receiver tonight in the NFL draft and either pick 12 or 20 in round one? In a word, no. The Cowboys have a chance to seriously contend this year. The offense is awesome. They need to spend both of those picks, 12 and 20, on defense. I'm Nick Costos.
What's good, y'all? I got questions. Look, do you have consistent joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back? Does the pain keep you from getting a good night's sleep? Are you missing work or saying no to activities that you enjoy? Do you want to avoid surgery and a long recovery? Are you at the end of your rope taking medications every day just to get through that day? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you're the kind of patient that QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every single day. And I'm talking about they help in a major way. Look, there's nothing more meaningful that you can do for yourself, your family, and your friends in finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you once again, especially heading into vacation season. Here, let me help you out. Today could be the day that you turn the corner and finally get that relief that you've been looking for. QC Kinetic treatments are easy. Done in the office, you go about your day, the consultation is free, so don't wait, call today. Trust me, it'll be the most meaningful thing that you do for yourself and the people who care about you the most. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress.
The best burgers in town and so much more. Check them out at Bex Prime online, bexprime.com.
Hello, friends. The greats are back in town. Join Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Annika Sorenstam, and more. Returning to the Woodlands, the Folds of Honor, Greats of Golf at the Insperity Invitational presented by United Healthcare. One day only, Saturday, May 9th. The Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. Get your tickets at InsperityInvitational.com. Be there.
At Kohl's, spring style starts with the season's best shoe sale and continues with 15% off the rest of your looks. But with great outfits from Kohl's, what happens next is unexpected. Strangers ask where you shop. The breeze feels like it's blowing just for you. Your kids post for photos willingly. Yep, great spring outfits can do that kind of thing. Find yours at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offers end April 26th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Colorectal cancer is rising, especially in people under 50. At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're transforming care to meet every patient's needs. Our new colorectal center brings together world-renowned experts in a healing environment, delivering innovative therapies designed to treat cancer and preserve quality of life. This is care that's only possible here. UTMD Anderson. We know cancer, inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
To see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do a show with Figgy Fig.
Yeah.
Best in the world at what he does, and I've always wanted to come in on the heels of the Thank you, Figgy. Yeah, we are not Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. No, we are not indeed. We are
ready to drop the bass, though.
We are.
That's it. Yeah. Those guys are having some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
And look, a lot of you guys are going to start conspiracy theories that we maneuvered behind the scenes and we actually got them booted off because Sean and I want to do 8 hours of radio a day.
We wanted to do 4 more hours.
That we want to own the entire day when it comes to Sports Radio 610. There's minimal truth to that.
Yeah. No, in this business, the best way to stay employed is just to never leave.
Never leave the damn studio.
If you just never leave, if you lock the studio, make sure nobody can get in, then you can keep doing radio.
So for those of you who missed the first 4 hours of our show this morning, don't worry. We're going to do the exact same show again.
Yeah, we ain't creating new
Just
content.
without any of the audio because we're not going to make Figgy try to get all of that. This is the kind. You know what? Honestly, this is the kind of thing that I would have nightmares about if I were a GM, especially during the COVID draft. If all of a sudden your computers go down or your internet goes out or something on draft night and the phone system isn't working, and you're screwed.
Okay,
what are you going to do?
If this were the Texans, the phone would be the big one because Nick would not be able to make trades. I feel like if his computer went out and let's pretend the big board is actually something that's done electronically. It's not some it's not stickers or magnets up on a whiteboard. And that went out, I feel like Nick's probably got pretty good recall. I feel like he'd be able to actually execute picking guys. It would be trades he wouldn't be able to do.
You know what, though? I always find this fascinating. It's immediately after the draft, we usually have a much better memory of exactly how things happen on the board than a lot of the GMs do.
Yeah.
Because everything's so fast and furious, and they probably field 20 calls before they actually make one move. That Nick, who's obviously knows what he's doing, a lot of times after the draft, he'll be like, yeah, I think we moved down to whatever, and then we did this, and then that team did that. Because they've got a lot more going on than we do when we're just sitting and waiting to see what happens.
True.
Yeah, I don't know. Without an actual big board in front of him and everything, it's probably pretty dicey.
Maybe. That's why he's got the James Lipforts of the world to walk over and get in his ear and just say, hey, man, you remember we had this guy here on the board. So, so the fellas are experiencing some technical issues. That's okay because we've got plenty to talk about. If you missed our show earlier today, the biggest rumor, the biggest probably newsworthy thing going on with the Texans right now, Seth, is that in a draft that does not have a ton of newsworthy stuff, admittedly, is that the Texans, according to Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, are looking to move up, possibly, to go get a defensive lineman, which you are extremely excited about, for those who missed our show.
I am, just because I feel like only people in Houston will bring up that, hey, by the way, you know what? They had a couple of really good backup defensive ends last year in Derek Barnett and Danico Autry, and those guys aren't on the team. Derek Barnett's still out there in free agency, so maybe he comes back depending on what happens in the draft. But the Texans rotate their defensive linemen. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter don't play every snap. D'Amico doesn't want them to. He wants them to be as fresh as possible. So right now, I think there's a lot of room to add an edge rusher. And maybe it's in the draft. Maybe it's one of the remaining free agents who are out there, Derek Barnett or Joey Bosa. Maybe they trade somewhere on down the line. But if they get – if the board plays out right and some of those edge rushers are there still in the mid-teens, like starting around 14, 15, 16, I think there's a better than average chance that they trade up and try to get one of those guys.
Yeah. Do you have any crushes in this draft?
Well, okay, when it comes to the edge rushers, I like Malachi Lawrence out of UCF a lot.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dicey too, because if the Texans trade up and let's say they draft Malachi Lawrence, a lot of people are going to be saying, "What the hell? They could have gotten him in the second round." I'm not so sure about that. I've heard enough buzz about teams liking Malachi Lawrence or like John Harris or various other people that follow the draft closely. Makes me feel like he's probably a lot higher on some teams' boards than on others. The other two interesting guys are Keldrick Falk out of Auburn. Mm-hmm. He's 6'6", 276 pounds. He is a big dude. And I just keep seeing all these quotes about how high his football character is. Just an awesome guy. Like, he sounds like everything that the Texans would like and want. And he's only 20 years old. I think he turns 21 during the football season. On the other end of the spectrum is Messidor out of Miami. And he's not as explosively athletic. One of the comps you see for him is Jonathan Grenard. He's just a guy he's a good football player.
Yep.
Doesn't necessarily have all the traits. The downside on him is that he's 25 years old, or he'll be turning 25 this year.
Yeah, and Falk's only 20, you said,
yeah,
right?
Falk's 20, turns 21. Messidor is 24, turns 25 this year. And I'm a little bit fraudulent here because sometimes I'm the guy saying, like, people worry too much about age when it comes to draft. When I actually go through the exercise and think about, okay, wow, you got a guy for the first 5 years of his career, and then all of a sudden that second contract he's turning 30 or 31.
Yep.
That I do I like to trade up for a guy who's older like that. It's not as enticing to me as trading up for a younger guy.
They've got a real opportunity, the Texans do, Seth, to really solidify some position groups here for the short and the long term. You know, I'll use the offensive line as an example. I don't know if Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith are going to be great for the Texans this year. I feel good about the signings, especially for what they paid both of those guys to come here. And Ed Ingram coming back is signed on a 3-year deal. So you've got, and I think we feel good about the future of Ariante Ursary. So you're not under this tremendous pressure to draft either 28th or 38th or even 59th overall, some guy who's got to come in and play right away, like it felt Ariante Ursary might have to do last year. You've got a real opportunity, I think, in the offensive line room to kind of solidify the current and future, where you draft a couple guys that may be able to sort of, for lack of a better word, redshirt for a year. We know there's going to be injuries. Guys are going to have to play, whatever. But, like, for now, depth chart-wise, solidify the current and the future. I think in the defensive end room, like you just talked about, you got a real opportunity. I think in the cornerback room. Look, these guys, this team is going to get – they've been doing a good job of drafting overall. I know there's been some positions that have been better than others, but overall they've done a really good job of drafting. So this team is going to get more and more expensive at the upper level. So I think that's what's going to be really fascinating to me is what do they use their two premium picks, 28 and 38 on, or if they move up an even higher premium pick, is there going to be a message sent at that position that they draft that, hey, we need depth there, but hey, we also got to think about 2 years from now when we're going to have 7 guys on the team making $30 or $40 or $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Do we need to fortify 2028 as much as we need to fortify 2026?
And that's where, too, if you look at the entire roster and where you might want to be thinking about the future as much as this year, the one spot that could be competitive now for the starting position, but also you'd like that guy for the future is at center. And that's where, again, when it comes to going in the draft, not wanting to be overly eager to draft anybody. I think if Jake Andrews ends up being the starting center, they feel like he still has some growth. But there are a lot of good center prospects in this draft. It's just that the centers probably aren't going to start getting taken until late second round, and then you've got 5 or 6 guys to choose from. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take a center, even late in the second round, probably more likely in the third round.
Mm-hmm.
But that's something that we're not going to be worried about or talking about until tomorrow night.
Yeah, not tonight for sure. Not tonight for sure. So if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why am I still hearing Sean and Seth, it's because the fellas are out at the Chevron. What course is it at, Figgy?
I want to say Memorial.
Yeah, it's in Memorial.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why they're hoping there's bigger crowds this year because it's in Memorial instead of up in the gated community up there.
Yeah, up in the Woodlands. Oh, okay. I just want to know if it's a course that's nearby, so if they're going to come back in studio here and get the hot tag from us. Do we know what's happening right now?
Yeah, so I just got the update from Reggie. They still working on the connection, but I think it's getting close to running back up here.
This is not a Dana Brown situation where you're telling us it's going to be ready in 5 minutes.
The disconnected cable is 73% reinserted.
Right. Yeah. Don't be a Dana Brown, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm definitely not.
Okay. Oh, hey, what was the latest Dana Brown report that we were unhappy about? Well, they're so hard to keep them all straight.
The injury, we didn't get to these in headlines on Payne and Pendergast today, but Hunter Brown is playing catch, and Dana Brown, I think, estimated June for his comeback. The other report was that Jeremy Pena is doing some baseball activities, but he's going to be probably out for a while as well. The one that's close to coming back is Bennett Sousa, who is pitched at Sugarland yesterday and should be back for the Yankees series. That's what I read.
And then the other,
when you say, real quick, when you say like the thing that Dana Brown said that may have gotten us triggered, I get triggered at any Dana Brown estimate on an injury these days.
That's what it was. I thought I saw you get agitated on X yesterday with something.
Did.
Yeah, it was so it was one of those injury things.
Yeah.
What about Kaiwei Tang he did say that they were thinking about Kaiwei Tang as a starter.
Yeah.
I'm all for it at this point.
Are you? Okay.
He is by far my favorite Taiwanese pitcher.
Me too. Me too.
I don't even have to think about the power ranking.
No. There's one name, and it's Kaiwei Tang. And I don't know, like stretching him out as a starter, does that mean we lose him as a reliever for a little while? Like, I don't know. What's the process
it's
here?
pretty damn easy. You can any reliever at any given point, you can decide to start stretching out as long as he's comfortable coming in the second inning.
Yeah.
Because the Astros largely have a group of starters that are more like long openers. That's what they've done. They've revolutionized the sport. We don't have openers. We have long openers.
That shouldn't be a problem, having some games where you just bring a guy in the second inning. The Astros have had like 3 of those in the last 2 weeks.
It's look, we love the piggyback system, and I think that if you need to stretch him out as a starter, you're piggybacking him or you're bringing him in for long relief until he feels comfortable starting the game.
That's what it was. It was a Hunter Brown update, and now if these guys aren't back on imminently, then Figgy's going to get the Dana Brown treatment from us.
Man.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I do not want that.
You do not want it. We're getting some compliments. PMP plus Figgy Fig collab is fire.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that makes things a little bit awkward, you know?
Oh, they were here. That is.
Yeah.
Like well, hey, you know what? It's kind of like they left their wife at home and on a long business trip, and then called her and said, "Hey, we're not coming back for a while." Actually,
I'm pretty much Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Seth and I are a two-headed Vrabel.
Ew.
Yeah.
My favorite tweet that I've seen about Vrabel was because Vrabel, for those of you who missed it, Vrabel's going to be missing Saturday of the draft, so he can start in on the counseling that he needs for, according to the Patriots, something that nobody will admit to or talk about, but he's got to get counseling for this thing.
You're not allowed to ask about it either.
Right. Listen, I'm going to skip part of the drafts because I need therapy. For what? Don't ask that question.
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted out, dudes would literally rather go to counseling than draft the 4th round pick in this crappy draft. Yeah, because this draft is not the most enticing of drafts.
Yeah. My first reaction when you sent me that tweet this morning from Mike Reese reporting that about Vrabel going to therapy on Saturday was like, okay, the draft is kind of important. Even a trash draft like this one, where day 3 is not that great, according to experts. Like, why can't he wait till Sunday or Monday? And I felt kind of bad after you answered the question, which is like, hey, Sean, maybe it's sort of a pressing thing that he needs to get the therapy.
Yeah, like maybe he should be in therapy now.
Yeah.
Like the guy, I'm just in the broad spectrum of things that could be bad. I'm not saying about Vrabel specifically.
Yeah.
Like, people get some really dark thoughts when their world's being turned upside down like
I felt
this.
terrible about saying, like, why just go Monday? What's
then
the
you
big
rolled
deal?
into a live read for BetterHelp.
BetterHelp, yeah, exactly. Get the online therapy. If he did BetterHelp, he could literally sit in the war room and do his therapy in the corner while they're picking players.
And you're like, hey, listen, sometimes things are really down and you just need help. And I'm here. I'm Sean Pendergast here to tell you, put it off as long as
Wait
you
till
can.
Monday. Yeah. Wait till Monday.
You know what? It's not like I have more empathy than you or anything. I just watched the last season of White Lotus, where there's a scene where a father is going through a really rough stretch, and he's having all these thoughts about doing some really bad things. I'm like, yeah, that guy could. He should probably get therapy right this moment.
Yep. Do I need to watch White Lotus?
Yes.
Okay.
Only because so many people have watched it.
Yeah,
I feel like it's. I
Amy's
don't know.
watched it.
I don't know if a lot of the people. I don't know if people in our circles have watched it or our friends. I don't know.
But
I see it referenced a lot. I know, but it's one of those shows that you start off at the beginning of each season. I hate every character.
Yeah.
And so the first few episodes, you're like, I hope they all die. Yeah. I know one of these people is going to die. I hope they all die. But then it's a good show because over the course of the season, you start to like some of the people you previously hated, and vice versa, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll put it on the list. I got to get through Art of War first that you assigned me. Got to download it. I downloaded the Kindle app. Got it. I bought it off of Amazon. 99 cents. Sun Tzu is not making much off of this book.
He didn't have the art of royalty nailed down back then.
No, his lineage, his descendants are not making a lot off of me with this book.
You know what I was reading? The book I was reading that I realized was the reason I was so agitated all the last couple of weeks. I was really moody. I'm reading this biography of Mark Twain. And you would think, like, why would a book about a humorist make you sad? There's a lot to it, man.
Yeah, he's a complex.
It's like any other comedian or stand-up comedian, they got issues. Yeah, it was. It's kind of a depressing read.
They're pretty dark people. Like a lot of them are pretty.
That was one of the things. Yeah, he grew more cynical as he got older, and
Born in Hartford, Connecticut, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Born in Missouri, was raised in Hannibal, Missouri. Is kind of the basis for that's the town that Huck Finn and everything. That's where he grew up.
Okay.
I think he was born in Florida, but ended up in Missouri. Ended up living in Hartford, Connecticut for a long time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, the Mark Twain.
But then basically had to become a world traveler. Who is okay? Let me tell you the funniest thing about this Mark Twain saga. Is that, are we supposed to go to break now? I have no idea what the
35,
clock is.
35,
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mark Twain ends up bankrupt. Because he loves living life large, and he also loves investing in all of these speculative investments, and ends up going bankrupt. But so has to basically go live in Europe because he could live cheaper in Europe. But as they're trying to dig themselves out of bankruptcy by living cheaply in Europe, they're going around to he's living at one point. He's living in a 7-room suite at a fancy hotel. Yeah. And then he goes but all the while he's very much in serious, drastic dire financial straits. And then they go and they rent out the 30-room villa in Italy but they have to make do with only 3 servants while they're doing it.
Yeah,
He just couldn't get out of his own way, the poor bastard.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel kind of a kinship with this guy. I feel that's how I would handle poverty, is by buying expensive things.
Well, here's the other interesting thing about Twain. So he starts off and is like, look, he's raised in Missouri, a slave state. His father owned slaves, and as a young man, he very much acts like a young son of a slaveholder would him. There's a lot of letters with some real dicey stuff that he's written. But over the course of his life, he very much changed and became an advocate for all types of different civil liberties and everything. But at the same time, like the real big switch for him, when he really started getting enlightened, was when he married the heiress to the fortune of this wealthy guy who was a huge abolitionist. So you're like, oh wow, he really really caught the spirit after he married the super rich daughter of an abolitionist.
Yeah. Is it bad that I took many field trips to the Mark Twain house as a kid in Hartford, Connecticut?
Yeah.
And that I thought he was born in Hartford, Connecticut and not Hannibal, Missouri?
You weren't paying attention. You were more like Huck Finn, you know? You were just Mark Twain had an appreciation for the renegade kids.
Thank you,
So,
Seth.
you were the kid that didn't pay attention on the Mark Twain field trip.
I was Huck. Yeah.
But that was another one. So he built this huge house that looked like a steamboat in Hartford, Connecticut, in this fancy neighborhood. But they had to leave it partly because they couldn't afford the upkeep and everything of it.
Yeah, and who knew it would become a revenue generator years later as a tourist stop.
He was honestly like a lot of modern celebrities. He was the first guy that you're like, wow, this guy is famous throughout the world, loaded with money. How could he ever go broke?
Right.
He figured out a way to do it.
He did. Revolutionary. Mark Twain. I love that.
So what they're hoping for is like if you had to draft Mark Twain back in the day, you wouldn't have had the NIL era.
Right.
You know, to see how he would do with all of the money and everything.
How does he handle his money? Yeah.
Where now they've got, so we talk about this crappy draft. And I think part of it is there's a couple reasons. One is you've got a lot of older prospects. They had extra years because of COVID. But two is that I think that we're also now getting to the guys that there's a certain caliber of prospect that wants to stay and play in college because he can make $1 million or so in NIL. So why bother coming out?
Yep.
But now those guys they've run out of eligibility, they're in the draft.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, and then what you add to that on the other side of it is, wow, the really good prospects, like they don't have to be as eager to leave to start getting paid that NFL money, partly because of NIL, but also because now teams are paying guys after 3 years.
Yes.
So, like, all right, well, I won't get my huge contract as early, but guys are getting their huge contract earlier than they used to.
Yep.
So that's why we have a crappy draft.
That's why. And thus we have a crappy draft. Do you think John and Reggie are coming back to the studio, by the way? So
Thank God. I can't talk about Mark Twain any longer.
How do you think they felt with us using their bit of real estate to talk about Mark Twain for 6 minutes?
Turn their show into a book club.
Right. Figgy, you're part of the show. How did you feel that we were talking about Mark Twain for 6 minutes?
Honestly, I kind of went back to my days in school where I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest.
Oh, so you weren't even listening.
I was a bad kid in school, man. Okay. I just remember Mark Twain. I'm like, man, I ain't got time for this.
So can we chase Figgy off?
Well, no, I'm guessing. What I'm guessing, too, is that we could spend a whole show on this.
Yeah.
All right, Huckleberry Finn, the book. Got some dicey language in it. It's an anti-slavery book, and yet it used the verbiage that a young kid growing up in Missouri would have been using back then.
Back in the day, yeah. Yep. All right, Seth, more antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies to you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go get depressed reading about Mark Twain.
Stay out of that book. No, stay out of that book. Figgy? Thank you very much.
Thank you,
enjoyed
fellas.
This. Yeah, enjoyed this. The fellas from In the Loop will be back shortly. What am I teasing here, Figgy? Anything?
So in the next segment, we're gonna listen to Will Anderson press conference.
Oh, that's better. You know what?
It was a pretty good press conference.
Better than any of us here at the station.
That is the opposite of the depressing Mark Twain book.
Yes.
That is Prozac for your soul. Listening to Will Anderson.
Yes. All right. So that's coming up next. We'll see all of y'all tomorrow. Reggie and John will be back shortly. Stay there.
All right, kind of makes you want to get away, doesn't it? Well, get away. Weather's going to be great this weekend. You can get over to Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point on Matagorda Bay.
100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, it's In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Figgy holding it down on a draft day Thursday. We got the guys on their way back to the studio. Had a little technical difficulties, and I promise you we got a lot of draft coverage going on today's show. But right now, let's go back to the press conference from Will Anderson Jr. It was a really entertaining press conference, and let's go to it right now.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jesus. Jesus, I owe all I am to you. Thank you for blessing me and keeping me and holding me together all these years. Without you, I am nothing. You have truly been gracious and loving to me. I love you, and I will always glorify your name. Now all the glory to God, who is able through his mighty power at work within us to accomplish infinitely more than we might ask or think. To my support system, my parents, thank you for putting in football in my hands. Who would have thought? The endless driving up and down the road, long talks, prayers, and love, I keep them closely to my heart. You guys are the best parents in the world. The young man you see here today is because of you. Thank you for the discipline and the structure you instilled in me and reminded me to just be me. I love y'all with everything in me. To my sisters, my father, their moms, thank you guys for always loving me, supporting me, believing in me, and cheering me on, and reminding me of who I am and who I will always be, and the endless criticism. The best siblings a little brother could ask for. To see y'all continue to grow into the strong, beautiful women y'all are makes me happy. I couldn't be more proud of you guys. I love y'all so much. To my village, my extended family, my grandparents, best friends, brothers, thank you for holding me down and being honest and truthful with me, and real. And thank you for the support and love that never goes unnoticed. And thank you for understanding and still being there for me through it all. To my spiritual family, thank you for the prayers and keeping me grounded in the word. And never forgetting and never letting me forget how powerful God is, and that he always has my back and is always standing on the front line with me. Thank you. My clutch fam, huge thanks to Nicole, who's been everything and more, and working hard to be a blessing. Also to the rest of my team, Jenna, Shakima, Joe, and Riley, thank you guys. To the Texans, the McNairs, Nick, Coach Ryans, thank you for taking a chance on me and believing in me. I will forever be grateful for this opportunity. I don't take it for granted at all. I don't take it for granted at all. To all my teammates, coaches, staff of the Texans, this wouldn't be possible without you guys pushing me, loving me to be the best version of myself every single day. I'm glad I get to call y'all brothers, coaches, and, of course, co-workers. And I'm so glad that we get to play our brand of ball for more years to come. To the city and fans of Houston, H-Town, thanks for welcoming me and my family, for all the love. To every little kid, teenager, boy or girl, young adult, don't be scared to be different. Rise above the expectations of what society wants you to be. With God, everything is possible. You are not what this world wants you to be, but everything God has called you to be. Walk in your purpose and your light, however that may look, and let nothing stop you. You are called, you are chosen, you are ordained, you are godly and holy, and most of all, you are loved. Whatever God has planned for you shall come to pass. Held high always, be bold. Be strong and courageous, and do not be afraid or discouraged, for your Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're just 24 years old to be now you're the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. What does that mean to you to have that designation?
Most definitely. I've been so overwhelmed with joy these last couple of days, nonstop tears, and it's been a blessing. And I think for me, I look back at it, I love what I do. And I tell people all the time, they know, it's like, oh, the money, this. It's really never, ever been about the money for me. It's all just been about walking in my purpose and doing what God has called me to do. And to be able to be here right now and be in this moment and enjoy this moment, it means everything to me. And I just think about my family, everything that we endured growing up, all the hard times, everything, to get to retire my parents early, to get to see my sisters thrive, my nieces and nephews, the rest of my family. I think that's the biggest blessing for me.
Well, congratulations. We were talking to D'Amico yesterday, and he recalled the 2023 top 30 visit. He said it was the best he had ever seen. What do you remember about it? What do you feel like made it special for you?
Yeah, I remember just walking in the building, and I felt it in my spirit. I was like, I got to be here. Even on draft, like leading up into the draft, I told Nicole, me and Nick had like a really long conversation. But I was like, Nicole, I don't care what you got to tell the Texans. I got to be in that building. But just walking in, the staff, the coaches, the culture that I knew that D'Amico was trying to build here, it felt great. It felt right. Like I said, I always tell people his mentality of what he wants his players to be, what he wants his staff to be, what he wants this building to be. It was easy for me to come in and play for him. And I appreciate him so much. And that was like my favorite visit of all time. And every time I tell anybody, I was like, bro, the Texans, yeah, that's the place you want to be at.
Well, congratulations. And when they make an investment like this, they're investing in what you've done, but also what you'll do in the future.
Yeah.
What do you plan to do now to just go ahead and take this forward and, if anything, just keep growing as a player?
Yeah, I think it's just staying to the process, not changing. I think it's about growth and obviously maturity, but I think it's about you just keep going into your same process. And, a lot of times, I'm young at this, but a lot of times, guys, I think will like want to change or do more. And I think the biggest thing that I'm going to keep with me is what D'Amico told me when I first got here. Like, you don't got to be Superman. Just go be the same person you've been when we drafted you, when you was at Alabama, the leader, the player that you were. And that's what's been helping me succeed so far. So just continue to be myself, continue to grow my game, grow up my teammates, have fun with them, and just go play for them.
D'Amico talked about team goals. You think about this in the context, you're going to be here for a long time. Your goals as far as trying to get to the Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, all those sorts of things. Thank you. Aaron, can you say the question one more time? I'm sorry. As far as D'Amico was talking about team goals, and as far as for you, now that this is you're secured here long term, how much is that sort of like you think about trying to win a championships, things like that?
Oh, well, definitely. That question or that, like, it doesn't pass my mind. After the last game, that's something that just going into workouts, going into training, like, that's literally all I've been thinking about. Like, ask me about contract. Yeah, the contract is cool, but ask me about winning. That's more important. And how we get over this hump, how we can get past the second round is really what's been on my mind. And I think we did a really good job with free agency, going to get a lot of great guys. I'm excited about this year. Like I said, I know where this team can go. We have the pieces to do it. We have the coaching staff to do it. And I'm excited to get rolling and see what we do this year.
Well, you always talk about getting better each year. What's your approach? What are you working on and looking forward to as you approach this off season to get better and get to that next level you mentioned? Yeah,
most definitely. First, I always think it starts mental. How's your mental? How's your headspace? Getting back in the right mind, making sure that your mind is right so you can go perform the best you can. Obviously, for me, I still feel like in my game, like I haven't even reached to the period of where I want to be at in my game. And I think this offseason continue to build my body up to be able to bend or to be able to finish on the quarterback. Like I think that's the next step is just be able to finish on the quarterback. I've been joking with Miles, and we've been going at it, and he's like, pressures ain't going to cut it, big dog. And, we've been going back and forth, but it's been fun, man. But obviously knowing myself and knowing my game is like, that's the next step for me.
Hey, well, congratulations, first off. When you got here, it seems like you and D'Amico had quite the bond, and you guys have built a little culture together. What kind of, conversations have you guys had to create that in recent years, and are you proud of the culture that has been created here? Yeah, I'm super proud of the culture that's been built here. And, again, big shout-out to D'Amico because D'Amico did a really good job. You talk to other players around the league when you go to Pro Bowl, and, there's like, bro, we don't have a foundation of who we are. We don't have anything to lean back on of, when things go wrong. And I think D'Amico always preaches swarm, and it's been, like, brainwashed in everybody in this building from every point of the building. Like, we swarm. And, just talking about our relationship, man, he has an open door policy. And it's not never a time that I can't go to him and talk to him. He's in his word as well. So, we connect on a spiritual level as well.
Will, congratulations, and I know your parents got to be proud. You and I have talked in the locker room. Which one of those sisters has been the roughest on you as far as getting you to this point now? Could you just point them out? Because let's find the real engine behind all this.
Yeah, let me put this out here too, because my sister's been getting crazy comments and everything. My sisters are the best. I wouldn't be here without them, so y'all can chill on them. But all of them, I would say. I don't think it's just one. I think they all played a big part in helping me get to where I'm at. Like I said, driving me up and down the road, taking me to practice, trying to get out in the yard and do different things with me. buying me clothes, cleats when they had the money when my parents didn't. I think all of them played a really big part, but who get on my nerves the most probably will be Riri. She's here right now. But that's my best friend, though, so she good.
All right, that was Will Anderson Jr. talking to the assembled media earlier this week. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Who's going to be the next Will Anderson Jr.? That's what we're hoping to find out. Hell, if we just get anything close to Will Anderson Jr. coming out of this NFL draft, that'd be something great. Appreciation to all the folks who helped us on what is tumultuous on this draft day. Hopefully it does not feel like that. Like, this is the thing. I know that I saw someone on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, a little earlier saying that this draft feels boring right now. We need the equivalent of the Laramie Tunsil gas mask. I feel like I just had the Laramie Tunsil gas mask circumstance as I'm obviously broadcast live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln Sugar Land studios here. I think the really interesting thing going into this draft right now is that we're seeing all sorts of reports. Like this time of year, you start this. I mean, literally the day before, the day of the first round, you start getting some twinklings out there, some scuttlebutt, as I like to call it. We're getting some of those about the Texans reportedly calling around on a trade up.
Trying to trade up.
What do you think Nick Caserio has up his sleeve? 713-572-4610. Because this is where it gets interesting, especially when we've talked about it, right? There's been a lot of conversation amongst the insider class in the NFL talking about how, there's a lot of teams that are in those middle portions of the first round that actually probably want out. And now that we have some actual, feelings of not just the Texans could want to trade up, that at least they're calling around. How did you hear that? Because for me, one of the things I wondered was, first and foremost, is this smoke or is this vapor, right? Is this something where there's fire there and they're planning on moving, or is this Nick Caserio doing his due diligence as he wants to? Because, he's always on the phone. Is this him just putting out feelers in case something falls that way?
I think it's that last part. And Nick Caserio, I always say this about Nick Caserio, he's always looking for a sucker. And I think Nick Caserio is just always in that mindset of looking for a mark, like calling around, just trying to say, "Hey, what you got?" I don't think Nick Caserio is really stingy, so I think he's looking for like a sweet deal.
Oh, you think he's the person like I won't say my mom, but there's people that are maybe
haggler kind of
that no matter what they're buying, they're gonna try and haggle it down.
Yeah, yes, I think he's always on the phone making calls, just trying to see something, but. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make a move out of being desperate at anything.
That actually, honestly, more uniquely in my brain is like I had a friend in, I think, college who, no matter what the door, he's jiggling the handle.
Yep.
A car door, he's going to see. You never know what could open up.
Yep.
I'm like, why? I feel like you can get yourself into some bad places, but that feels like the Nick Caserio approach here is just kind of calling around to see what might fall out, like shaking trees and seeing what falls out. But, John, I think when we talk about the idea that the Texans are showing up in these rumors about possibly calling around, what players do you think this is like, hey, they're looking for a particular player? Do you think that maybe this is some prep work for especially like a possible run on offensive linemen, say? So.
First of all, you're basically saying, Figgy, that he's show.
Wait, what did that mean?
Like, show's always looking for a deal.
Yeah, no, I think so. Because, have Nick Caserio ever got, especially in the draft?
Well,
like when it comes to trading.
Pick-wise, yes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a little different. But as far as
deal-wise, it's always
he is kind of hard to deal with, man. Like, he always find a good deal.
He's never been fleeced.
Yeah.
But
is it safe to say that this is probably like offensively, though?
No, I think it's a particular player or two.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it has to be. Because, he's talked about it. He talked about it in his press availability. He talked about it with the boys here, Payne and Pendergast. Shout out to Payne and Pendergast. But he's also –
What did they do?
Nothing, man. By the way, I just agree with everything they said.
Yeah, 100%.
Both of them. Even when they were arguing, I agreed with both sides. No, I think – it has to be a particular player. He's talked about it. I was just going to say, they do their own little mocks. They do their own little, research and trends and rumors and reports and AI and everything else. He must be thinking there's one or two or maybe more, but one or two players that, all right, I need to move up.
That's interesting because I really did think of this feels more procedural than anything.
I don't. I think
could
it's
be wrong.
something. I think he's got his eye on someone.
Because I also wonder how much of this is the 8 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes on the clock and going, hey, how much can I do ahead of time? Can I do some of my work ahead of time of feeling out what it would take.
But that fits too.
So that once we get to that time, if there's a Bijani who's falling, free falling. In fact, I think I saw a mock draft, and we'll tap into some of these mock drafts.
But that fits with a particular player.
I think we saw a mock draft where like Bijani made it all the way to 22 with the Chargers, and I go, ooh, if he's close there, do you make a move? Like it feels like they might be setting the table. So it feels like being prepared for the possibility of a trade up tonight for your Texans is something that you should have on the table. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, back in friendly confines, comfortable, I think. So let's head in to hour 2 of the show. Hopefully a lot more solid and steady hour 2 of the show. But of course, we started how we always do. Let's go around the NFL where, buddy, there are more pictures coming out. I would like to stop talking about Diana Rasuni and Mike Vrabel. They will not allow me. So we'll talk about that and some more draft scuttlebutt next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is on Ime Udoka more than any.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on this draft day 2026 in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And again, draft news, day of draft news is always very fascinating. I vividly remember, was that a couple years ago? When the day of the draft, all of a sudden we start hearing all this love for Sam Laporta, tight end out of Iowa, and I'm just like, where did all this come from? Mm-hmm. And then boom, Sam Laporta gets drafted, and lo and behold, he ends up looking really good. But we could all point to various different draft rumors that end up being absolutely nothing, smoke screens, so on and so forth. So with every one of these, you have to take them with a grain of salt, but keep them just back in mind in case they end up showing fruit. And one of those actually involves a division rival, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who do not have a first-round pick this year, if I remember correctly. However, and they gave it up in order to go up and get Travis Hunter. That's right. Which, buddy, how do you feel about that one in this moment, right? However, there is smoke, or maybe vapor, right? Smoke, I think, is indicative of fire, which means there's substance. Vapor is just nothing actually there. I don't know which of those it is, but there's something that appears to be there, as there's reports out here that the Jaguars could possibly be interested in utilizing Brian Thomas Jr. to get themselves back into the first round in this draft. Now, remember, the magnificent Gladstone, the general manager, James Gladstone there in Jacksonville, has called such talk about trading Thomas Jr. as, quote, fraudulent. Mm-hmm. However, here we are with the scuttlebutt again. Do you believe it, that you think that they're willing to jettison Brian Thomas Jr. in order to try to get a first-round pick?
Oh, I absolutely believe it. He's had a mercurial, I guess.
Good word.
He's had
Good word.
He's had
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Yeah. When was the last time that drop did not get played for me? I'm so happy at this.
He's had a mercurial.
You rubbing off on Lopez.
Yeah.
With the Jaguars. And I never really bought it anyway. You know, that somebody was interested in Brian Thomas, the rehab situation, that they wouldn't be listening. So, yeah, I do buy it. I think that's a team to watch. There's a lot of teams looking to trade up. I just don't know how many are going to actually do it, because it's really only, as we mentioned yesterday, it's really only like top 10, 15 picks that are kind of consensus. It's a thin draft. So I don't know.
But how many teams looking for a receiver?
That's
like
right.
that probably won't get none of these top-notch receivers.
Right.
I don't know how you feel about Brian Thomas Jr. being the top-notch receiver, but
potentially,
yeah,
he's shown flashes. You know, so yeah, no, that's a really good point.
Hey, buddy, you're interested in a wide receiver, aren't you?
Yeah, we are.
28.
Someone asked the question on the text line, and so I throw it up to you. Just, this is a softball. Do what you need to do with it. Is that something that you would be interested in if the Jaguars come? Now, it's worth noting that they have the 24th pick in the second round, so it'd be later in the second round that you'd be getting there. So you'd be, being open to the idea of your first pick in the 2026 draft being 38.
Yeah.
With 3 second-round picks. Is that something that you'd be actually interested in with the acquisition of a wide receiver who we've seen? I mean, his rookie year was fantastic.
Yeah.
A dude who can separate. Would you be interested in that?
I think the 3 second-round picks is very tempting. However, I would much rather be in the game of development of a young receiver than rehab of another receiver.
I mean, he's only headed into his third year.
He's young, but there is a.
That man talked about him like he had his AARP card.
Yeah, there is a rehab factor.
The yips, though, man.
Yeah, there's a rehab factor for sure.
No, that's fair. So is that a yes or a no there?
It's a no.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But that's going to be something to watch. Maybe the Jags get back into the first round. I'd be very intrigued to see like who they were actually trying to make this move for.
Yeah.
But ultimately, time will tell. Continuing also around the NFL here, it just feels like Jerry Jones is always going to say something where you go, Did you think before you said that?
Yeah.
And in this, I guess maybe this definitely isn't the craziest thing Jerry Jones said, buddy. I bet in your mind, when I say the craziest thing Jerry Jones has
this
said.
isn't even top 100.
Buddy, there's a lot of places you can go. However, Jerry Jones, in talking, I think it might have been to our sister station, in fact, was talking about the possibility of moving and shaking in the draft, just like everybody has some level of conversation about.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, talking about going and making a trade or trade up, seeking a trade up, which had been kind of a conversation.
Yeah.
They have 12 and they have 20, the possibility of moving up to like 6 or something like that. He said, quote, I don't know that. Talking about, making those calls. He said, they're usually better, candidly, coming in than going out. The results are better for us than there. He meaning the Cowboys, clearly. But what he's saying there is he would much rather somebody come to him with draft offers than him call out for a draft offer, which very much sounds like he would rather be in an instance where he's trading back rather than, because, I mean, it's very rare that somebody's like, hey, we're looking to trade back. Let's go find that partner and call them. What the hell? Why would you telegraph yourself in that way?
Blah, 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 blah. That's Jerry Jones. So
okay, this is just Jerry B talking.
You know it better than just about anyone. Hey, I'm going to say stuff. I'm going to say stuff. The Cowboys are going to be on scrolls and headlines and talk shows, and he cares so much about that, too much about that he just says stuff. All that being said, I do think that there are some candidates, and the way I put it before the show, I said, who's going to Leroy this draft? Who's going to just step in? Who's going to step into this draft and just start firing willy-nilly?
Are you talking player or team?
Team.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the player that's just like, where did he come from?
No.
Oh my goodness.
There is going to be.
God.
There is going to be a team or teams that are just going to do something where you're like, okay, that just screwed everything up. And to be
fair, Jack Sock?
You mean in a good way or a bad way? Like
maybe either or.
Why would this team trade up 2 spots and give up 3 first-round picks?
I don't know a lot about this first round.
Hey, talk nice about the Cleveland Browns, man.
I know Mendoza's going 1, and after that, I don't know a lot about what's going to happen in this draft. But if I had to guess what my number 2 is, somebody's going to throw a wrench into the whole thing and just make everybody go, wow. Now what? Now the draft changes complexions. It happens a lot. It's going to happen this year because of what we're talking about, trading up and all these other things. And I say all that to say Jerry Jones is still a candidate to do that. Because it is.
Wait, Jerry Jones could be impulsive?
You think the Cowboys might do this?
They might. He's always a candidate. Always a candidate. He was gonna trade up to get Manziel. Remember that, or draft him?
No, they were gonna run him the card, and they had to strap him down to a chair somewhere. I'm pretty sure.
He's gonna do all that stuff. So
and they ended up getting a dude who was like the backbone of their offensive line instead of him.
So yes, he's still a candidate, but when he talks, it's just blah 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 blah. That's all it is.
Yeah, maybe so. They also, just in full Cowboys being Cowboys, apparently George Pickens is going to play on the franchise tag this year.
Or is he?
Yeah,
that's another thing Jerry Jones said.
You think they trade him? Maybe is that what you're doing? Draft the wide receiver and then trade George Pickens.
I don't think they're trying to trade him, but with these teams being maybe receiver hungry, I could see somebody during the draft saying, "Hey, we got a second-round pick for him or a late first-round pick for him." Yeah. I could kind of see that.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that happens. I step away from the draft for one moment. For what I am now terming Days of Our Lives, NFL edition. How are we still getting more stuff with the Vrabel, Rossini, Tryst?
We about to have a photo album at this point.
Like, honestly, I felt a little bad the last time we talked about it because I was like, all right, I think that we're really running this thing out. And then the New York Post is like, not done yet. Here are a couple of photos of them having breakfast alone at that same resort. What now?
Yeah.
I'm like, buddy.
You know why? It's
the damage is done.
She already left her job.
Everybody threw their hands up.
Yes.
You kicking them while they down at this point.
Yes.
He's like, yep, you got it all right.
The fight is over, man.
Yes.
Somebody need to step in and throw in the towel.
This is how I feel about MMA. MMA, they get them on the ground, keep punching. I'm like, guys, wait, he's down.
Knee to the head. Like,
this is Coldplay NFL. I don't care how many arms have been thrown up, how many white flags have been raised, as long as it still gets eyes, and it will. This is Coldplay NFL, 100%. People will eat it up.
One of them got to come out like, all right, we get your point, man.
They can say it all they want.
Well, you say one of them. The one is Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Because also, in addition to him coming out with that fairly milquetoast statement, if we're going to be entirely honest.
Hard conversation.
Yeah, we had hard conversations. About what? No comment, big dog. I said we had tough conversations that I'm going to be the best guy that I can be. Apparently, what that also adds is, did you see that that they are set to, and I think it was Mike Reese, who of ESPN, who covers the Patriots.
Yeah.
He said that Mike Vrabel is going to miss day 3. He's going to be there for days 1 and 2 of the NFL draft, so tonight and tomorrow night. But Saturday, checking himself into some level of rehabilitation. What rehabilitation? I have no idea, but he's getting therapy or some level of treatment on Saturday. And I was just like, this is an unforced error. Because, one, why did you tell us this?
Thank you.
What did this serve the game? I think that they were trying to do some level, like, I think someone on the text line has said that he's playing the Tiger Woods, making some level of victim status here. Maybe that's the case. Maybe trying to, like, wring some sympathy out of the circumstance. Either way, why did you bring this up and think that us talking about this more was a good idea? Secondly, couldn't wait till Sunday? Not next Monday?
That's why.
This had to happen on Saturday,
somebody really would have noticed if he wasn't there? If somebody came out and...
You guys are just all over this, and I totally agree, because, number one, you didn't have to say a damn thing.
Yeah.
The fact that you did means it was intentional.
He could have called in sick.
It means it was intentional.
And what's funny is that he's tried to play the, I want to keep this. I want to keep this as a personal matter.
Yeah.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I addressed you guys. He didn't take any questions, mind you, not publicly. He ultimately took questions in a walk-off. And I think Sean made a great point this morning that for some reason I had not clocked, which is, I think Ben Volen had mentioned this of the Globe up there in Boston, that they didn't announce that he was going to talk on Monday. They had announced that it was going to be players, and then all of a sudden he came up. He was like, I wanted to make this comment. I want to talk to my players first. Yeah, but if you had made that note, there'd have been a lot more people in that room ready to ask you some questions.
No, this is all strategy. The fact that, you're Mike Vrabel. It is, counseling, I think is what they called it. And that can be scheduled. That can be scheduled. Hell, the next Saturday. If it's Saturdays only, do the next Saturday. But it could be scheduled Monday through Friday. It could be. So this was
it was a weird splitting of the hair, because I feel like, okay, if this feels like it's an urgent thing, because maybe that's what it is. I need to get to this as soon as possible.
Yeah.
If it's so urgent that you need to do it right now, go ahead and do it right now.
Yes.
But if it's not so urgent, day 3 of the draft, like, it feels like this is a level of signaling in a way that I do not understand.
I think he's trying to say, look how committed I am. Look how much I'm regretful. I want to be better. But again, it was strategic. It was very intentional, and I don't think a lot of people are falling for it. It's just one of those things. I am kind of curious too, though. What kind of counseling? Is it sex counseling? Is he an addict? Is it relationship? Is it just
family counseling?
Behavioral, family?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All of those are very good questions.
He didn't have to say
who
a
could probably
damn
give us
thing,
some
man.
answers here?
He didn't have to say. He didn't have to say.
He didn't have to say anything. We probably wouldn't even know this.
Right.
Now, it's not. I mean, it's one thing if he's missing the first round or something like that. Then it'd be like, oh. But the third round, ain't nobody paying attention.
And oh, by the way,
they got monkeys announce the draft picks on day 3.
But here's the funny thing: 8 of their 11 picks are on Saturday.
Day 3, yeah.
On Saturday, he's going to be most of the guys that they draft.
Which is funny because someone hypothesized here on the Base Power text line that he's doing it so he doesn't have to do the post-draft press conference. Buddy, we do press conference every round.
Yeah, every
so he's
day.
still going to be in front of people, likely tonight or tomorrow night, and then Saturday when you got all your picks. It makes so little sense. But I guess here's the thing: does this not track for somebody who is behaving so callously that we ended up, or cavalierly, I guess is the way I should say, that we ended up finding out that she was out here having a tryst in this way. Maybe that's the way.
Right. It's very bizarre. I don't think anybody's really buying it, and it's one of those things where if you hadn't said anything, no one would know.
I really hope though that it is like a couples counseling thing, because let us find out that he's like in NA or something, and he just all of a sudden had that kind of unforced error, because we talk about the personal conduct policy.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you show up with one of those things, and we go, "Hey, buddy, this is a problem." And a great moment, or a great comment here on the YouTube page. Again, always appreciation to the More Care Major Lawyers. The commitment to my wife and kids is equivalent to a 7th round draft pick. That's right. that is.
Meanwhile, Diana Rossini's out here going, "Dang, I can't win. It's still going on."
Nope. Yeah,
hey, that counseling might be worth more than the 7th round draft pick, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right. There's some more stuff that we'll get into. I just wanted to dip into this real quick. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN put some intel into their latest mock draft on ESPN. One of the things I found really interesting is that have you seen that the Arizona Cardinals, who have the number 3 overall pick,
No.
there's been a lot of Jeremiah Love buzz for them recently.
Mm-hmm.
Fowler is hypothesizing that maybe, just maybe, they are whipping up interest for somebody coming up and getting 3. It's like, hey, you know what?
Oh, that's exactly what they're doing.
We might take them ourselves unless somebody wants to offer us.
Mm-hmm.
No, but we like them a lot. We might.
They have 2 running backs, like 2 good running backs.
Yeah.
We need 3. We need that guy too. No, that's exactly what they're doing.
I love it. There's some more of those things, including some rumors about the Tennessee Titans that I think are interesting. We'll talk about those as we continue to lead our way up, countdown to the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft. That'll happen today. You'll hear our draft coverage from Texans Radio tonight starting at 6 p.m. In fact, speaking of that, we'll talk to our guy John Harris, who will be on that broadcast at 12 because we wanted to make sure that his day was as long as humanly possible. But before we get there, there's some potential red flags out there in the NFL Draft. We know that anytime, right? There's a lot of prospects, a lot of dudes that are great prospects, a lot of dudes that there's some red flags on. So which of these red flags are actually red flags, or which of these do you not care about? 713-572-4610. We will talk about it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, man, remind me to never get on anybody that maybe works at the New York Post's bad side, or maybe anybody who is willing to submit to the New York Post, because not more than 20 minutes ago, more photos of Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel dropped in a different location that looked like maybe a bar or something.
Yeah.
You know, dim lighting, mood lighting of sorts, where they was kissing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, buddy, right? Like there's a meme from The Simpsons where someone's getting beat up and the kids are all watching. They're like, stop, he's already dead. That's how I feel right now. I'm just like, guys, you did it. Like, and I am now more certain than I ever been. There's a private investigator somewhere.
Has to be, because it's different locations.
Yeah.
It's clearly.
I wonder how long they've been following them around.
I mean,
this couldn't have been just one weekend.
Mm-mm.
And the way that they're dropping this is, it feels like an album release. I hate this so much.
Yeah.
And like, honestly, if they told me that they were bringing cheaters back and this was the lead up to it, this was them trying to get people back interested in cheaters, I would believe that wholeheartedly.
And this one leaves no doubt, like zero doubt. All
right, so let's break down the film.
So he's
not laughable.
He's sitting caressing her left arm, face to face. His knees are spread, and her knees are between his, so they're really close together. And it's multiple. It's 3 pictures, and then there's one where he is just flat out leaning over and kissing her.
How do you feel about his form?
Pretty good form.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good form. I like it. So
yeah, made sure to keep his head out. Like, he led with his shoulder, right?
Yeah,
like, it's no targeting happening here.
Yes.
Did a good job there. No, it is wild to see that. Funny that there's red lighting there, because that was a big red flag of a moment for them.
This is the red flag.
Yes, the easy one for them to identify, but obviously not always as easy to identify when you're picking prospects for the NFL draft. Some of these potential red flags are popping up for the prospects that will be selected tonight and in through the remainder of the NFL draft this year. And so let's go through it. Red flag or don't sweat it is what we're calling this.
I have 10 players, guys. I have 10 players that have been, largely associated with the Texans, in terms of there's all these players in the draft, of course, but these have been associated with the Texans. I'm going to give you the red flag on each of them, and you tell me if that's a deal breaker or don't sweat it. Caden Proctor, the tackle from Alabama, who I love. The red flag on him is weight. I saw a quote from Nick Saban talking about this guy has everything, a massive human being, quick feet.
Very massive.
Just, has every ability. But when he's not in the building, he tends to gain weight.
Yeah, I can't say that this is a don't sweat it. Red flag is something that I'm saying in this moment with the understanding that sometimes you walk into a situation where there's a red flag and you go, I'm willing to chance it. However, this is a red flag, especially when you talk about, that weight control is part of your preparation. And so a dude who is maybe not as diligent with his preparation. Hell, I think it was David Pollock on with the fellas this morning making mention of the first game of the season. Was it Florida State that they played? And Buddy came in, and there was a very clear evidence that he was not prepared to play because he had not taken care of himself in the offseason.
Gained weight.
That is a lack of, and of course it could be a lack of maturity that he ultimately grows into. But that feels like, especially when we're talking about the Texans, that feels very antithetical to the mindset, the motor, the work ethic. Hell, it's part of the damn mantra, right? Special work ethic. That's not a special work ethic. If you're coming in and your weight fluctuation is one of your issues. I'm trying to be understanding, though, because sometimes weight issues are beyond the simple nature that we try to make it. It's just like, oh, you just need to work hard. Sometimes there's other things happening. But in this particular case, it does raise flags for me when it comes to Caden Proctor, who is a big dude and who is really talented. I'm scared about that part.
I'm gonna say don't sweat it. I'm gonna say don't sweat it. I think a lot of players go through this kind of leaving college, going to the NFL, and we always notice in their second year how they have a weight change. How not in a bad way, but how they slim down or they look, muscular or whatever.
Right.
I think with the Texans and their cafeteria, their world famous cafeteria. I think they could probably put an end to that. I think they could probably get him together where it won't be happening.
We can
every
fix him.
offseason. Yeah,
I'm with Figgy. What team is he going to end up playing for if he gets drafted here again? Swarm. with all these guys that are professional and teach the right ways. And by the way, you're in the building a lot more. As an NFL, this is going to be his job.
What happens when he's not in the building?
I hate to use this guy because he wasn't good here, but Kenyon Green.
Mm-hmm.
And remember his first year, a lot of people were saying he got a lot of baby fat and all this other stuff. And then the next year, he kind of came back a little solid.
Right,
now it didn't work out on the field.
You're a professional now.
But I think I give him a pass on that on the first year.
All right, your guy, your man, Kenyon Sadiq.
I like that I've been identified with this is like the easiest evaluation. Nobody is doubting this, and it's like, Reggie, you did a great job here.
Yeah.
I ain't do nothing. I just looked at this dude who was really big and fast.
Jeremiah Love.
Right, exactly. Your guy.
Your guy.
Obviously checks a lot of boxes.
Wait, can I press pause here?
Yeah.
This is a great point. This is the Zion Williamson of it all from the 832. Gains weight in Houston, Texas. That's a no for me. That's a great point. You have to have him having crawfish all the time. He's gonna be at
Barbecue.
Triple J's and everything. That's gonna be a real problem.
Kenyon Sadiq clearly checks a lot of boxes. Very, very high on every board. But the red flag that you find on him occasionally is route refinement. In other words, relies on that ability too much.
Buddy.
I knew what the answer was. I thought I'd ask.
My brother in Christ. No, I don't care about that. I don't care about that at all.
Yeah.
He big and fast, man. Just throw it up there, man.
Yeah.
Kenyon down there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's the route I'm calling.
Yeah.
Kenyon down there somewhere.
Yeah.
We will worry about that in post.
Yeah, not sweating it at all.
Yeah, me too. Maxi Anachor, obviously big dude as well. This one, well, I won't say anything. Technique on the edge. Has some issues occasionally on the edge with big-time, athletes that he goes against.
Buddy, this is honestly not only is this not a red flag, I actually find this as a very interesting opportunity for growth, right? The reason I mention this is, and this is the thing that you'll hear a ton of times when you get to the later part of that first round and people are talking about maybe Ian Achor being one of the best on the board still. He is still learning to refine his talent. Quite literally, he started for 2.5 years at Arizona State. He started playing football, get this, in the summer of 2021. Not like started playing football in college. Started playing football, period.
Yeah.
Some of us was playing football in Pee Wee.
Yeah.
He started playing football 5 years ago, almost. Yeah, man, there's going to be some refinement that's necessary in his technique. And honestly, if you consider that portion, playing against pretty high-level talent, his technique is actually much further along than it should be, considering that he's only played 4 years plus. I think that actually represents real opportunity for growth, that he was able to play Arizona State, be viable, and they still have those issues as growth is still possible. That's why I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I agree. I think, and then too, you can also see how well this Houston Texans staff is.
Sure.
Like, can they, take a project, lack of a better word, and put more into him and put him in the room with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and all that.
Yeah.
And kind of see if he can grow or not.
All right, I'm going to hop around here with some of the more popular ones associated with the Texans. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle. Really, the one on the red flag on him, they don't know if he can create any pass rush. He's a 1 or 2 down tackle.
I wouldn't sweat it personally. I love the way that he can two-gap. He's one of probably a couple guys that I actually really like, defensive tackle that can actually, two-gap, handle the pressure of being a run stopper. It's him and Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech. And this team in particular, and some teams I wonder if you have some issues there. This team in particular is the place where I go, I feel like if it's in there at all, they can get out of them. And then on top of that, let's say that one of your interior tackles isn't generating pass rush. Well, darn it. If only you had guys that could pass rush on this team.
That's where I am.
Right?
Yeah, that's where I am. They don't need him for that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
All right, Casey Concepcion, the wide receiver from A&M, getting a lot of run. Contested catches. I've said on the record, I don't remember him really like drops, like, classic type, why'd he drop that? The ones I do remember were the contested catches.
This is you being pretty strong on this has made me think a little bit more about it, but wide receiver with drops really concerns me. Like, he's talented, separates. It's one of the biggest things when we talk about wide receivers is some of these dudes will be like, oh man, he looks the part and all that. If he doesn't separate, what is that worth? And he does that. Casey Concepcion does that. So I like it. But that feels like you get separated and you drop the football, then what are we doing here? So I still think this is a red flag. I think obviously if you've done your due diligence and you're comfortable with it, cool. But drops being an issue is still a thing that is going to be hard for me to not look at.
Yeah, just hearing that, to be honest, with the drops and all that, that's kind of a red flag for me as well.
11.7% drop rate.
Yeah, not me. He's great after the catch, too. Like, that is his absolute strength. He gets the ball in his hands and things start to happen.
How much does him being in what feels like a pretty robust wide receiver room, how much does that make or break your decision on this? Because this team always
that's why I said that. Like you can use him in places where you just get him the ball in certain spaces, in certain instances, and then let him get to work.
But I also take this as...
he went to the house a lot.
No, I agree. No, I know. Like, he's actually one of those guys that he's one of the higher regarded wide receivers in this class because of those skills and those talents. The question I have is if you have a robust wide receiver room or pass catcher room, you could take this even wider. There's only so many passes, footballs that are going to be there. There's only so many targets. What happens if you're giving him 3 targets and he's wasting 1 or 2 of them? Like, how does that come across compared to maybe a team where we're going to get you 8 targets, and if you drop 1 or 2, it's not the worst thing in the world?
Yeah. All right, one more for you. I want to get an edge rusher in here again. Zion Young. They talk about him as a red flag, the hands and technique, that he has the kind of the edge rushing version of Kenyon Sadiq. Has everything, just the technique and the hands.
This one feels a little less like a red flag to me. The pass rush stuff will still need to work, but he's good in the run game, which I think is cool. And I feel like this is another place where I'm leaning on the Texans and their aptitude. Especially if we're talking particularly for the Texans. I feel like this is a place where we've seen the Will Anderson Jr. jump in some of these types of things as well, right? The idea of him not being a strip sack guy before and all of a sudden developing that. Now, of course, we're talking about a generational talent, Will Anderson Jr., but I don't think you can ignore the ways in which Danielle Hunter has helped him, Sheldon Rankins has helped him in, obviously Rod Wright. I think that you have an apparatus where if there's a guy that has that particular type of weakness, it feels like this is a place where you can rehabilitate it, but I feel what you're coming from.
Yeah, I agree. There's not a sweat for me.
He's going to be playing behind 2 of the best in the business. I'm with you guys. Yeah.
All right. So there you go. A few red flags that we're dealing with. Was it a red flag, or an issue, or not an issue? I feel like more often than not, we were actually leaning towards a feeling where I don't know that ends up being too much of an issue for me. We'll see if any of those guys end up making it, if they will actually be in the deep steel blue of the Houston Texans by the end of today or the end of tomorrow, or the end of the NFL draft this weekend. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, do the Astros have a starter for real? We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready? Once Reggie hoping to... Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What happened there? We're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. What's popping is everything is a little haywire as we're all leading up to the 2026 NFL draft. Exciting things happening all the way around. Draft gets going, at least here on these airwaves. The what you hear with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware. We'll get going at 6 p.m. Obviously, the draft party out there at the Avenida de las Americas. There we go. Yeah. I was like, I got to put on the Spanish. In order to get there. You heading out there?
No.
Why am I just not learning about this, Fig?
Are y'all heading out? I didn't get any memo. Y'all didn't mention anything.
I thought it was. I thought we were just rolling out as a crew.
I just saw it like how everybody else saw it.
I thought we was rolling out as a crew.
Y'all didn't mention it to me.
Wow. You see this?
I thought this was going to be the second annual.
Me too.
I was going to order pizza again at my house.
So is that what we're doing at your house again?
You're welcome to come.
All right. We'll be over.
We're going to have the second war room at Lopez's house. Where's that again? Let people know.
Yeah, right over there.
8507.
8507.
I got that 100-inch TV, man. I just can't. I can't get away from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We'll have some pizza.
Hopefully good.
Where you ordering pizza from?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking, is it, what's the one downtown? Anthony's? Tony's? That's a good one. It's good. Yeah.
I've never heard of this place before. And you know what? It might just be.
Honestly, it sounds like a generic ass pizza spot.
Right. I think he made it up.
Go to Tony's.
I think he made this up.
Here, I'll find it. Go ahead.
All right.
Continue.
If you say so. Some of the kind of scuttlebutt we're hearing, especially with like the Tennessee Titans, I found this to be interesting. Apparently, they've considered some styles. Yeah, I was like, Frank's I'm familiar with.
Frank's, okay.
He's just generic pseudo-Italian name, huh?
Yeah, Frank.
Very good.
Anthony's.
I'll be calling you, Frank.
Yeah, give Giuseppe's Pizza down there in downtown.
Yeah.
Send in your generic pizza place. All right, no, Tennessee apparently is considered Sonny Styles at 4. And I know, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about the possibility of like an edge rusher or clearly Jeremiah Love.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like, and by that I mean I hate, the idea of the Sonny Styles there, because if there is somebody who maybe could be the Fred Warner to Robert Saleh's defense, something that is absolutely necessary to make that work, it does feel like Sonny Styles would be it, doesn't it?
They're just in a good spot. Both of those guys scare me. I can't say Styles would scare me more than, not that I'm not confident that the Texans can make a big run here. I think they're on the brink, as we all know. I'm just saying, like, just in generically.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to mess this up.
Exactly. Either one. You're telling me.
Come on, Amy Adams-Strunk. Come on, Amy. Go ahead and do it anyways.
Somebody said that she was the one that hired the private detective because she was mad at Vrabel.
I can see that.
I could see it too.
Maybe so.
See that head coach get to the Super Bowl?
She was like, "How
dare you storm out of the draft room?
We have to get you out of here."
I know what you're doing.
You are canceled.
I know what you're doing. No, but like you're telling me, not you specifically, but you're telling me that you wouldn't be, unnerved by Jeremiah Love?
Oh, no, absolutely. No, either way, I don't like this at all.
Yeah.
Somebody said Luigi's Midtown is good as well. I can't tell if that's a real place or not. I really truly can't.
I think it is.
You think it is?
I think it is.
Now we're playing the game. Real pizza spot or not is what we've done here in What's Poppin', as I'm trying to. No, Luigi's Pizza Midtown is a real place.
All
there
right.
you go.
All right.
Real pizza spot or not is what we're playing here on the text line, apparently. Real performance or not is what the Astros are playing, as Peter Lambert gave you a very good 6 innings during, I think was it 8 strikeouts in those 6 as well, on pace to a 2-0 victory for your Houston Astros.
That stood out more than anything. I was like, wait, they didn't have to score 9 runs? They won 2-0, which means, of course, bullpen did its job. Defense did its job. They kind of gutted out a close win. Then they had traffic now. I mean, we were watching most of it during our show here. The Guardians kept putting guys on base.
I think this is more about the Guardians a little bit, man. They left a lot of players on base, man. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
maybe salute to the Astros getting out of it.
Yeah.
No, for sure. That might be a possibility. For one, there's a conversation that we had during the show, like how does Joe Espada handle his bullpen which is a constant conversation. And one of the big things that makes this tough is it's very clear. That man is scared. And scared of what in particular is really the most important part, which is scared to put Brian Abreu out there, which I can't blame him.
Yeah.
You can't live like this, can you?
Something has to break here. Either you're going to have to put some trust in him. Now, maybe it's going to be in a game where you're winning 9-1 in the 8th.
How many times do you think that's going to be there?
Something like that. But yeah, you're going to have to make a decision because first of all, you don't have enough arms. You can't just sit him out there until the mood strikes.
Blue Ball's arm going to fall off.
Yeah.
And De Los Santos' arm is going to fall off. He ends up coming in, getting a 4-out save, his third save of the season, mind you. He's been one of the more reliable, but you can't constantly have him coming out and having to have, longer than an inning outings because, you're parsing through your bullpen and having to use the full maximum of it 3 every night, basically, is what it feels like is having to be done in order to get you over the finish line of games that sometimes you're not even winning. It's like one series, though. Shout out to the Astros winning a series versus the Cleveland Guardians. They'll start a home set versus the New York Yankees tomorrow. But the Lambert thing, how comfortable do you feel that? Because he's looking good while doing it. 3.27 ERA to this point.
Yeah, I meant to actually start with that. 2 in a row, decent. To better than decent. I mean, speaking of, you're going to have to make a decision on Brian Abreu. The decision's made. You're going to run him back out there. You're going to keep confidence in him. One more, and I think a lot of people are going to fall in line with, okay, there's one that we can finally at least count a little bit on. And he was one of the pitchers that gave up some traffic, but they did get out of it. Nevertheless, he pitched well.
Yeah. So. That's also something that's happening. We'll see how this continues to go for the Astros, but it does feel like Peter Lambert might be able to hold on. So, I appreciate that Peter Lambert was like, "Oh, y'all was making fun of my name, huh?
Yeah.
How about this? Hold on to this."
You gotta start calling him his real name now, Peter Lambert.
Pete.
I mean, it is fun to call him Pete, but his mama called him Peter. I'm gonna call him Peter. I think is where we're at with this. Some other things that are popping, and this is not depending. I don't know how big of a deal it is right now. But shout out to Danielle Lerner of USA Today for making this note earlier today. Apparently, the WNBA's plan to revive the Houston Comets in 2027. Excited about seeing that quadruple champion coming back. Well, that might have hit a little bit of a snag. Apparently, the league is locked in a trademark dispute with some mysterious company about the trademark of the Comets. I am kind of surprised that trademark wasn't stashed somewhere.
I am stunned that they didn't keep the trademark. First of all, the question is, how does this happen? The second question is, how do you not get the trademark rights before you commit to the Houston Comets?
Well, I don't even know if I don't know if they fully committed, but I know that the Rockets have really leaned into the idea that the Comets are coming back.
But you can buy that in advance,
right?
Or you can acquire it however you want to do it.
Nah, yeah, I was kind of amazed by that. I have a feeling that this won't ultimately stop no show. Like, it'll just be how much money do you?
I was going to ask when if it do,
but the price went up.
Oh, I would be very uncomfortable with them calling a Houston anything else than the Comets.
Yeah,
because also there's something to be said for you want this to go up immediately. The Comets name is doing a lot of the lifting. The current Connecticut Sun team isn't all that good. It's bottom of the league right now.
Right.
And obviously they're adding young players or whatever, but they're not going to jump up next season when they start in Houston and be a really good team. So if you're coming in as the Houston, I don't know, Pride or whatever, just to throw some name out there. That's not going to do the same numbers that the Houston Comets do with the nostalgia that's attached to it. So you need to get this right.
Yeah.
You definitely need to get this right if you want to bring this back around. And one more thing in what's popping. Shout out to Seth Payne, who in, obviously all the scuttlebutt portions of talk about the draft, he seems to be really dug in on the possibility that the edge rusher is where the Texans are looking early.
A lot of heat on that. A lot of buzz on edge rusher. And we've all talked about how much closer to the draft these things become real. I am kind of leaning into that. I don't know about you guys. I haven't even really asked you. Are you starting to feel edge rusher? You starting to feel that?
It does feel like the edge rusher is one of the picks that they will utilize in their first, their 4 in the top 100, right? It does feel like, or top 70, really. It does feel like that's probably the way that this goes, right? Or at least in my mind. So, that's the thing that I'm thinking of is one of those. Maybe it's a second-round pick. There's an edge rusher in there, which we've talked about. I'm cool with. It feels like there's a role that's available for an edge rusher to play in what you do here and what you do well. So, I'd be interested. It would be very intriguing to me if specifically edge rusher is the pick at 28.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards it a little bit too, and I hate to do this type of thought, but I wonder if they kind of preparing for life after Daniil.
Oh, for sure. The contracts line up to which to a point where we know that.
Once this air rusher get kind of rolling a little bit, then it's easier to
Let's connect the dots. All right, we're getting close to the draft.
Yes.
We have a report, not a rumor. It was a report from an NFL writer.
Yeah, sometimes they be lying.
And I forget that there's some buzz about the Texans moving up. There's a lot more buzz about an edge rusher. That is not
moving up for an edge rusher would kind of grind my gears.
I'm telling you, if you connect those two dots, does it change anything for like a TJ Parker, the one that I've mentioned a couple of times? Right in that 15 to 18.
I would understand. And ultimately,
I would be excited during camp and all that stuff, but in the moment, I'll probably be like, what are they doing?
For sure. The beauty of the NFL draft, ain't it? You can be as mad as you want.
Like, what? You already got two.
I'm just throwing it out there. The two most recent reports that seem to be, from credible sources, edge rushers where they're leaning, trading up. How would that hit you?
That would hit me in a way that I'd be uncomfortable with tonight. I'd be uncomfortable with tomorrow. I would find a way to get – that's the thing that's funny about the draft. And I know that there's going to be exceptions to this. With all of the ways that we pay very close attention to this leading up, especially those of us that are – if you're listening to Sports Talk Radio, you deep in here, right? Mm-hmm. Just along with us. We pay so much attention to leading up to this with who we think they should have and who we think is good and is not. Ultimately – whoever your team is drafting, you really want to lean into the idea that they're going to be good. So you will make it work in your brain at least for a short period of time that actually I think there's a way that this could work. Now ultimately will it? We'll see. But I feel like that's always so funny is that you get to a point where you're like, no, I think edge rusher number 1 is who they should take. They take edge rusher number 2 and you go, well, but
I love that guy. I love that guy.
I think we can make this work. I think it'll work.
It always get like that, but the first reaction is kind of like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
I think they kind of did that with Kamari last year. We're just like, man, look at his 40 times.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And then after a while, he probably one of the most beloved people on the defense.
Right. Yeah. All right, that's a little what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Also, another thing that's popping is that coming up next, we get to talk to a dude who is going to have a long day, and let's have a little fun with him. His name is John Harris. He's going to be on the broadcast of the draft tonight here on these airways. Let's talk to him about this draft next.
Oh, okay, so that
the draft is here. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Draft day, baby. Excited for the possibility of seeing the newest Houston Texan, should the Texans stick a pick, or even trade up.
The Texans have traded up.
All right, hey. We don't have that on official, but yeah, we'll figure out what it looks like, and we'll do some of that with our guy, one of the best draft experts in all of the land. He's our guy, John Harris. You'll hear him tonight on the Texans broadcast of the NFL draft, starting 6 p.m. on these airwaves. Johnny Harris. John, what's happening, man?
Good morning, boys. Is it morning? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I'm like 3 hours sleep, I think. I don't know. I mean,
It's funny you say that, John.
Ridiculous.
We talked about, hey, we should get John Harris on draft day. And I'm like, I don't know, man. That's a big ask. He's going to be busy, all that stuff. And then we decided, let's go ahead and do it because he's probably ready anyway.
So, yeah, it's funny you say that. It is. It's really good practice in some sense. So yesterday, I started off at 7:15 with the interview with Paul Allen, Vikings play-by-play. I then did 3 more interviews up till 9:30. And then it's a very long story, but I had to go to L.A. this past weekend. So I lost hours in which I could do stuff. So I was just cramming, crushing, trying to get things done for footballtakeaway.com. In fact, I just finished all 8 divisions, draft boards for all 32 teams. I just finished those. They're up at footballtakeaway.com. Also, my entire draft database, where I keep all my notes, everything, rankings, my 100, that is posted as well. So you go to footballtakeover.com, you can have all that. So I'm in the midst of finishing up one of my last couple of divisions last night. I don't know, it's like 9:30, 9:15, I don't know what time it is. And I see a text. And I love Reggie Atatula, but I got to say, when I saw that text come across, I'm like, bleepity bleep, bleepity bleep. And then I turned around and I was like, you know what? I love Reggie. I love John. I love Fig. I got to go on.
Well,
so if
it's any consolation, I did feel bad, and I did try to do the counterpoint.
I didn't feel bad at all.
No, listen, for you guys, man, I'll do anything. You know that. Just I'm a little worse for wear, just trying to get it all together before we have all access tonight at 6, and then kick it off at 7 with, I guess, a big surprise at number 1. I guess some Mendoza kids going to the Raiders. Yeah. So all right, okay.
So I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned putting all the draft boards together, because my first question will kind of sit in that space. We know who's going 1. We have a good feeling of who are probably the handful of guys who go anywhere from 2 to 6. Outside of that, it feels like there's just a big morass of anything can happen. I know that you're putting these draft boards together. Do you feel like in your, research, you have any level of idea of how the middle of this round goes? Because that's going to dictate so much of what happens for the Texans.
I feel like there are certain things that just feel like they're going to happen. Like if Dylan Tanneman is there at 18, he's going to the Vikings. But I actually had him going in my last mock, which I also put up last night. I had the Titans trading down with the Cowboys. So the Titans ended up with picks 12 and 20. And at pick 12, I had the Titans taking Tiananmen. As I looked through, and this was a really good exercise to do, even though it took me forever to do all these draft boards, because I looked at each and every unit, and I looked at the Cowboys linebackers, and I just went, oh, God, they have to get Sonny Styles. They have to. They can't let Sonny Styles go at 4 to Tennessee. They have to go get him, because if they don't, their linebackers stink. So I felt like that was something that Jerry has to do to go get Sonny Styles. Now, look, he can go get Jacob Rodriguez or Anthony Hill, later in the draft. But I just feel like they got to have a game changer at linebacker. They got to have a leader. They got to have somebody with the green dot. I don't believe in DeMarvion Overshown. I don't know if he's ever gotten back fully from the injury. So that's why I had a trade. But I feel like Tiananmen, if he's there at 18, he's going to the Vikings. I feel like if Kenyon Sadiq is there and Tiananmen's gone, I think he's going to the Vikings. I think the Panthers will look at Sadiq. I think Monroe Freeling has a great chance to go to the Rams at 13, even though there's been all this talk about receiver. They got plenty of receivers, but what they don't have is a right tackle because Rob Havenstein retired. So I feel like there's some ways that I lean, but obviously in a draft, you never say anything with 100%. Yeah, absolutely, this is going to happen. I mean, too many people have done that and they look like idiots. So you're going to get that curveball at some point, but I feel like the guys to watch at some point, and they have Texans ties, are going to end up being Keldrick Falk, Auburn, Kenyon Sadiq, And, well, not Dylan Tiedemann. I don't think that's going to happen. And then what happens with with the linemen? Where does Iwani go from Penn State? Does he get in a range where, holy crap, we didn't think he was going to get to 20. Should we go move up and go get him? He's the best guard in this draft. So it's going to be it's always interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always that curveball where you go, whoa. And you know what? I don't care. I'm happy for curveballs because that just means push another guy down closer to 28. Push another guy down closer to 28. Push another guy down. And before you know it, you got this nice pot of players that you're looking at 28 thinking, we could make a pick from here or trade down, get some draft lanyap, as Mark likes to say, and then get your guy at 30 or 31 or 32. So it's going to be a fun night for sure. And I can't remember where the tweet I saw, but I think it was Tom Pelissero saying, Nick Caserio's calling, thinking about drafting, calling teams in the middle of the round. I'm like, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Like, that's what your GM should be doing. That shouldn't be abnormal. That should be what your GM is doing. Your GM should be calling everybody above and everybody below. You want to move up? You want to move down? What are you thinking? How you looking? Maybe you want to make a move? Hey, if we're on the clock, think about calling me back. That's what Nick does.
Yeah.
Other GMs should be doing it too. I'm glad they don't.
Yeah.
I'm glad they don't.
All right, so my favorite John Harris drop is Unforgettable.
Oh, okay, so that
and that's it right there. I believe that was Woody Marks in the fourth round that made you go that. So let's. Yeah. I want to ask you some questions here about that you might not be talking about tonight. What third or fourth rounder is going to make you make this sound?
Oh, okay, so that.
That's a good question. Give me a position.
Okay, so fourth rounder, let's say wide receiver.
Brennan Thompson, Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm.
Because that dude can smoke. Run fast, I should say. I should be very clear about that. That dude runs 4.24. Mm-hmm. And when I think about just as a rookie, like if you just have one role, like, hey, rookie, go run really, really fast. And just keep running 9 routes because eventually we'll hit you, but we'll scare teams with it. Mm-hmm. And then you let all your receivers kind of work their stuff in the middle of the field. And there's Brennan Thompson taking over, going deep. And just to have the number of guys with speed of that caliber, I think Brennan Thompson to me for Mississippi State would be that kind of guy. A guy that might go, and I think he's going to end up going in the second round, and you're talking about receivers. 2 guys that really, in the last couple of weeks, I've really kind of fallen in love with. Now, they're not, Brandon Thompson's 4.24. These 2 guys, Ted Hurst from Georgia State and DeJon Stribling from out of Ole Miss.
Stribling, I was waiting for it.
These guys, I've fallen in love with Hurst. He's a big slot at Georgia State. I think he plays on the outside. But, man, you talk about go-go juice, man. He can go. And he's got incredible ball skills, great body control. But he sounds like a couple of guys you already have. Now, Stribling, not as big as the other guys, but he's 6'2", 210, and strong. And he's one of the few guys I've seen light up Georgia. And he did it twice. He did it in Athens. He did it in the playoff game. And he's smart. He blocks his guts out. He plays hard. He runs really well after the catch. Like, you watch him after the catch, and you go, that's what Nico learned. Nico learned that. You catch the ball and you get vertical, and then you make all the littles tackle you. Mm-hmm. Those are 2 receivers that I would be really excited about getting. But, again, I don't know if that's, if receiver's going to be in play, but those are 2 of the guys that I would be like, oh, man, we just got that dude?
Yeah.
I would be excited about any of those 3 guys.
All right, here's the other one that may not be asked tonight, and that is I've often said these guys are so precise in their research. I'm talking about general managers and scouting departments. Mm-hmm. Just trust the board and, be diligent and deliberate, but they're still human beings. Yep. At some point, and it happens every year, somebody's going to go with their gut on a pick. In terms of like maybe it's a tie or whatever. What does your gut tell you about this Texans draft? Forget the board, forget what the mocks are saying, all that stuff. What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me that, and I don't think this is wrong, but I think they are valuing, and Nick said it the other day, and Will Anderson Jr. talked about it the other day, and D'Amico talked about it, and it's really kind of hit me, that we'll get a good football player. I'm not worried about that. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of good football players. But how many of those are the type of people that we want? And when you think about it from that perspective, the guys that were captains, the guys that exhibit captain qualities, we call it swarminess. Like, I've gone through my database, and I've looked how many times I've written Swarmy. In fact, I just mentioned Keldrick Falk. One of the first things I wrote about Falk back in, when did I start this? Last year, May, when I was watching Falk at Auburn, I was like, holy crap. I didn't think there would be any chance that the Texans would take a look, just because the Texans at that point kind of loaded at, edge and, whatever else. But you think, man, he's an inside-outside guy. And then I start reading about him, and, like, he's the leader of that Auburn team. Like, he is the alpha of that album. Like, okay, I need to have this guy on my radar screen. And I think that has become, not more than anything, but it has become a really big part of this process. And I think when D'Amico went up and they essentially asked him, hey, what are your non-negotiables? It's like, you better compete, and you better be a good person. And so essentially what D'Amico is saying, without saying it because he's not going to, but I'll say it, looking for a bunch of mini D'Amico Ryanses at all positions. Mm-hmm. Guys that off the field, you'd want your daughter to marry, or at least date. On the field, raving lunatics. And that's cool. That's fine. Let it loose. Be a leader. Be an alpha. And I look for those things when I'm writing my reports. Keelan Rutledge, kind of the same thing. Like, Senior Bowl, just listening to him talk, listening to what broadcasts have said about him. The coaches talk about him, and they're just like, man, he is the foundation piece for us. I think that part that we're not going to know 100%, but they are. That's going to maybe tell us, well, wait a second, this guy's rated higher than this guy and that. What's the one thing that nobody in the media is going to know for the most part? Mm-hmm. What those guys are like as teammates, as guys in the locker room, we're not going to know that stuff. We're just not. So that a lot of times comes from fans, and then in due time you're like, oh, okay, I see it. Yeah. I get it. And that happens a lot of times for me, John. I'll be honest, when we make a draft pick, you sit down with them, and then I say to Mark a lot of times, oh, I get it. Like Ariante was like that last year. I had really, at the end of the process, kind of come around on Ariante thinking, yep, you know what? I would like him to be a Texan. I sat down with him for the first time in a production meeting for our preseason game, and I was like, yep, I get it. I totally understand why they made this guy made him a Texan. I totally get it. And then you saw it work itself throughout the year. We go to Jacksonville. He has a terrible game against Josh Hines-Allen, and he says in the locker room, that won't happen again. I let my teammates down. It won't happen again. And for the most part, the rest of the year, it didn't happen again. In fact, when he faced the Jaguars, I don't think he gave up a sack the second time. So I think that becomes that much more important. It's the person, not always the player.
Now, John, we're talking to John Harris, Texas Radio here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You've done this a number of times, like leading up to the draft, obviously, the whole scouting process. Is there anything that feels notable about this year versus any other year, right? Like, I always try and see if there's anything that's special or different, especially when we talk about, like, the way that the class is built and everything. Is there anything that has felt different in your lead up, obviously, whenever you start to this point right now compared to other years?
Yeah, I think it's like 2022 in the sense that the quarterbacks are not good. And even Fernando. And, I mean, I said this to you guys the other day. I mean, I already started 2027, and I can pull out 5 to 6 quarterbacks that if they stay on the trajectory they're on, that I would take before Fernando Mendoza or any other quarterback in this draft. And so I think that's important because, last year, Jackson Dart was there, and, the Giants wanted to move up with the Texans to go get Jackson Dart. But you still had Shedeur Sanders on the board. You had a few other quarterbacks as well. Tyler Shuck was on the board still. You had guys that you thought could eventually become NFL starters. I don't see that this year. Now, how does that really kind of move the board, if you will? Who are teams trading up to get? And I think the other side of this is because, quarterback, running back, even tackle. I'm not a huge fan of the tackles in this
offensive
particular draft. Offensive. Okay. There's a glut kind of at the top. I mean, Caden Proctor, I think, should go to guard. Monroe Freeling has, not great tape, but he's got really good athleticism. Maxi Nacho is still learning how to play football, even though I really, really like him. And I think his future, and that's why I think he'd be a really good Texan, because he doesn't need to play right now. Mm-hmm. Draft him, let that athlete get better and better, and then, who knows whether you got kind of your own Jordan Mailata in some sense down the road. But I feel like that's kind of where this draft is. It's kind of like, all right, okay. It's more beauty is in the eye of the beholder on this one, that I think teams are going to look at, I think 32 different – they're always different. But I think there's always some consistencies on boards for especially the top 20 in a draft. I don't think that's the case in this one. I think it's going to be all over the board. I think, look at wide receiver. I think some people are going to love Mekhi Lemon, not like Carnell Tate. I think some people are totally out on Jordan Tyson. I think some people would want to make him a top 5 pick. So I feel like that will kind of drive things tonight that, hey, wait a second, the guy we really like is sitting there at 22, 23, whatever it is. Let's go move and get him. But you really don't know if there's going to be kind of this rush to go get a guy. And then I think also Ty Simpson. What happens with Simpson tonight? In my mock, I think I had the Cardinals went up and got him. And that's, look, with what's going on with Jacoby Brissett, I mean, they got to have a quarterback. So the Cardinals have some ammunition, go up and get their quarterback, get Ty Simpson, see what he can do. I mean, Mike LaFleur's got to have somebody take a snap that's worth the damn. And so I guess that's going to also be what drives this first round tonight is where does Ty Simpson go and which team, maybe the Texans, is the one that goes and trades down with the Cardinals going to trade up. So we'll see. I mean, I have no idea what to expect. Like Nick said, you have really no idea what to expect. You're going to move up. You're going to move down. Are you going to move out? What are you going to do? Or are you just going to stick and pick? I think you got to let the board speak to you. It's like the randomizer on Tournament Champions on Food Network. You got to let the randomizer speak to you. And I think that's what's got to happen. The board's got to speak to them. And, look, they might stay at 28 and have 4 or 5 guys they really like. And that would be a great situation to have. But we'll find out pretty soon, which is wild.
All right, so this is just quick as you can give me an answer here. The Texans can't leave day 2. I know that day 1 of the draft is tonight, but we're still not even sure if they pick tonight. The Texans can't leave day 2 without getting this.
They can't leave day 2 without getting, I think, a guy that can play center.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying a center.
Yeah.
I'm saying a guy that can play center.
Keelan Rutledge. We're on the same page. I know where you're at.
Well, yeah, Keelan Rutledge is one. Trey Zune would be another. Brian Parker from Duke is another. He's probably a little bit more down the road. These are guys that are transitioning from guard or tackle over to center. Gage Casey out of Boise State is another one. So it's somebody that you think can play center. That's why I love Keelan Rutledge because he's everything that's swarmy. I mean, he's everything. But they were cross-training him at the Senior Bowl, and I thought it looked okay. And I started thinking, yeah, man, that's okay. That's somebody you could bring in. Get him ready at center, and something happens at guard. Okay, slide him back over to his natural position. It's a net positive. So I think it's somebody that's got to play center, or at least at a minimum compete with Jake Andrews, Evan Brown to be the starter this year at center.
Love it. Love the idea. And I can't wait to hear you, Mark, Andre, get going on the broadcast tonight. So you got all access at 6. The broadcast starts at 7, and we're drafting at that point. We're off to the races. Excited to hear you and always appreciate you giving us some of your time, man.
I love you, boys. Thank you so much for everything.
Back at you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and everything you guys did for me at footballtakeover.com, and keep pumping it up, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you,
boys.
There you
go.
You got
and
it.
Look, the number of draft boards that he talked about, available at footballtakeover.com, along with all of his last mock draft, all of his work that he puts together in getting you ready for the draft there at footballtakeover.com. So make sure to check out John Harris there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We keep moving towards the start of the draft, but, it's in the loop, so we got to get you your lunchtime confessions. We'll do those next.
Yeah, man. Let's do this right now. Drift.
610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we had a little bit of a hiccup this morning. Had to drive back.
Oh, what happened?
Just a minor little blip on the radar.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Yeah, you probably didn't. We came back from the Chevron Championship for technical reasons. But here, that's not my confession. It's just to explain what I just saw this morning. And I wanted to get y'all's opinion because I think this probably should be illegal. You talk in your car. If someone's in your car, right? You chat it up, just conversation.
What are you asking me? If someone's in my car, that I talk to
conversations
them?
when you're driving, right? Everybody does.
Agreed.
So I pull up. I'm coming down Woodway, and I pull up next to this car, driving, mind you. We're moving. They were talking in their car. Sign language.
Wait, how does that work?
Exactly.
They was driving with their knees?
Yes. I'm pulling up.
Wait, sign language to who?
Each other.
Oh, okay. I thought they were doing road rage sign language.
No, although that's another topic. But they were just talking with each other. We were moving. We weren't going fast, probably 30 miles an hour. And they were, I don't even know sign language.
Signing.
So, they were signing. And I'm like, shouldn't that be illegal? I never thought of that. Never in my life thought.
Hey, if we can't text and drive, you should be able to sign language.
Right? While driving. Can you imagine going? Of course, all these crazy thoughts. Can you imagine making like?
I never thought about that.
Me neither. Like a 3-hour drive, like you're going to San Antonio or whatever, with those same two people.
The road trip.
Yeah, and they're
nice and quiet
the whole time.
I feel like we can't just have whole conversations. I feel like we can have quick. Hey, right? Because look, I think we've all driven.
That blew my mind, man. It just totally blew my mind. Go ahead.
We've all been in a place where, for a moment, you reach over to get something in the car where you're not the most attentive. Or like you're eating as you drive, so you drive with your knees for a little bit. So I don't think it's so crazy that you sign for a second. But I hope that it's just for a second. I hope it's not like we're having an extended conversation. Because also, I think the bigger thing about the signee or the person signing as driving is you can make a sign. You're also going to be looking over to see what the other signs are that this person is trying to communicate with you.
Imagine the kid in the back or something.
Yeah.
And you trying to look and see what they signing.
I was blown away. I was like, I never in my life have thought of that.
Shout out to the differently abled people, because I have never considered that additional hurdle that you would need if you were driving, and that was the way that you was kicking it.
And then, of course, I made it more dangerous because I was trying to take a picture.
See, that's the thing, right?
So
you out here
like,
this should be illegal. This should be illegal. You're trying to take a video out the window while driving with one hand, not looking at it.
It didn't come out well.
You're the issue here.
Man.
These are my confessions.
I realized that there is something that really I find deplorable, I find disgusting, and it really just does not sit well in my spirit. And you know what that is?
What's that?
Wealthy thrift.
Wealthy thrift. Okay, got you.
When you got money, but you act like
still want to go to the thrift store.
Yeah.
Right, but not even just the thrift store itself. I mean, just like being cheap while you rich. And I get it. Some people will be like, well, that's how they stay rich. No, it's not. That's how you're a jerk. And I point to particularly a man named Tom Dundon.
Tom Dundon.
If you're not familiar with him, it's fair because he's only been at least forefront in the sports world for a very short period of time because he is the dude who bought the Portland Trailblazers. He's the new owner,
I knew I'd heard the name,
And apparently, according to Athletic, he does not care that others say that he is cheap. And buddy, that is a moral failing because you should.
Yeah.
You absolutely should that people call you cheap because you are. Not only that, he came into the Portland Trailblazers and told them that, hey, do we really need the digital manager going with the team? Do we really need the team photographer for going with the team? He's cut back things like that. Tiago Splitter, who is the acting head coach, because you remember that their head coach got hemmed up?
Yep.
Remember when Chauncey Billups got hemmed up? So Tiago Splitter, the acting head coach, was asked about the possibility of him keeping the job. And he said that basically they had talked about the job and he had been really lowballed with an offer. And I'm like, dude, if you ain't had the money to own a team, just say that, right? It's not like he owned the team for a long time and team valuations have gone up and expenses have gone up. You just bought in. You just got here. You decided I want to be a team owner, and then you were like, ooh, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
I find that disgusting. Don't come over here if you ain't got the money to play then.
I knew I'd heard the name, and that story really ground my gears as well. I mean, this is, and it's going to affect the product. It's going to absolutely affect the product. It already is. I mean, coaching, everything else.
Yeah. And somebody said, why are you hating on Marshawn Lynch? He said he still gets his clothes from the swap meet. See, I feel like that's a different thing, right? In the moments where you need to spend money, spend the money is ultimately the point, right? Especially if you got it, right? Acting like you don't got it when you got it in the moments where you need to. I bet when Marshawn Lynch ends up in those moments, it's where the money got to come up. The money comes up, right? I can get it where he's like, hey, I don't want to spend a lot of crazy amount of money.
Yeah.
But this instance, you walked in the building. I want to be an owner of an NBA team.
Yeah.
But I don't want to spend the money.
Right, yeah, it's
bump
sick.
you.
It's awful.
I find that absolutely disgusting, and it does not sit well with my spirit.
I agree.
These are my confessions.
All right, so the NFL draft is tonight. Round 1 is tonight. And the receiver we kind of brought up a little bit by the name of Jordan Tyson. I'm not sure where he's going to be drafted. I saw some people had him, I guess the best receiver over Carnell Tate.
He's rocketing up a lot of boards.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, he's definitely
he's
definitely one of the best receivers, if not the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, so he has a brother by the name of Jalen Tyson, who played for the Cleveland Cavaliers right now. They're in the playoffs. And I know we always talk about stupid teams and stuff like that. And I think they kind of had that conversation with the WNBA. With the Dallas Wings drafting somebody's significant other. And I wonder, this is my confession. I'm not sure if this is stupid or not. What if the Cleveland Browns decided to take Jordan Tyson at number 6 just because his brother played for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Do you feel like that would be a smart move or be kind of stupid?
I don't think it would be a
and I'm kind of wondering if they would even do something like this. I feel like they probably would try to do something like this.
Well, it's in the realm of possibility because they do need to add weapons.
And that's a place where he could go.
I've been seeing a lot of drafts having them take Carnell Tate because probably because he's good and Ohio State guy and all that little connection.
Yeah,
but I wonder if they would try to take Jordan Tyson just because his brother played for the Cleveland Cavaliers and this would be a nice little story.
It'd be really dumb if that was the reason. I will say I'd be a little scared, not for like any significant reason, but I think Jalen Tyson was asked about what would happen if his brother ended up in the same city and he was like, oh yeah, we'll tear the city down. No,
don't say that. Don't say that.
That's not the answer, big dog. Do not say that.
Like, I'm wondering if the Browns just trying to look at PR type stuff. Like, you know what? This would make everybody.
That's why I paused, because it's not crazy.
Yeah,
teams do that.
He's a good player, so it wouldn't be a bad thing. I don't think they'd be reaching.
Right.
But I wonder if that would be the reason.
No, I don't. That's why I paused, because it's like he's worth the pick.
Yeah.
And then just imagine what he could bring.
Yeah.
Teams have done that multiple times over the years. You know. I think that's possible.
I mean, it would be a good selection. The only thing that for Cleveland where I'd go, are you sure you want to do that, is they just turned over the entire of the offense line. And they probably still need help there.
Sure.
So they probably should have. But as you mentioned, a lot of people are mocking someone like a Carnell Tate there. The safe, guaranteed, high floor guy at wide receiver.
And they got 2 first-round picks.
We wrestled with that back in 2013 or whenever it was with Manziel. When the Texans were just like, hey, yes, he's probably a good, which he ended up not being, of course. He's probably a good pick. And imagine what else he could bring to the Texans, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I want to know your question of the day answers. We didn't have time. We didn't get to go to the question of the day. And my confession is I gave my answer. The question of the day is, who's the player you were most right about going in a draft and most wrong about in terms of, I love this guy or I hate this guy or whatever. Just for the sake of those who weren't listening, the player I was most wrong about was J.J. Watt. I actually, was on the air with Mark Vandermeer doing the draft show, which was funny because I said this on the air. I said, love the pick. Think he's going to be really good against the run. Not sure about how many sacks he's gonna get. Well, we all know how that turned out. The player I was most right about was Jalen Petrie. And I just love that kid coming out of Baylor from the start, and he's turning into a Pro Bowl caliber. But we didn't get Figgy's and Reggie's answer, so I need to know. Well, that's my confession.
I know for like one of the ones that I thought was wrong was actually a second-round pick, and it was funny enough, ended up going to the Tennessee Titans. I thought Bishop Sankey was going to be cold, big dog. I thought he was going to be so good at running the rock. Fine. Like aggressively fine. I think he ended up with a career 3 touchdowns. Like it was he was an okay running back in there. I'm trying to think who was I absolutely right, because some of the answers are ones that you go, the Lamar Jackson. Yeah, that one, there was a lot of people that were right on that. I think for good reason, because he was a Heisman winner. He was really good at Louisville, and it was very clear that he's going to be able to do this in the NFL. But I'm having a hard time thinking of the ones where I was like so right that nobody else had thought about it. I guess. Yeah, it's not a draft one because I was about to go knowing that Geno Smith was going to circle back around. Yeah, I have a hard time thinking of I know that I've been right, but none that I've really clocked because I'm a good person.
Yeah, the one I was right about, and it was actually on these airways, and I kind of take credit for it a little bit, but it was kind of backhand compliment when I said the Texans would draft somebody like a Titus Howard.
Right.
And that's when they had, the 25th pick? I'm like, yeah, they probably going to get a project or something like that, and they drafted Titus Howard. It felt like it was out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The other ones I was wrong about. I 100% thought the Browns should have took Josh Rosen.
Oh yeah, that a lot of people did. A lot of people did.
Yeah, because he was like a lot of people liked him before that draft, like the year before. So I'm thinking like, man, that's the quarterback right there. I wasn't sold on Baker Mayfield. I damn sure wasn't sold on Josh Allen. Yeah. I'm like, no, stay away from him.
Yeah, agreed on the Josh Allen.
I was really wrong on that one.
That was a 2-piece.
Yeah.
He's like, I thought all these dudes.
Yeah, I was loud and wrong in that draft.
Forget that Josh Allen character. Yeah. We need Josh Rosen.
That's right. That's right. All right, so there you go. That's those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks at Sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610.
The Texans are back in the building for voluntary workouts.
It's exciting for us to kick off our off-season program. Feels like we were just here not too long ago. It's come around very quickly, but it's always exciting. You get a breath of fresh air. You get a renewed sense of energy when your guys come back into the building.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, I got to tell you about some international.
and is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It took me a couple minutes, but I actually realized what my answer is on the positive side of I knew he was, like, I was so right about him in the draft. Tank Dell. Now, of course, didn't call the injuries. But, I mean, you see him, if you saw him at Houston, you saw him be, like, the best wide receiver by far on the team at, 5'9"?
Probably at best.
Yeah. And then it was like, all right, well, is he just the only dude out there? They brought in dudes. They had guys transfer to make it to, see if they could have a more robust roster. And then he was still far and away the best dude. And I was like, I feel like I'm learning something right now. So I was like, I feel like somebody needs to make sure to draft this cat.
That's a good one.
And then the Texans got him, and he was really good when he had an opportunity to play. Hopefully he can be that good again. Hopefully you can also see other players that have some level of similar success for the Texans starting
lots of them
tonight. Yeah, lots of them, in fact. How about, 7, 8 of them? See what I did there?
All 8?
See what I did there? All right. Well, it's going to help when they get
6, 7.
That's a great point. And I will run away from that by saying that let's do a little buy or sell here. Are you buying what these various folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line to play along. John Lopez, let's get it going.
All right, let's get it going with the most recent buy or sell, and it, of course, has to do with the draft. Usually it's athletes and coaches and GMs, but I'm going to go with one Tom Pelissero. The Houston Texans are making calls about, quote, moving up potentially into the middle of round 1, could be targeting additional defensive line help.
So what's the buy or sell here? That they're making calls?
Yeah, that they are.
I mean, I 100% buy that they're making calls.
No.
To what
they're making calls about moving to the middle of round 1.
Sure.
Yeah.
I have a strong idea that they're making those calls to with interest of that. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that is more to set things up for the possibility that someone falls into their lap.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it past Nick Caserio one bit that he is getting in touch with people and feeling out what it would cost. He's working the phones, as they say. I think that is the due diligence of his job.
Yeah.
And I'm actually very excited to hear that. Because I think that the more that you probe out possibilities, the more that you give yourself an opportunity to win whatever trade that you ultimately make if you do make one. So, yeah, no, I think that this is true. I'd be very interested to see for whom this actually a move like that would actually be for.
Yeah, I'm selling it. I don't think he's trying to move to the middle of the round for a defensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just trying to move to the middle of the draft period to try to get some type of playmaker. It could be a defensive lineman, but I don't think he just had that one person right now. Like, I got to move to the middle of the round or middle of the first round to get this defensive lineman.
I said it earlier. If they are trying to move up that much, they probably have a particular player or two in mind, and they're going to see how the draft falls. I still think this is lying season 101.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is lying season 101. All right, you buying?
Wait, before we go there, if there's defensive lineman, can you point to the defensive lineman that you think that they'd be moving up for in your mind?
Probably what's the kid? Probably the kid from Clemson.
Are you talking about Parker, the edge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I would say something along those lines. All right, you buying or selling this? Y'all saw the video. I don't even know how much we talked about this. Alperen Şengün, when LeBron James was walking onto the court, was fiddling around looking at something in his pocket, and then he looked literal side eye.
Yeah, looked out of the corner of his eye.
Literally out of the corner of his eye, saw LeBron coming and stood up. He was asked about that. He says, "I just saw that video today. Everybody was sending it to me. It's kind of funny. I was just trying to get something out of my pocket. That's why I stood up."
I buy this 100%.
Do you really?
100%. Right. And what's funny is I actually saw the quote before I thought about the video. So I went and looked at the video, and it tracks perfectly. He's filling in his pocket. He's trying to get something out of his pocket. He even tugs at it and can't quite get up. And then he stands up, is able to get out of his pocket. It just happens LeBron walks by at the right time to make it look like he stood up with some level of reverence, LeBron. However, you know what also made it a little bit difficult for him? The way that he played in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
That's why people ask you about this big dog.
Yeah.
If you put up 20 on efficient scoring, nobody's like, ooh, were you afraid to see LeBron? No, because we believe it. The problem is you out here getting stuff stuck in your pocket and looking scared and then playing scared.
I'm selling it, man. I'm selling. I'm sorry, and he's probably ain't gonna be honest about it.
Yeah.
But the way he stood up like a judge came in the room, and everybody, you know how everybody stand up.
Not a judge. He stood up like a drill sergeant came in here.
Yeah. Nah, that's how he stood up, man. I don't think you stand up like that trying to get something out your pocket, man.
so glad you said that. I had a different analogy. Like, I want to buy this, and it is very plausible because he was trying to get something. But all plausible stories
can all be true.
Plausible stories can sometimes be the excuse because I want to believe it. But the look on his face and the way he stood up, as you said it, Figgy, was like, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
All right. Yeah. Okay. No, he stood up like, the king is here.
Reverence. Like, it was just like, I was like, if he didn't have that look on his face, I would have believed it.
The king is here.
That's
he stood up real quick.
I do want to know what he has stuck in his pocket because those are like his shooting warm-ups.
Something for LeBron to sign.
All right. Okay.
I ain't going that far now. I do feel like he
Can you sign this card?
I wouldn't be surprised if he stood up thinking maybe LeBron might be like, hey, what's up, man, or something like that.
It was just a look on his face like, oh, it's LeBron.
I was kind of looking through the comments too. I see a lot of people, I guess, from Turkey was pretty much saying that's a sign of respect.
Oh, yeah.
You stand up with somebody that you respect a lot, walks in the room or something like that. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah.
But he stood up like it was a sign of respect.
It was. All right, you buying or selling this? D'Amico Ryans on having as much input on the offensive picks as the defensive picks. Quote, we make every decision together.
This is interesting. I will buy this. I feel like D'Amico Ryans, though, is, especially we saw this past year, good at, or at least he's more comfortable with allowing people to have their strengths. And I do wonder if this is less about him making the decision together than I am willing to agree with some more stuff that side of this brings up in instances of offensive players.
I'm going to buy it.
You're going to buy it?
Yep.
I'm buying it. I just think ultimately there is going to be a final, as I put it yesterday. You know, I think they're going to reach an agreement on maybe one or two players. The final call is going to go defense, D'Amico, offense, Nick Caserio.
Why has nobody shown me what is actually in Alperen Şengün's pocket? I just need to know what he was looking for.
Probably lying.
Because it don't look like it's like
a
phone.
rookie card.
It's not anything
It's
big
a
like a
rookie
phone.
card.
It looks like it might be something small like a chapstick or something. But I just can't. I never see it actually come out of his pocket.
Man, he stood up like he seen a ghost.
It was a 10. Chun.
Alpy, if you're listening, tell me what was in your pocket. I'm curious now.
Regarding the difficult conversations that we've mentioned,
those conversations are getting more difficult by the minute, buddy.
Okay, so this is the part of the quote. We all talk about the difficult conversations quote, but this is the quote that is. I'm asking if you're going to buy or sell. Those conversations have been positive and productive.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't even know how to answer that.
I can tell you they haven't been positive. They might have been productive, but they haven't been positive.
I'm selling it on both fronts because what is the productive conversation that is there with? Hey, I need to tell you.
Yeah,
I messed up.
Yeah.
I guess the positive part is I'm not leaving and divorcing your ass. Maybe that's the positive part.
And are we sure that means
all your money?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take all.
Yeah. You're going to be on this dog leash for the rest of your life. You better hope you pass away first.
All your money.
Maybe that's the positive part.
I don't know if that's positive.
I don't even know that's positive. Yeah.
Sir, if you listen to Nash, you would know that she's only entitled to half.
Well, that's not what she said.
Right.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, no, I don't buy that just because so much of this has felt like phony is not the right word because I don't, but so much of it has felt like kind of off, whether it's the tone and the tenor, whether it's like the sincerity of like the willingness and the timing to bring this or answer questions.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, even just the, not going to be calling out of work on Saturday during the third round of the draft to go to counselor. All of it just feels a little off. So I'm inclined to sell most anything that Vrabel says in this moment.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. No, there's no way in hell you think some positivity came out of this, man. Unless you feel like her not leaving your ass is positive, is a positive thing.
Exactly.
Then I'm not rolling.
All right, one more for you guys. Andy Reid, Kansas City Chiefs coach Andy Reid on Justin Fields. He's a legitimate quarterback, a starting quarterback in the NFL, and we are lucky to have him here.
All right. He has started games in the NFL, Andy.
He has.
I think technically you are correct, but I am selling the mess out of it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, read that quote again.
I am.
Talking about Justin Fields. He's a legitimate quarterback, a starting quarterback in the NFL, and we are lucky to have him here.
Although he was maybe better than he was given some credit for in this past year in New York. But yeah, he is at best, he's one of these tweeners where he's like a backup quarterback that if you got to start him for a little bit, you're not too upset about. But if he's your starting quarterback, you go in knowing we would like to have another quarterback.
Yes.
What's the funny of the things that Andy Reid said there? I think that the thing that I believe the most is that we're lucky to have him here because of the circumstances.
I would agree with that.
With Patrick Mahomes likely missing games to start the season, I do think that they feel fortunate to have a guy who has like a particular skill set that they can work around up until they get the guy who actually organizes their offense. Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually buy this. I think what Reggie said. I think they are lucky to have somebody like him. I'm trying to think of a quarterback outside of Patrick Mahomes and all that. Last time Andy Reid had somebody like a Justin Fields. I'm kind of curious how he gonna use Justin Fields.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think I'll buy it too. I mean, he's a legitimate quarterback as much as you can. I mean, he's not Patrick Mahomes, but I think they probably feel lucky they got somebody like that. So
yeah.
All right. Is that a little buy or sell here for us?
That's a little buy or sell.
That's a little buy or sell here on a Thursday, a NFL Draft Thursday here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, 1 o'clock, getting ready to head into our final hour of today's program. There's some mock drafts. There's a lot of final mock drafts that came down today with all sorts of different picks for your Houston Texans. Ultimately, we've been doing our countdown to the draft. Today's the day. The question that we have today, who's your pick? Who do the Texans select with their first pick in the 2026 NFL
Call your
draft?
shot.
Call your shot. 713-572-4610. We'll discuss that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a draft day. First round of the NFL draft. It gets going tonight. We were counting down for how long till we got here. In fact,
let's see what that countdown is. Right.
I love that we can't just find the countdown.
Yeah.
We're not even going to calculate it ourselves. We're just going to go and allow
5 hours,
ESPN
57 minutes, and 30 seconds.
And 29 and 28. Yeah. Under 6 hours to go until the picks start flying. They're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the 2026 NFL Draft. Your Houston Texans currently slated to be the number 28 pick. Will they pick there? Only God knows. I'm not even sure Nick Caserio knows in this moment, but we'll see. With that being the case, though, we've been asking various questions to get us to this point and get us ready for it. The final question that we ask, who you got?
We've been doing this for 17 days, ladies and gentlemen.
Who you got?
17 days. The question of the day leading up to the draft. This is the big one, guys.
The base power text line, 713-572-4610, is available for you to get in what your thought is. I would like to, before we give our thoughts here, do our final mock draft check-in before the first round of things. And there's 3 mock drafts all doing kind of different things for your Houston Texans that I'd like for us to look at. We can look at the first round or we can go to some of the other things depending on what's there for you. All right, so the 3 that I chose here, you know the way that I like to play mock draft check-in. I like to check in with folks that are usually kind of less of the like just scouting evaluators and more of the kind of insiders of this, so that hopefully we get some level of their insight as based on information that they've heard. So there's Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Media, okay? There's Peter Schrager of ESPN, and there's Dane Brugler of The Athletic. So we'll do a little choose your own adventure on these mock drafts. We'll check in with these, see what they have to
Those are all good ones.
And then we'll weigh in.
Let's go with Jeremiah.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah, who might be the guy that people look at the most, especially when it comes down to here in Houston. He was the guy who was on top of the Will Anderson Jr. Circumstance before most anybody else was. And, he's a guy who's talked about the possibility of the trade for the Texans. What he has for the Texans is actually sticking and picking. I know that there was points where he was like, trade back could be in play, which, fair enough. Do you know who he has the Texans sticking picking? I would like you to guess.
Caden Proctor.
It is not on the defensive side of the football.
Offensive.
It is on the offensive side of the football.
Caden Proctor.
Oh, yeah, Caden Proctor. Sorry. For some reason, I thought you said Caden McDonald.
Yeah.
Is Caden going to be the new Jaden?
Ooh.
Where's just a whole bunch of Cadens? Anyways, neither here nor no, not Caden
or
Proctor.
Jalen.
Yeah.
Jalen is the issue, really. No, it's a different one. It's maybe my favorite offensive tackle in this potential draft, Maxi Iheanacho.
Okay.
The blurb that he has, Texans reconstruct their offensive line with some versatile pieces this offseason. Long-term, Iheanacho has a chance to start opposite Ariante Ursary at offensive tackle, but Houston can take its time developing the rookie. It's the flat-out reason why – well, it's one of the reasons why I love him. Another thing is he's Nigerian. But really the more important thing –
why didn't I think of that?
Oh, I've talked about this a bunch of
I know
times.
you have.
I don't hide my hand here. Green, white, green all day, baby. But no, Max, he's only been playing football since 2021, and particularly in a draft class where there's not really very many good tackles. We talked about this with John Harris just earlier, like an hour ago. There's not a lot of tackles that are actually profiled to be great that you could go, he's going to be an all-pro. He's definitely going to be a Pro Bowler.
Right.
Hell, most of the offensive tackles we're talking about, even in the first round, people are talking about the possibility of them needing to move into guard. So if you're not getting the high water mark of those, I think that potential is really interesting, especially seeing as this Texans team is well situated to allow potential to get there and then slot them in. You don't have to have them take the knocks. Maxi Iheanacho started playing football at all in 2021. Pretty technically proficient for that circumstance, but a lot of room for growth. That feels like it fits pretty well also with the Texans team that still needs to add more to the offense. They've done some level of addressing, but I think we would all agree that in order to help raise the boat on the offensive side of football, put more assets into it, I think that this would be a great way of doing that.
As we move on here, I agree with everything you said. Call your shot via Twitch or YouTube or 713-572-4610. I'm curious where people are going to say, how about Brugler?
All right, Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He puts his final mock draft out today. And of note in this, he does have the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love, mind you. early on. Not anything that you absolutely needed to know, but I found that to be interesting. He does have the Saints taking Jordan Tyson today and Ruben Bain going to the Kansas City Chiefs. But then as we continue down into the draft, further into the draft, he has the Houston Texans also sticking and picking. But this is on the other side of the football. This is where you see Caden McDonald go. He goes, McDonald
that makes sense. He's been mocked a lot.
Owns the point of attack, consistently makes plays in the run game, which is the thing that he does really well, which would make him more than a welcome addition.
So chalk.
Pretty chalky.
Yeah.
Pretty chalky. So he has it being pretty stable, pretty steady. Caden McDonald out of Ohio State, defensive tackle. I like it.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, that's somewhat need and clearly a high-end player that would be one of the first ones at that position taken. No, I like that a lot. What's the third one?
All right. The third one is Peter Schrager of ESPN.
Oh, yeah, Peter Schrager.
And this is where we do not have a stick and pick.
Okay.
We have the Texans trading. You going to ask the question?
Where? Up or back?
Up.
Okay.
So and Peter Schrager really did try and put this together based on insight. He has them finding a partnership with the Carolina Panthers and acquiring the 19th pick, giving up 28, obviously, and 69.
Nice.
Right? And so that ends up getting you out. You move off of that fourth or that third rounder, though, which I find to be interesting.
Yeah.
And you move up and you select a pick that I know a lot of people find reprehensible, Blake Miller, offensive tackle.
Blake Miller, the tackle. Okay.
Yeah. And Blake Miller, big dude. It falls in line with what
we're
you've
not
been
high on
talking
Blake's
about.
over here.
No, you're not. What you mean we? You the one out here trying to hoist Blake Fisher out by his petard.
By the way, you draft a tackle and you trade up to draft a tackle. See you later, Blake Fisher.
Yeah,
he gone. He gone.
I also find it interesting, just the idea of trading up to draft a tackle with two and a possible starting tackles already on the roster. I find to be really interesting.
Yeah, no, I
say interesting the bad way. This is interesting derogatory.
I get it, and you will probably hear some groans. You know, they traded another pick to move up for an offensive lineman. I can't trust. That's the other aspect here. I can't trust their offensive line, evaluations based on all the information that we have. But I could absolutely, positively see that happen.
Which is interesting because, I mean, in this instance, you'd be trading up, taking the Blake Miller. And if you're not familiar, I think one of the things that people don't love about Blake Miller, pretty upright, oftentimes doesn't look all that powerful, even though he's a big dude, which not very much upsets me personally more than being big and not being able to use it.
He was one of the red flags players that we didn't get to for those reasons.
Because of the size. Yeah, and that's a red flag that I don't love. Like, no matter the sport, having a skill, a natural ability, honestly, in a sport, and that's good for that sport, and somehow not being able to use it, it's akin to the dude who's tall for nothing in basketball, right? Like, look at you being tall and not being able to use none of your
70
legs,
points,
right?
Man. Yeah.
And so I feel like that's the thing that really would frustrate me about this. And what also is interesting is that he has them trading up to 19. Some of the people who would still be on the board at that moment, Monroe Freeling, who I don't know exactly how I feel about. There's been some up and down in his, like, he's one of those guys that at Georgia, Kirby Smart expected him to be back this year.
Yeah,
that's how kind of early he is in his development. Keldrick Falk would go 22 in this draft, so you would have him still available. Max Ian Nachor would still be on the board in this. TJ Parker would still be on the board in this. Right, I find that to be very interesting. The idea that they would move up. Just 2 picks after when Kenyon Sadiq would get picked, mind you, and end up not taking some of these other guys, especially even Monroe Freeling and Max Iheanacho, that feel like those would probably both be more interesting tackle selections than Blake Miller compared to in this particular mock draft.
Yeah, so let's hear it.
All right, so
let's
how
hear
we
it,
feeling?
Figgy.
Go ahead. Call your shot here. Who are you thinking is the first pick? And I said this very intentionally because I'll leave room for you to say they're trading out and maybe they're selecting.
We worded it. Who will the Texans draft first? That doesn't necessarily mean first round. Call your shot. Figgy, you got yours?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real spicy with mine. I'm just throw it out there because if it happens, then I'm a genius. If it don't, I'm stupid.
People will forget.
Yeah. I think they will trade up, not a lot, but maybe a couple spots up, and kind of shock everybody by drafting the receiver. And I'm going to say Denzel Boston.
Ooh, okay. Denzel Boston is such an... All right, so if the
he's
Texans...
been connected. I think he had a top 30.
I'll double check.
I think he had a top 30.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of those picks where you'd be like, wait, whoa.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. No, I actually kind of like that. You know, I'm in on a receiver. And did he have a top? I think he did.
The thing about Denzel Boston, though, is Denzel Boston. Yes,
I'm not saying I want this pick. I'm just guessing. I'm making a wild guess.
Mm-hmm. Denzel Boston is like big possession guy, ain't he? Mm-hmm. And so, does that feel like another one of what you need? It feels like when people talk about, and you've been one of these people, adding a wide receiver, it's more for the possibility of getting some speed in there, getting some playmaking. Which I'm not trying to make it seem like Denzel Boston has no speed and no playmaking, but he is more primarily something that feels akin to what you have in Nico Collins and what you're hoping you kind of have also in Jaden Higgins. It feels like a maybe unnecessary replication of talent that you already have rather than maybe diversifying what your wide receiver room is.
But it is another guy that's highly regarded into the room, and it's all about that, the competition that they often talk about,
Yeah, maybe so. Who did you end up with?
All right, so go ahead and mark this, Figgy.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Whoa. You coming in a little too hot here, big dog.
Go ahead and mark this. You can get the promo ready for tomorrow. I mean, you can go ahead and start writing the script on this one. I say this, and you know this. I wrote this down before the show. I didn't hear what you said about Brugler. The Houston Texans will trade up to number 19 with the Carolina Panthers. That's why when you said that, I was kind of going, ooh, that's what I got.
Peter said that one, I want to say,
was it
right?
Peter Schrager?
Peter Schrager, correct.
Yep.
The Texans will trade up to number 19 and draft with the Carolina Panthers and draft one off also a little spicy, but I could see it happening. T.J. Parker, the edge rusher out of Clemson, checks all the boxes. Big school guy, not SEC, but one of those types of programs. Real athletic. Had a kind of a drop in production his junior season, but he had 11.5 sacks the year before that. I think 6 or 7.5 sacks the year before that. Just an absolute pass rushing fiend. That D'Amico Ryan. He's married. He's
not about to get in Houston while out unless he's Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, and he's swarmy. He's married. Good dude. All that stuff. It's got D'Amico written.
I wonder what the draft profile going to say about him now. He's a great guy. He's married.
Yeah, but I mean that does matter.
No, I mean
his mom was on drugs.
All right. Okay. No, that's interesting, and I guess I had not given T.J. Parker enough credit or thought. I'm in a place where if you're trading up, it's got to be a banger of a pick. I think I'm just going to lean on, while you guys have gone spicy, allow me to be a little bit milquetoast here.
Yeah.
I guess there might be something a little spicy in it, but again, I come back to the logic that I talked about earlier. There's a lot on the offensive side of the football that it feels like they could still add into. We give them credit for addressing the offensive line, but it's not like the offensive line is foolproof right now. I still think that there's more that they can do to address it, and I think that there's going to be a couple of picks probably that speak to the offensive line. Why not start early enough with 28, or even the possibility of a trade back? Because I wonder if that dude could maybe be in this range. Give me the upside. Give me the dude who has the upside. They've built this.
Oh, here we go.
Give me Maxi Iheanacho.
What's their record on these guys with upside that they draft? Offensive linemen with upside that they draft.
When was the last time that they had Cole Popovich, baby? I really do think that they're leaning into the benefit of Cole Popovich being here. I think that they appreciate his capabilities, and I think that also the way that they went about their offseason gave them freedom to be able to get a player who they do not have to throw in there immediately. And so if that's the way that you have this set up, logically to me it feels like you have laid the bed for you to be able to get the guy who maybe has the highest ceiling possible at tackle. We talked about it. Like the contract isn't prohibitive to where if after 1 year of Braden Smith, you can go, thank you for your services. But now we got the young boy and it's his time to shine.
Like, and that's a big part of it. The contract, they do need a tackle. They do need a lineman, just period.
Right. So they've situated to where they could still make that happen. So it feels like you could do that, still add to that offense, have a high-end opportunity, and continue to build that way. Again, a lot less sexy of a pick, especially because taking an Iheanacho versus like some of these other tackles possibilities, it feels like even less likely that he ends up playing in year one, which is not the super fun thing with the first-round pick. You want to be able to see them really soon. Yeah. But I think you've set yourself up for that possibility, and I think it'd be a good fiduciary responsibility move for Nick Caserio to look at that from the perspective.
None of us said Sadiq.
Yeah, I don't think that they actually make that move.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he slides by. I don't think he slides by Baltimore, and if he slides by Baltimore, I don't think he slides by Tampa. Like, I just don't think that there's too many teams in that middle round that could go, ooh,
yeah,
a tight end,
And
a really good tight end that's versatile.
Yeah,
you know.
And only one of us said an offensive lineman, which 2 months ago we would have been like, oh, first, second, and third round.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like they addressed the offensive line and free agency to the point where I feel like maybe in the first round is not that big of a need.
I totally agree.
Yeah, maybe
I'm
they
not falling for the okie doke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see them pick one in the second round, but I think right now, I think it wouldn't surprise me if they don't go offensive line.
I mean, obviously, we will be back tomorrow to talk more draft, so I don't want to take too much of it. But I think that you'll know one of the guys that I think gets drafted on day 2 as well, because I've been talking about him in the same way I've been talking about Ian Achor, right? I think that there's still the opportunity to get one of those guys as well. 832 trade up for Venga. Hey, that's one of the things, because I mentioned that I don't remember whose draft it was. I think it might have been Daniel Jeremiah's. Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah. He has Venga Ioane, the guard out of Penn State, falling to 22. That is something you could get me on. Trading up to like 19 or something to get over the Chargers and go, give me that one.
Yeah.
You could talk me into that one, big, because that's, if it's not Kenyon Sadiq, the other guy that I feel like trading up for would be valuable is Venga, because he is by far the best interior offensive lineman, and he feels like a guy that
he's not gonna fall there.
He would yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But if he does, like if the board kind of situates that way, where the night starts going that way, that is a dude where I could talk about first round pick, offensive line starting day one, without question. All right, there you go. Let's see if anybody.
You marked that, right?
Anybody else calling their shots in here? They say the only guy that they would trade up for is Sadiq. Appreciate that. Somebody said Jennings Dunker is the only name I want to hear this weekend. I'm glad you said this weekend and not tonight. That would mess me up just a little bit. Nobody else calling their shots on the text line, huh? Okay, all right. Sounds like
y'all being scared.
I didn't realize
man.
our listeners were scared. That's crazy.
They just want to say y'all got it wrong.
And you know what? That's fine. That's okay. I appreciate that. Yeah. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the man Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, I got a couple stories, including one about a dumpster company that I felt like was being really petty over an unpaid bill.
Oh, wow. Can't wait to hear that. Also, I can't wait to see who wins this 4-pack of tickets to see a little international soccer. All you got to do is be caller number 8 right now to 713-572-4610. Win a 4-pack of tickets to see Argentina take on Honduras, Kyle Field, College Station, June 6th. You want to make sure to see. I mean, this is prime time. This is the best that teams look outside of actually playing in that big tournament this weekend. So
and if you buy tickets, you can get in pretty easily.
You can get in pretty easily. So it's not like buying the tickets is a bad thing, but I feel like what's better than cheap tickets is free tickets. So be caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. We talk about Figgy's mixtape next.
It's draft week for the Texans.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Lopez, have you ever rented a dumpster before?
No, I don't think I have. No, like for moving or something.
Yeah, like a big dumpster to the house to clean out some
I got
stuff.
a truck, so I usually just take stuff.
You just load stuff in the truck. Okay.
I just like the idea that somewhere in Figgy's brain, whether he wants to admit it or not, he was like, Lopez seemed like.
I bet Lopez has done it.
I would have bet money that you.
Yeah, no.
At some point.
I've done a lot of stuff where you have to move trash and stuff, but usually I just take it in my truck to another dumpster.
Okay. Yeah. So, if you ever thinking about renting a dumpster, make sure you pay the bill, because I did not think something like this would happen. So somebody didn't pay their fee for having a dumpster, and this is what happened courtesy of Inside Edition.
It's war over garbage. When tenants allegedly didn't pay their bill for a dumpster rental, the company didn't go away quietly. They went to the home and dumped all the garbage right onto the driveway.
That's right. Neighbors have been left completely speechless after a garbage truck dumped an entire load of trash on a driveway. First, the driver unlatches the truck's rear door, and out falls a pile of debris. But that's nothing compared to what's about to happen. He goes back to the cab of the truck, pulls a lever, and unloads the entire contents onto the driveway. It's a mountain of junk. And as he pulls away from the driveway, you can see debris covering the sidewalk as well. The owner of the garbage hauling business says he made repeated efforts to get the $700 bill paid, but he says the tenant never paid. So he decided to empty the dumpster right there in the driveway for non-payment. The cops were called and ordered the dumpster driver to clear the sidewalk, but he wasn't made to remove the trash he dumped onto the driveway.
Ooh-wee. I know it's a couple things you don't mess with in life. You don't mess with the person that's making your food.
Correct.
And I could probably think of some other stuff right now.
You don't mess with the repo man.
No, you do not. Don't mess with the repo man. Do not mess with the dumpster, pay your dumpster bill, man.
They thought they got over too. They're like, what are they gonna do? They already took the trash.
What they gonna do? Take it?
Yeah,
I want them to take it. They're like, nope.
Was this a plot in The Sopranos? Because for some reason, this feel like this was a plot of The Sopranos.
I am looking at it now. I just looked it up. It's hilarious.
And they actually did it pretty nice. Like they made sure to put a tarp over it. Or
no,
something?
that was the family that did that.
Oh, the family did that.
Yeah.
Oh, so they thought that they were just gonna. Okay.
Look at him. He just dumped it. He just dumped it all up and down.
Look, this feels like the only response in this case.
This is like a bad breakup.
This feels like the only.
That's worse than a bad breakup.
Just throw all
man.
his clothes or her clothes in the front yard.
Yeah, no, this is pure garbage.
This feels like the only way to handle this is like, okay, so you didn't pay me. I will just bring the trash back.
None of us.
Very simple, very obvious.
None of us have a problem with this.
Not even close.
No, pay your bill, man.
Yeah.
Pay your bill, or at least communicate. This is the one thing I hate people don't do this. Just communicate. If you ain't got the money right now, communicate with that person saying, hey, I will bring it. I will pay the bill next week or something like that.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Why don't more people do that?
Yeah.
I will say, we ain't had no deposit up front or nothing. Which I guess, look, if we talking about $700, whatever the deposit is, whether it was like $50, was not gonna cover it.
Yeah.
But still, I feel like I should like half up front or something. You mean like, I feel like this is rough.
But shoot, even if they do pay half up front, like you still got to pay. You owe me money.
Yeah.
You owe me money, buddy. So yeah, I'm down with this, but make sure if you rent a dumpster, man, pay that bill.
This is so good. I love this.
All right, so question, because I was thinking which answer I would have, and I actually had a hard time in my head finding my landing spot. Would you prefer them take you to court behind this, or would you prefer somebody dumping into your yard like this?
As the owner?
Take me to court, man.
Really? Yeah. You're just like, hey, man.
I can't. Yeah, I ain't trying
legal
to
fees and all.
Yeah, we'll work. Let's try to work something out, man. I probably wouldn't put myself in that position.
Well, of course.
But
clearly, we're good people.
Yeah, I'm just I got to communicate, man. Like, hey, whatever you do, please don't do this in front of my yard, man. I will pay you extra.
This had to be the time of that driver's life because I feel.
Oh, he was smiling in the interview, or maybe that was the owner. I don't know. He was just smiling the whole time.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
I got them.
The catharsis of this.
Yes.
The catharsis of, man, I've been meaning. There's a lot of people in my life that I couldn't get payback on, but this right here, this is funky justice.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So remember a couple weeks ago, the city of Memphis was pretty much a punching bag.
Yes.
For NBA players.
LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron. And you had they dug up old audio of people just talking bad about Memphis. And LeBron actually said they should move to Nashville.
Which, by the way, Adam Silver said they are committed to Memphis. He had to come out and make, hey, we are committed to staying in Memphis.
Yeah. Hey, that's where I'm getting at right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Here's Adam Silver on. I think he was on Bussin' with the Boys, and they asked him about what NBA players were saying about Memphis and could they move to Nashville.
You know, well, first of all, players I talk to all the time like playing in Memphis. I've never heard that issue of players not wanting to be in Memphis. So number one. Number two, you know, the owner of Memphis Grizzlies, a guy named Robert Parra, has no interest in moving the team out of Memphis. He's made that clear. I think there's obviously Nashville is a city on the rise. There's incredible things happening there. You know, if it were up to me, I'd love for them to play a few games a year in Nashville and sort of be Tennessee's team to the extent they can. But, you know, Memphis has been a great market historically for the NBA. There's, you know, amazing history in that city, amazing culture, you know, and it's a big country, you know. And so as I look out, you know, at our 30 teams, we want teams to be able to do well everywhere. We have a revenue sharing system, et cetera. But there's, from my standpoint, there's no reason why the Memphis Grizzlies can't be successful.
So if you missed it, he did say maybe play a couple games in Nashville at some point.
And that's dipping the toe, big dog.
Yeah. This is a trial. A trial run. That's what they call it.
Trial balloon.
Yeah. I don't understand the part where you say, you know, this is a big country.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so why don't you go to the Los Angeles Lakers and see if they want to play a game in San Diego again?
Yes.
Yeah, let's start moving everybody around a couple times a year then.
I like Nashville. Nothing against Nashville now. Okay, we heard you.
Are you buying this? Are you buying what he's saying?
I am not.
I was more willing to buy it until we started hearing some of the genuflections like, hey, man, you know, we got a revenue share. We're going to make it work in all sorts of places. And, you know, maybe you could just taste it. You know what I mean? Like,
just a taste.
No, you don't have to eat the whole plate, but, you know, just grab it.
This kind of feel like, remember when Jacksonville was flirting with the idea of moving to London and all this other stuff, and we're going to play a couple games over there.
Yeah.
Like, no, you thinking about it.
Yeah.
You ain't just doing it just for the hell of it. Otherwise,
no, we would never move. He has no interest at the moment of moving the team.
At the moment, huh?
But we'll look at it a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, money talk, new stadiums talk, all that type of stuff. New city, all that stuff talk.
Yeah, there's a more crass example that I thought of that Isaiah on the YouTube page is right on. I just don't feel like saying it out loud.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I'm not saluting this. I'm just throwing this out here. So somebody was arrested. I guess they pulled off a scam at a store. And they were kind of traveling all around the nation just pulling off the scam at a department store.
Okay.
I want to guess, what do you think kind of scam this is? What do you think
department store?
Yeah, they going into a department store pulling off.
Well, it can't be obvious like the old gift card thing where they scan them and all that stuff.
I'm guessing it's the returning merchandise not from
that's a good
store.
One. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll go with that.
Okay, yeah. I think y'all, do y'all have an idea what the...
Oh, I was right? It's not because I'm Nigerian. I'm not a scam master. Leave me alone.
No, I'm just kind of, what do you think this person is doing? Returning, buying and returning.
Oh, okay. So I was on it. Okay, let's see. See, now I don't know. You said a department store?
Yeah.
So it could be clothes. It could be like trinkets.
Is it the empty boxes thing? I've heard about that. That's a growing thing. They put items in an empty box and make it feel like it's heavy.
I think you kind of close on this.
Yeah.
So they'll buy the thing.
That's a big thing right now.
Yeah,
They'll take the actual thing out, but then they'll take the box back with like bricks in there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go to CBS News with this story about a scam.
Police in California say they've solved a Lego mystery. This man was allegedly buying Lego sets, taking out the little bags of Legos, and returning the box to the store filled with little bags of pasta.
Yeah.
Stealing from the store and setting up the next customer for quite a surprise. Police say he got away with it dozens of times in 5 states before they got their Lego man.
People are doing this all over now.
I wonder how much money was he making off of this?
A lot. That's the thing.
Because the Lego sets are expensive.
Yes, it feels like, oh, it's a small little caper. Hey, man, them Lego sets go for money.
Thousands sometimes.
Yes. So I'm really curious how much money he made off of this. And I saw another report saying he did it over 70 times before he was caught.
Oh, my goodness. He made thousands, tens of thousands.
100%.
Got to. Yeah, but I'm just imagine a little kid, somebody opening up a Lego set, got some pasta shells in there.
Got the little curly pasta shells. Oh, my, what am I going to do with this?
Yeah.
Just all of a sudden he looks up. He's like, Penne?
Fusilli? I don't want fusilli.
Yeah.
I want my Legos.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not saluting it, but
no saluting it.
Yeah, I'm not saluting it.
I feel real bad that we were really good at identifying scams. Like we were like, what scam could we go? Let's go into the scam Rolodex.
I was a little nervous about giving y'all those questions because I'm like, man, I don't want y'all to be all over the place. Y'all was right on the money with it, man.
Yeah.
It's like y'all did this before.
I promise that I don't scam, and I have never scammed to a great degree.
To a great degree.
No, I scammed.
Now you sound like Adam Silver.
I feel like we all like in school one where you got your hustle on. You did a little bit of like I went and bought the laser pens for real cheap and then sold them at an extreme markup. But I felt like I was doing the service.
Business.
That's hustling.
Yeah, that's
man.
just hustling. That's not scamming, right?
Yeah.
Like
No, they ain't scamming. That's hustling.
buy a pen for like $3, sell for $20. That's not crazy.
Yeah. So salute to y'all. And by the way, I think the guy that was doing all of this scamming was named Larry Adatula.
All right, okay.
I'm not sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, cousin Larry.
If I had a fake name, I would at least change my last name too. And someone did mention though, imagine you in jail and you in the tank. You know the question.
Yeah.
What you in for?
Panna pasta.
Man, I was out here hustling Legos, man. They called me red-handed. I was going state to state. All right, this is something else. I'm not really saluting it, just kind of throwing this out there. We've been kind of throwing out the whole Diana Rossini news and Mike Vrabel and all that
pasta,
stuff.
by the way.
Rossini, you're not proud of. You can't be proud of that joke.
Yeah.
You can't be proud of that joke.
It's a Rossini.
It's not a good joke.
Rossini and meatballs.
No, stop making the joke. We're not going to eventually. Oh, now that you said it the third time, we find it funny.
Yeah, so more stuff coming out, and I'm just throwing this out here. Reportedly, Diana Rossini has a son named Michael. Her husband, Kevin, who was born in 2021. And you want to take a wild guess what Mike Vrabel's real name is?
I would have to say Michael.
Michael George.
And they started in 2020. We got the New York Post report today that they were
the latest picture was in 2020.
2020. He was
the
born
year
in
that she got married, right?
Is it even her husband's?
Man, hey,
that is the thing that he's really putting out here.
Man, that baby's got quite the jawline.
Hey,
why are we in Real Housewives of NFL now? I hate this.
I wasn't even trying to look for this. I just opened up Twitter and it popped up. I'm like, oh man, is that real?
Yeah.
Her son named Michael.
You know what name I really love, honey? Michael.
No. She went Michael George. That's
goodness, man,
dude.
We got to find that kid middle name. I hope it ain't Michael George.
All right, let's. It's probably not on there.
Yeah, it probably ain't out there. But oh man, that's
good linebacker.
Who is the nasty person that was like, I'm gonna hold on to these pictures for 6 years? Man, these are gonna come in handy at some point.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna stash these away.
Yeah. On a good note, salute the Zero, Houston's own Zero.
Yes, I'm glad that you brought this up because I forgot to mention it myself.
Yeah, probably one of the greatest songs in Houston rap history.
Mo City Dawn.
Mo City Dawn. He is shooting the video for it 21 years later.
What?
Yeah, dog. You think we could get in the video?
I thought that was kind of exciting, man.
Yeah.
Because usually you don't get people shooting videos 21 years later, but this song was so big. It didn't have a video. He shooting the video now, man. So salute to him.
Well, now I got to see it.
I feel like
you all got to see it.
You got to wait till the fall because something about them parking lots got to make its way into this video, don't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Especially the way that Mo City Don will play out there in them parking lots when people are tailgating.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's a lot of Houston, like obviously getting people in some swangers, all of this, right? There's so much Houston culture that probably makes its way in, but it feels like there needs to be a little bit.
My greatest memory of hearing that song out and about was the first year Bun B did the takeover at the rodeo.
Yeah.
And he brought out Zero, and of course he performed that song.
Bro, they must have blown the roof off.
Everybody was singing that song word for word, not missing a beat inside the NRG Stadium.
That's badass.
I'm like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
But salute to him finally putting the video out for it.
Looking forward to it. Really, and sometimes you'll say you're looking forward to it. No, the day that it drops, I will watch it 3 times just off the strength of it means something to me, and it should. All right, another fantastic edition of the mixtape here. A Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. Every weekday here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are taking us up to the draft. And speaking of the draft, what do you think AI would do?
Oh boy,
when it comes to the draft, because we have one of these now.
Yeah,
I'll eviscerate it next.
Ready? Once Reggie hoping to see the Texans. presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this NFL day one of the NFL draft is, I guess, the way I should say it. We are under 6 hours to go, 5 hours, 10 minutes and change.
There we go.
Till the what's the name of this name? Las Vegas Raiders. That's the name of the team. Is on the clock, and they have the task of picking one of these players to be the number one overall pick. I pity them because I'm sure it's going to be so difficult for them to figure this out, who they want to select. But, of course, we're excited to see how this draft begins to play out and where the Texans end up selecting and who, more importantly, they end up selecting to that end. I've got an AI model that apparently gave their answers to those questions that we'll get to here in just a second. I didn't want to mention, though, before we get there, one, thanks to John Harris, who jumped on with us in the 12 o'clock. Honestly, thanks to Sean and Seth for holding us down at the start of the show during some technical difficulties. Appreciation to Figgy Fig for being the best damn producer in all the world as far as I'm concerned, for managing all those things and just dealing with this through the course of a show. But yeah, also appreciation to John Harris, who you can listen to when Texans All Access comes at 6, and obviously with the draft once we get that going here on these airwaves at 7 with Mark Vandermeer along with him and Andre Ware. So a couple things I wanted to make note of. Ime Udoka, head coach of the Houston Rockets. Obviously, they're gearing up for the return trip when the series comes back here to Houston, which the game starts on Friday, tomorrow. What time is that game again? That one's early. That's 7, right?
Yeah.
7:30?
It might be 7:30, but it's at a reasonable time where you can get to bed after it, where the Rockets will hope to notch their first win in this series versus the Lakers. Ime was asked if Reed Shepherd's playing time will go up, which was a big knock that we had for him in Game 2 of that series. You want to hear what Ime Udoka said?
I would love to hear what he said.
Definitely up from what he played.
So 12 minutes.
That would technically be an answer that would fit in with what he said.
Come on, give about 13 minutes.
But do you really, sincerely, I know that you're making the joke, do you think that he's going to remain that stubborn on Reed, or do you think he will, see the line or error in his ways, maybe give him 20-25?
After he said what he said after the game, he was asked, this is one of the ones that really got me. He was asked about, Reed's minutes and, should he have played more, et cetera. And he said, no, we were playing defense. We just needed to score more, which boggles the mind because Reed, one thing he does is score more. I don't think it's going to be significant. I really don't. Do you?
No, I think that's a fair assessment, and probably not, especially if the series continues to look the way that it has. Now, oddly enough, if some of the other guys knock down more shots, I think that gives you a little bit more leeway, and it's possible. Playing at home, guys might knock down more shots.
Sure.
There's never been a team that I've been less confident saying that about than the Rockets, right? The idea that, we'll be home, so they'll knock down shots better. With these guys, can't be certain, but if they do knock down more shots, I think that gives them a little more room where they would feel less beholden to, we need our defense to be as good as possible. So maybe that gives them an opportunity in a weird way. But I don't know. I don't know how to be confident in Ime Udoka, especially as it comes to his usage of Reed Shepherd. But I now bring you back to the thing that I teased, which is AI's assessment of what this first round of the NFL draft looks like. Yahoo Sports is who you blame for this. They were the ones, and their sports staff was the ones that turned to Claude, the AI of Claude, to decide what the NFL first round would look like. And you never know what AI is capable of doing. I can tell you at the very least, they got the number 1 pick right.
Okay.
Fernando Mendoza going to the Raiders. They have. Second, Arvell Reese to the Jets. Let me know when it starts to feel weird, okay?
Yeah.
Ruben Bain to the Cardinals at 3.
So, okay, plausible.
Okay. Monroe Freeling to the Titans at 4.
Okay, right there. Okay.
I was ready to hit pause on the last pick.
You were like, I don't know about Ruben Bain.
But I was like, okay,
Ruben Bain feels like he should be in that area, right? Possibly. They went with Monroe.
I thought that was a little early, but
Monroe Freeling isn't even the consensus number 1 tackle.
Fire Claude.
See, y'all starting to see my issue with all this, right?
No, I'm not, because I think that was just a Chat GPT that they called Claude, and Chat GPT is not the type of AI that NFL teams use.
Well, AI,
You know,
I feel
more
like
advanced,
AI
more
would not help you in these circumstances necessarily.
Mhm.
Just to keep rounding these off, David Bailey to the Giants at 5, Blake Miller to the Browns at 6.
Yikes.
Like, again, they're letting
Yikes.
They got Sonny Styles going 12. They've got
12?
They've got Keldrick Faulk going 9 to the Chiefs.
I could almost see that. That one I could almost
Sonny
see.
Styles at 12
That-
is
yeah,
insane.
yeah, that
if
one.
I'm Nick Casario, I'm calling whoever's at 12.
Call
like,
Claude.
yo.
Call Claude.
Yeah, I'm going to keep giving you some of the ones that I find weird. They got Vanga Ione at 21 to the Steelers, so he makes it past both the Ravens and the Panthers. So that's that. I found that to be interesting. They have Caden McDonald to the Bears at 25, which isn't crazy. You know who they have? The Houston Texans selecting the Claude AI model in this AI mock draft.
Who?
It is linebacker.
All right.
Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Mekhi Lemon is still on the board in this instance on this AI. Zion Young was. Hey, can I tell you who goes 32 to the Seahawks? Take the wildest guess at who the Seahawks would have at 32 according to the AI model.
Ty Simpson.
Nope.
Who?
Jeremiah Love.
That is the answer.
What? Hey, he must have had the Laramie Tunsil gas mask or something.
I don't know what this Claude AI is doing.
Man.
But all I know is I don't trust it for nothing. They're like, you know who's
He
going to
must
pass
have been
on?
involved in a hit and run.
Who's going to pass on Jeremiah Love?
Everyone.
Everybody.
Everyone.
Honestly, if Jeremiah Love was involved in a hit and run on the way to Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, I don't think he makes it to 32.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
He could knock off a convenience store on his way over there.
AI must have been looking at, they lost Kenneth Walker the third. So, hey, you know what? Let's replace him with Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, it makes sense, except when it doesn't.
I do
Good
think
Lord.
that I would like Anthony Hill Jr. if they could get him. Just I don't think the 28 would be the place that I would want that at all.
No.
But yes, that is this. You see why I have trust issues with the AI.
Here
with the
you
generative
go,
AI.
using this as an excuse.
Oh, you thought I wasn't going to? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm absolutely going to take that opportunity every time.
Yeah.
Always want to take the opportunity also to appreciate D&M Autolisa for giving us the opportunity to cross talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron on a draft day, baby. Fellas, how you living?
Living good. Big day.
Yeah.
Big next couple of days here in the city.
Mm-hmm.
The Rocket season on the line.
Yeah.
It does. Sure does feel like it.
Oh, my backpack. A lot going on in draft tonight. We'll see. We'll see if they'll pick in the first round for the first time in 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Are y'all going to call your shots on what they do?
This is such a difficult draft to feel like I know what their first pick is.
Because if you're not, I'm asking.
Yeah,
I don't want to steal your.
No, I'm not. I'm not calling the shot. I didn't have that in there.
Yeah,
Clint might.
I mean, I see the wheels spinning. Clint.
It gets crazy.
Like put it
4 o'clock.
Put it in ink. Call your shot.
Boys,
we got to turn that mic on.
Boys, I think it's. I don't have a name for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
I think it's an aggressive move up and get a receiver.
Ooh, is there one that you like, even if you don't have a name that they would definitely?
I like
have?
all the top 5 guys.
All 5 of them. Interesting.
You know, it's a couple of different bodies out there. I really like Tate at 6'2", whatever he is. I like the Tyson kid, 6'2". He's a big kid. He didn't look that big in his tape, but he's big kid. So I know they like size. They want guys that can get in there and block. They got 2 big guys outside. They've got, to find somebody inside that can do some similar stuff. I think would be a big plus. I just don't see how they can justify offensively. With the problems we saw last year, I just don't know how you can justify going into another season without some splash.
Yeah,
unless they believe they have it.
Yeah, that's
not splash, but unless they believe they have enough.
An answer. Yeah.
Well, I mean, regardless of what they believe, I just don't know how you can. I don't know how.
Telling you how.
I mean, I don't know how you can. I don't know how real football people can look at it and go, yeah, our offense is gonna get better, and we're talking about better from a standpoint of going from second round to the dance.
Yeah.
These are the moves alone. They've done a good job. They've made some solid moves, but contract year for CJ. Much as you like Nico, he's injury prone. Look, I think Higgins made some plays, but Higgins wasn't one of those like, oh my gosh, this kid's pushing for rookie of the year kind of deal. You got relatively zero from anybody else. You light at the tight end room. I mean, I just don't see how David Montgomery's the skill you add to that offense. That's it. That's the skill you add to this offense, and you say, yeah, that's an honest effort to make a run.
Foster
Moreau.
Oh, yeah.
Foster Moreau.
Yeah, I forgot about him.
But I've been thinking about this, fellas.
By the way, hairline is crispy today, big dog.
Appreciate that, man. I see you, B. B, I know you're listening. He thought to have a conversation about our Rockets conversation last night when I was at the barbershop today.
Oh, boy.
So, you know,
oh, your barbershop know what you do, huh?
Shout out to B, huh? I see you. What you say yesterday? If you flipped, if you flipped LeBron and KD, what'd you say?
Was that when you walked in the door that you immediately were bombarded with
in
that?
the midst of the conversation?
Okay, he let you get there.
But to Clint's point, I just names or anything, but just this thought I've been really uncomfortable with about the last week.
Okay.
I am so uncomfortable with so much thought and thinking of let's go in the first round, and not just in the first round, but to move up to go get players for the future.
Yeah.
When I look at this team, and I feel like this is a team that's trying to win it now, and that the Texans just don't feel like a team that's in the luxury. Like, they don't seem like they have enough to say, hey, man, we'll move up and go draft our defensive end who's going to start in 2027. I understand that smart football stuff. To move up or to draft, let me draft an offensive tackle in the first round. Let me use that big premium pick in the first round, somebody who may not play.
Or even an edge, a rotational edge.
No,
that's been mentioned.
I'm not saying I don't understand the football point of it.
Yeah.
But they don't that sounds like something that
a team that's won a Super Bowl.
I wouldn't even say Seattle or
It sounds like a team that's being ran by your general manager. Your defensive-minded head coach ain't got no problem going and getting his stars.
That makes sense.
He ain't got no problem writing checks to them cats. Offensively, I mean, I think Nick's got a little different approach here. We're gonna spread this cash out a little bit.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna pay one guy 20. We're gonna pay 210.
It's weird. It's like maybe some teams like Buffalo, maybe some teams are feel, but it just doesn't feel like the Texans are in a place where they can just start moving up to get an edge rusher.
Right.
When you got Hunter and Will Anderson, I understand the plan. But moving they don't feel like they're at a luxury to not try to go get somebody that can make a major impact right now. That's why I would love it if they moved up to go get a receiver.
Yeah.
I feel like that person would have a chance. But I don't know, it just feels uncomfortable to hear so much of the Texans, man, they're gonna go in there and bang out somebody that it's gonna be real good for 27 and 28.
Yeah.
But hell, what about
now?
They're trying to win a Super Bowl, aren't they?
Correct.
You know what I mean? I don't I understand the football angle of it, but it doesn't feel like they're in that
Well,
space.
the truth is even with this solid additions on the O-line, you ain't scaring a soul in terms of playoff defense. There ain't one playoff caliber team, and you look at their defense. I'm not saying you look at it, but if they see their defense, your defense has to be good enough for you to be a playoff caliber team. There's nobody in that group that goes, man, what are we going to do with these Texans?
And I agree with that sentiment. By the way, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I think that you guys laid this out really well. It's something that's been in the back of my mind, but I haven't expressed, so I'm really glad you mentioned it. I think that some of that is the nature of this draft and where you fall in it. Because you talk about defenses not being afraid of this offense. The problem is I can only really think of two dudes that help you get closer to that, and those guys feel far away for you to go get them necessarily.
Oh, you're talking about the draft.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, look, it's not going to be obviously not going to be a top 10 pick. I mean, it's obviously going to be a guy. That's why I like receivers, because you've got 5, maybe even 6 guys that you're going to. I mean, you're going to have 2 or 3 available in the late teens, early 20s, and so for them to be able to. I mean, I think it's probably even for the Texans. I think it's doable. That's why I go receiver, but there's. I think that the thing is, Reg, we talk about this all the time, is like the whole thought of like the timing's not right now and passing on people, whether it's free agency or draft and opportunities in the draft, and hoping that it all of a sudden it just presents itself when the timing's right. You know, it seems like we've done a lot of that. These guys have to make the timing right. Go be aggressive and go get the guy that you like, that you feel like. I do think that one of those receivers, one of those top 4 or 5 receivers, I think changed this offense in a big way.
The one who I like is Jordan Tyson, but then that's just the injury
he's
concern.
climbing, but he's climbing up.
He's also climbing as people have seen more of him away from the injury.
I think a lemon would help.
Makai Lemon.
I like him
in
a
the
lot.
slot would help this team that doesn't seem to feel like Jalen Noel is there.
You get nothing out of last year you make a move and you go pay a guy. What'd they pay Christian Kirk? 14 or 18?
Well,
16. I
yeah,
mean,
they did
kick the field goal. I mean, like you get absolutely
2 for
nothing
20.
out of that cat right there. So, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to connect the dots, J-Lo, and answer your question. I think it's going to be a receiver when they
I
don't
wouldn't mind it
move
either.
too far to
But
get him.
we've talked about
He's
that
been
a
on
lot.
it. No, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, just somebody that would majorly impact the team right now,
But especially the offense.
like
No, strong. I agree. I think it's a well-taken point, 100%.
Whatever Schrager was talking about yesterday, moving up into 19 and getting the
Blake
fourth
Miller?
best tackle in this draft. I'm like, nah, I mean, you lost me at fourth best. Move up to get fourth best? No, I'm good.
Are you like me that whenever you see someone in any sport who just got who has something that feels like they should be able to take advantage in that sport and they don't, that gets under my skin. Like Blake Miller not being a crazy powerful dude is wild to me.
Yeah. I don't even know that much about Blake Miller to even let him get me flushed. I know if he's the fourth best, I don't want him.
I don't want him.
I don't want my team getting aggressive to go get him. Now, if he falls into the second and we get him, cool, sure.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if I want that. We got 3 tackles.
maybe I'm wrong. How many
Fisher.
years is Daniil Hunter under contract? Two
more years under contract.
This year and next.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you gonna move up to draft his backup?
That's been the big rumor.
You got to give him time to develop into somebody
I'm not
take over
saying
for
I don't
Daniil.
understand it.
Yeah.
Damn, man, are the Texans that luxury?
Yeah.
But they can go draft somebody 2 years out to the back. I'm not saying that person wouldn't contribute. I just feel like
Well, it's comprehensive because you got 2 second-round picks.
I look at D'Amico and them. I believe in y'all so much that y'all could go get a defensive end in the second round.
Yes.
And build him up.
Yeah.
Maybe get him one next year.
Oh, that could work. I feel you do that next year.
All right, fellas, we're going to get out of your way, let you guys lead us up to the draft. The one thing I will say is I appreciate that Clint Stoerner is not playing with no fires. Clint Stoerner heard that alarm yesterday, and he got the hell up out of here, big dog. He didn't even look back.
Good
he
luck.
Didn't even check. He was like, y'all got legs.
I had to make a decision. I was sitting there watching him like on Kings of Comedy. Keith starts stepping out. I said, as soon as I can't see Clint's body no more, I'm out.
That alarm screaming, and we heard it around the door like a bunch of cattle on the 19th floor. I'm like, that don't seem to make no sense. Can we start easing down towards the first floor at least? Does that make sense? I mean, standing on the 19th, looking at each other. By the way, I got a safety suggestion. I mean, how about we get somebody that when that does happen, we can call and immediately get an answer of, hey, is this real or not?
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And we're looking around, asking Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy got the weather and the traffic. He ain't got the fire department, boys. I mean, I don't know what we're doing here.
I mean, we just.
I got to holler. I went down the stairs. I looked at the front door. I said, "Is that real?" She said, "Yeah, it's real. Fire department's coming out the elevator right now." I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
Hell, I wish somebody told me that 5 minutes ago. I'd have been
Smoke
down here
travels
sitting with you. Yeah. Is it hot up there?
I said, if that thing goes off again, I'm out.
Yeah.
Once we get on the air.
Hey, the funny part is, come to find out, it was a service elevator, which was about 5 yards from where we were all where we were all crowded up. Yeah.
They'd have taken us out of here, huh?
I mean, if the fire would have been there, we couldn't have got down the stairs. We'd have all burnt up right there.
Well, I'm glad to know that you guys didn't, that you're here to put on yet another fantastic edition of the program.
The Rockets are here. Y'all didn't know what Brandon was talking about.
Clint?
Hey,
Clint?
I could see it through the screen that your brain was just baby girls. Got to get to the baby girls.
The thing is, I got about 3 flights down and I couldn't hear the alarm anymore. So then I realized it was on our floor. It wasn't on everybody else's floor. So I was like, well, so I got all the way down to 13. And I said, let me get this elevator.
Clint hit that stairwell immediately.
Let me get that elevator. So I got the elevator the rest of the way down. Yeah, hell no, I ain't sitting around waiting. I ain't gonna sit around wait and die. I'm gonna die trying.
That's right. I've always said that you and Curtis Jackson are alike. All right, fellas. Lopez, I'll catch you tomorrow for a breakdown of what the first round looked like. Continue to lead us to the first round. Right now,
The Drive is alive. That's right. The Drive is alive, and we are live here on Draft Day, baby. Here we go.
Let's go.
That's the question. Will the Texans make a pick in the first round for the first time in 3 years? Will they make one? Will they make one?
Boy, think about that as Ron
Will
says
Anderson is the last person they've drafted in the first round.
I mean,
Will they make one?
I hope you're real good and excited for this draft party. By the way, they had a first round draft pick in 3 years.
Hey man,
3 years, everybody goes, damn. How much time and money we spend coming down here?
I tell you, that draft party, I can't remember which one they didn't select in the first round that year, but that was the first time I had run into them Crown flavor drinks where they had the Crown and Cola, the Crown and Lemonade.
Where was that at?
At Crown and Peach. I had never seen them before. We were at the draft party. It was at the Miller
Outdoor Theater.
Oh,
yeah.
I had never seen those before, Tyler. I said, "What we got here? This looks like now I don't have. They got the Crown in here, and I don't have to do the work.
It's right up
It's already in the can. They were letting us try them. I said,
they were mixed up. Yeah.
I hadn't seen that yet. Now I'm a frequent connoisseur of them, but I hadn't seen that yet. I said, don't like the peach. Not a big peach fan. But that was when I first got to try them. I was in there.
Well, you can get Crown Peach, right? Can't you get Crown Peach? You can get
Peach.
Yeah, but they had like a Crown and Coke.
Yeah.
They had like a Crown and Lemonade. They had like a Washington apple. One, they had a green can, and then they had the.
Well, you got a good memory. That's a long time ago. I bet that was our first draft together.
I start buying them all the time.
That was Aiden Hutchinson draft.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, because
no,
I remember
Stingley.
I was not an Aiden. Yeah, Stingley and Kenyon Green.
Yep. Kenyon.
Yeah, I was not an Aiden Hutchinson guy. Boy, was I wrong on that.
Yeah. You weren't wrong on Kenyon Green.
A high motor white guy. I guess it just kind of blinded me.
Not all whites look the same.
Ended up being a pretty good player, huh?
He ended up being pretty quick off the edge, too.
Pretty good player,
nice spin move, too. Kind of came back from that gruesome knee injury. But it is draft day, a lot to get to. And this is the big story right now. This is the big story right now with your Houston Texans. Tom Pelissero, who has championship hair. I mean, absolute champ. By the way, I would say my hair looks strong today.
It really does.
And we know Clint, when Clint gets after it, this is a champion. Tyler just got a haircut, but of course,
I wish I'd have known. I would have went ahead and got mine this morning and got it faded up.
Disrespecting the hell out of the person who cut his hair as he throws a hat on immediately. But we know championship hair on this show.
Fair.
Tom Pelissero, who has been on this show before, he told us that he uses coconut oil to get it to stand. I don't know if you remember that. That was about 5 years ago. But
friend of the program.
But he uses coconut oil to let it stand. So this is a gentleman championship hair, so he knows what he's talking about right off the bat. And this is what he is saying, the latest that he is hearing involving the Texans in the draft in the first round.
In the back half of round one, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Rhett, have started to make calls about moving up potentially into the middle of round one. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
All right, that they're potentially trying to make calls to see if they can get up towards the middle of the first round, 14, 15, something in that range. And my thought is, fellas, if we think like the Texans, try not to, and you could be a part of this on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, thinking like the Texans. If you try to put yourself in the mind of the Texans, that's hard because they could do a lot of different things. But who the hell are they trying to get? Who are they interested in? Because if you're talking about going from 28 to the middle of the first round, that's a lot of picks, right? That's something that you gotta really give up stuff. That's not just targeting a few players. That's probably they got a target for somebody. And I've kind of looked up, Clint, a lot of guys that's in that range that's been talked about, guys in maybe positions they're looking at. Offensive line, the Proctor tackle from Alabama's in there. Freeling from Georgia's in there. We've heard Miller from Clemson connected with the Texans D-line, which is starting to get some traction. Mesidor from Miami, the on the other side of Reuben Bain for the Hurricanes. Falk from Auburn, T.J. Parker, who John Lopez has really talked about with Clemson, Peter Woods, we've seen the D tackle out of Clemson, Lemon, Sadiq, Omar Cooper from Indiana, Denzel Boston, some weapons there that could be around. Who do you think they have it, if this is true, who they have in mind that they potentially are targeting?
Well, look, I think we've heard Nick and D'Amico talk a lot about tiers in drafts. So I don't know how accurate it is. These guys talk about there's 15 first-round grades in this year's draft. So if that number's at 15 and you're talking about these guys moving up between 16 and 20, they said teens, so 16 and 20, you got to believe that they're trying to get somebody out of the top of that second tier, that pool of players. And the thing I've said all along is I believe they are in a position, for the most part, to take best available and for it to make sense with this team. Now, you get aggressive and move up and give up additional draft picks. All of a sudden, now I think the calculus changes a bit, and you go, okay, well, best available is one thing, but is it best available that can contribute this year? Is it a rotational piece? Is it a plug-and-play starter offensively? Like, what is that? You're getting aggressive for a reason, and that tells me that you're really turned on. But you're not willing to just sit back and take best player available when it gets to you. There's somebody that you really, really want, and I got to believe that entails some level of a position-specific decision. I would go out on a limb. I hope it's a wide receiver. As I said in the crosstalk, I think that you start connecting some of the just football draft dots. I think that makes sense. But if we are talking about defensive line, to the audio that you just played, he was talking specifically about defensive line. If I think in that context of defensive line, it's got to be an interior defensive tackle. They got to be moving up to take the best defensive tackle in this draft.
Is that what you're thinking they're thinking? Like if you had to guess
to
move up. I know who you would move up to go get, or at least the positions you would move up to go get. Like I think you'd move up to get Lemon. I think you'd move up to get Sadiq. I think you would.
You don't think you know?
I know you move up to him. Maybe Cooper, the player that can play inside and out. That's got that. Some people talking maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba and Debo Samuel type of player there. You would move up to get, but I don't know. I'm with you. I'm not necessarily thinking that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: is I like the weapon. I think what they've done offensively, I don't think as highly of their weapons as they do. Obviously, for one reason or another. The part that does interest me is, and I think it plays in a little bit of what you were talking about in the crosstalk is, something's going to have to be done on the defensive line because you cannot continue to pay Danielle Hunter when Will Anderson's new contract kicks in. And you were actually talking about potentially taking an edge. I would argue that if there's a first-round D tackle that you're that excited about, the swing today would be take the defensive tackle. He's at the very least a rotational piece at a position of need, at the very least depth-wise. So you answer a right-now issue with this team. If he ends up being as good as they think he is, and if D'Amico and company are as good evaluating these defensive players as we think they are, and as they have been recently, and they hit a grand slam with a defensive tackle, now you don't need the next Danielle Hunter on the edge opposite Will Anderson. Now you got your 1-2 punch with an inside presence and Will Anderson as an outside presence. So I think the safest thing for the Texans to do is to go, if we're talking about defense, is to go interior defensive line, both for, hey, if you swing and miss and he's just a good rotational piece, then you can make that make sense for 2 or 3 years, given how D'Amico calls defense. If you happen to hit on it, you've got your 1-2 punch with Will Anderson for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I could see it being somebody that's versatile.
Yeah,
like Mesidor, who's a little bigger, who is
more productive than Payne there, at least statistically was.
Yeah, be bigger, can kind of move in and out a little bit. I'm with you. I would love it to be one of these weapons because I feel like that's kind of a space of where they are. I would love it to be one of these weapons, but I think what they're thinking is we can get a special defensive tackle or defensive lineman to jump up there to go get. And then the outside point is if they really have fallen in love with like Proctor or Freeling and they feel like those guys, one of those guys, I could see line I would hate that. I would absolutely hate that. May be one of the only things that they could do to do. Like if they set at 28 and drafted an offensive lineman. Okay, if they moved up to go get an offensive lineman with what they've already put resources towards, as I said yesterday, I would not love that. But I believe if they're trying to get to the middle of the first round, I would hope they're targeting Kenyon Sadiq. I would. I don't think that's how they're viewing things. I would think they're trying to go up there and get one of those deals.
Well, I would hope, Ron, that there's a that bucket or that list that D'Amico talked about.
Yeah.
Hey, here's 5 players. If we can move to 18 and any of those 5 are available, I want them. Based on my experience with them, my evaluation of them as a player and as a person, and where they fit on with our team and where they can help us, I think there's a number of guys that if they're talking about moving up, there's a number of guys that you could get that would change. They'd sell a jersey in that pro shop Monday.
Yeah. All right, coming up, much more on the draft. It's finally here. The first round will be tonight, and you can listen to the coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. The Texans, we'll talk a lot about there, but what intrigues you overall tonight in the draft? This is an odd draft. Not a ton of quarterbacks. We know one's going, and then maybe one other can be involved in this first round, but a lot of players that are in non-premium positions are at the top of this draft. What intrigues you that could happen tonight in the draft? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, let me ask you something, man. Serious question. Real life stuff here, man. Do you have a will in place as we speak, right? If you don't, what are you waiting on? Glad you're listening because I've got the easy way to get it done. It is extremely, extremely important. Trust and will is where it's at. They've taken the process of creating a will. They've made it easy, and I'm talking about like sit on the couch easy, y'all. I mean, this is where it's at, and this is real talk, man. Look, and this ain't just for the old folks out there, man. I lost.
That's 562-314-4603.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is draft day. Tonight gets it started as the first round of the NFL draft, and you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. You want a Texans description of what's going on. You can hear all the draft picks, everything leading up, and you can hear Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and many more right here on Sports Radio 610 coming up tonight after we get finished. So stay tuned for that right here. If you're riding around, you're listening around, they got you covered right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Clinton Tyler, as we get going, 713-572-4610. That is the base power text line for you to join YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in here. What intrigues you overall tonight? What is it? Player, team, whatever. What potentially is intriguing you? Texans, non-Texans, whatever in this draft, because it is a weird draft where it feels like a lot of people look at it as a draft that isn't high on a lot of talent. I think you said it earlier. Some teams say they've got 12 to 15 guys that actually have first-round drafts. So it's an interesting draft. Probably not a lot of quarterbacks running this thing. But is there anything that intrigues you tonight in the draft?
Well, yeah, I think there's a few players, a handful of players, and I think there's some teams at the top of this draft that I don't know how often they're going to be here. And so what do those guys do? What do those teams do? Kansas City being one of those teams. several teams in a sense of just moving in this draft with in the NFC with Philly and Dallas and Chicago being teams that are reportedly interested in moving up. As I mentioned, Washington, already a team that came off an NFC championship two seasons ago, drafted in the top 8. So I think that the teams that could move up and down here, more importantly, I'm interested in the teams that could move up. I don't give a damn about the move down. It's a buzzkill, to be honest with you. So teams moving, already competitive teams, moving up to get what they believe is a missing piece is really interesting. And then, again, a couple of teams, Kansas City being one at the top that you look at and you go, okay, that's somebody that we're obviously competing with here. What, do they move up because they're so close to a top 5 pick? Do they use some draft capital and move up and get a game changer, get a difference maker at that position? So I think it's about those teams moving up, and then the players that I'm just fascinated with. I don't think the Texans are gonna have a shot at them at all. But the players that I'm fascinated in, Jeremiah Love is one, obviously. When they compared him to the kid in Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think there's a higher praise that you can get in the NFL from a comparison standpoint.
Real quick, Clint, because Jeremiah Love is I think the guy in this draft that is really intriguing. I think he's him, Sonny Styles up there. I think maybe are the 2 best players potentially in this draft. You don't see Jahmyr Gibbs. What do you see with Jeremiah Love, though?
No. Look, I see an elite back. It's not about what Love can or can't do. It's about what Jahmyr Gibbs does that we just ain't seen many people do. That change of speed and that acceleration and the ability athletically and twitch and speed from really an acceleration, but a speed perspective that just makes grown men at the NFL level look like they can't run. That's just a different animal. And I don't know that Jeremiah Love has that level of get up. I don't know that. There's some guys in the same category with Jahmyr Gibbs in the league in terms of get up and go. I don't know if there's anybody that's on the same level as him. He's the best in the game right now.
But do you see Jeremiah Love having the future of being a top 5 back in the league?
No.
You don't see that. See, I do. He's the one that's most interesting.
I think he's going to be a really good back. I think he's going to make a lot of money. I think he's going to play for a long time. But I don't watch Jeremiah Love and go, man, this dude right here is going to be the next Saquon Barkley. I don't see that. I don't watch him and go, boy, this is the next Jahmyr Gibbs. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't look at him and go, boy, this guy's got this guy's stuff is going to work at the level of Bijan Robinson at the next level. Like I don't know, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I was super. I thought Gibbs was better than Bijan Robinson coming out.
They were in the same draft, yeah.
Same draft, right? Yeah, but so I'm not going to sit here and say like I'm a from jump have been a Bijan Robinson guy, but Bijan has his abilities transitioned in a major way. So what we're having a conversation about is, do I see Love transitioning that way?
I do.
I don't. I think he was a man amongst boys in college. I don't think it was strong enough to be a man amongst boys in the league. I think Saquon was. I think Bijan was. I think Gibbs was. Who am I missing in the league? Obviously, Derrick Henry. Good Lord, who doesn't? McCaffrey's a different animal. Like. Yeah, I just don't see Jeremiah Love. Now he may be, but I don't. When I turn on the Notre Dame film, when I watch Notre Dame, I don't see just
I see like
otherworldly talent.
Over the next 4 or 5 years, I could see him, Bijan Robinson, kind of taking over the flight of like where Christian is and Barkley is.
It matters where he goes. Kind of like the Bijan Robinson thing, my opinion on Gibbs over Bijan Robinson was accurate because Gibbs went to a competitive team and Bijan Robinson went to a team that was trying to rebuild and figure out what they're doing, right? So you could argue, you put Bijan Robinson on a team that's competitive, you'd probably see a better back. So I think it depends on.
And he's looked good.
Oh yeah, no, he has a highlight reel now, but I think he would be in the conversation with the top 5 backs in the league no matter what. If he was playing with a better team.
Yeah, this for your dad, Tyler. I think Love to Tennessee is interesting. That would
Titan
be
Scott would love that.
That would be one to watch to me. Because depending on how you feel about Cam Ward, if you think he's a good player and has the chance to be a good player, I know you're higher on Cam Ward than maybe others, Clint. If you think Cam Ward has a chance, and you start combining like him and giving him that guy, if he is who he could be, and we know Robert Saleh kind of like D'Amico, in which you feel like he's going to probably put together a pretty good defense, and you give him just Jeffrey Simmons to start, that's probably a good thought. That is an interesting look if Cam Ward gets paired with Jeremiah Love, and if Jeremiah Love and Cam Ward are who maybe what people think that's a team that in a year could build up. I don't know what I'm smelling right now, but
popcorn. So I guarantee you, Briley, I think she's back there burning popcorn.
Okay, I hope that is what we're smelling, because with the fire alarms yesterday, I am quick. Quick,
man. Burning popcorn in the office is like a no-no. That's a no-no.
Scared the hell out of me. All right, plenty of draft talk to get to. Had a little time to sleep on it, and I hope you did too. The Rockets play a must-win game tomorrow. I'm not ready like Clint to say the Rockets are dead. I'm not ready. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, well, look, I tell you what you need to be ready for.
text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
By text in and said, our guy on Joseph on YouTube said to me, do you think who's your top 5 running backs? Do you think Love is one of them? Well, I can't say he's one of them. Hell, he hasn't done anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
I can't put him out there on there. But no, I mean, I think he's up. I think he's up there. I think when you look at Gibbs is in there. I think obviously
Saquon, Derrick Henry. What?
Gibbs, Bijan. I'd still probably put Christian in there with everything he does. Jonathan Taylor's a bad boy. Just talking about going into next year. Jonathan Taylor's really, really good. James Cook, who led the league in rushing last year, people know 1,600 yards and 12 rushing touchdowns. I mean, those guys are all still young and in their prime. And then like, Derrick and like you said, Derrick and Saquon. Saquon really dropped off last year compared to what he was the year before. Obviously, he was like an MVP candidate. Maybe could have won the thing.
Yeah, I'm just referring to just flat out ability. Like I mean, like just flat out ability. Like I like James Cook. I think James Cook gets left out of the conversation a lot of the time for a reason. But you can't argue the production. The reality of it is I think you've got whether they're older and we've already seen the majority of their work, or they're young and they're up and coming. Like there's 7 or 8 backs in the league. You rattled off all of them. There's 7 or 8 backs in the league that, boy, it is a bold statement right now to think that Jeremiah Love is going to be in that category.
Yeah, but for me, like in 2 or 3 years, when Jeremiah Love's in his 3rd year, like I don't think Derrick Henry is still going to be rolling.
Yeah. I mean, it's not to me. It's not matching up like to those guys individually and specifically. It's more about just that tier of running back. Somebody's going to be in that tier of running back. Like you said, Bijan may be that guy, right? Whatever. I mean, whoever is that that top tier running back in the league. The thought that, to me, watching Jeremiah Love, I don't go, yeah, that dude's a lock to be a top 7, 8, 10 back in the league, no doubt.
Oh boy, he looks special.
I don't. I think he's good. I think he's really good, and I don't have a problem drafting him early. I'm not like Tyler. I don't have a problem drafting running backs early. But boy, I just don't see the comparison to some of the guys that we're talking about.
Well, we're definitely gonna see.
Yep.
When he gets in, and we're gonna see how much action he is going to be getting in this draft tonight, because he seems like a player that a lot of people feel like is the top, maybe the best player in the draft that doesn't have a lot of blue chip guys, and I feel like there could be movement with him. So, or movement trying to get him. But we'll keep you updated again. As we said, the draft, this is the spot for you to be listening, as we will be covering it here on The Drive. And then after us, you can listen to the draft coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Boy, John said it wasn't Christmas for him. I was listening to him on the way home last night. He said this isn't Christmas for him because of the amount of work he has to do. But John loves him some draft, though.
Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's not Christmas.
Oh, yeah. He eats his stuff up.
He got mad at himself because he had put Mekhi Lemon in 2 different spots in the first round when he
one of his mocks.
He didn't publish it, but he had got done and got done to look.
Had
at
it all worked out.
And he had Mekhi Lemon twice in the first round. I said, "Damn, I wonder who he had him going to both times." But could you imagine how pissed off you would have been?
Oh, because then you got to rework everything, right? Because that impacted who was available and who wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely. But they got it covered, and it'll be ready to roll right after us. All right, tomorrow will be big draft talk. We'll understand and see what the Texans did in round 1 and get ready and see who's on the board for round 2 because they, at the moment, have a couple of picks in that round. But the other thing that will be big, Clint, is and I think we can all agree with this, the Rocket season is on the line. If they lose tomorrow night, Clint already believes this thing is a wrap. Tyler, I can't tell. Tyler, is this over? Everybody in the barbershop had this thing over. They said it's a wrap.
No. As it stands, it's not over in my eyes, but I mean, obviously, one more and it definitely.
Yeah,
is.
one more.
Very
I think
close.
One more. I think we'll be having a conversation on Monday about if the damn series is still going. When we get back on Monday, if they lose Friday, we'll be having conversations on who needs to move on from the Houston Rockets. But Clint, this is where I slept on it, thought about it. They're not dead yet. I still give them about a 15-20% chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I am, Lloyd Christmas. I give them about a 15 to 20% chance, and I don't feel great about it. I can feel the way you're looking at me. I don't feel great about it, and I don't feel great about the reason that I'm giving them this. Doesn't have a lot to do with them. The big reason that I'm giving them this 20% chance is I just don't believe that these Lakers role players who are playing well beyond their regular season and really well beyond what we've seen them do before in some cases, I don't think they can keep this up. And I guess a little bit on the Rockets side, I do think they'll play better at home, and I think they will play a bit better and make more shots. But it is hard for Clint. Luke Kennard averaged 9 points, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds on 52% shooting and 44% shooting from 3 in the regular season. In these 2 games, he is at 25 points a game, 2.5 assists, 5 rebounds, 72% shooting from 3. 72. I got it. Marcus Smart, 9 points a game during the regular season. He is 20 and 7.5. He's shooting 50% from 3. This guy shot 39% from the field during the regular season. He's shooting 50% from 3. I just like those 2 guys in particular. I don't see the Lakers role players play this well moving on. And that's why I don't think the Rockets are dead. I think they still have a chance because, as I said, starting this series, you got a problem with LeBron's got to depend on the Luke Kennards, the Marcus Smarts, the DeAndre Aytons, who had him a really good game in the first one and came back with 6. And Rui is at least playing close to what he has done normally in the regular season. But those 2 guys and some of these other guys, I just don't see them continuing this. They're just not 20-point-a-game scorers in this league.
Yeah, look, I think you give NBA guys open looks and make it as easy as it's been for those guys to this point. I think they continue it. I don't think it's by accident. I don't think they're overcoming these odds to be great players all of a sudden. These guys are just knocking down great shots, and the Rockets are playing piss-poor defense. LeBron just goes right by guys that are supposed to be great defenders and gets to the rim with a layup. He ain't even have to dunk it. He just lays it up. So, yeah, look, I hear you. But I think those guys, even though they are role players, I think those guys are going to knock down shots when you're letting them get inside the three-point line, get to the elbow with nobody within in range of even getting a hand on a ball or even getting in their way. They're going to knock those shots down. They're going to knock them down at a high clip. They're going to be comfortable, and LeBron's going to direct traffic and do his thing. And so, I don't think those guys are going to change. Now, if the Rockets do something to make it hard on Luke Kennard, I don't think he's that caliber player. If they do something to make it difficult on Marcus Smart, I don't think he's that kind of player. But bottom line is, if you leave Marcus Smart out there, he's probably going to knock down shots. I know he's not a great shooter. I know the regular season percentage will tell you no. He's going to knock down shots.
He's been really hot.
They're okay. They're going, and if he's not, then LeBron's going to find whoever is hot.
Think somebody else
and they're going to knock down shots. Yeah, again, when you're wide ass open and you're an NBA player that's been in the league for a long time and you got a lot of playoff experience and you know how to take your game to that next level when it matters the most, I think those guys are going to knock down shots. The Rockets have made it, relatively easy on these guys to.
There's some of that. Luke Kennard is he's making plays. Like Luke Kennard's off the dribble, getting in the lane, making shots. He's shooting some tough threes. Like some of that, I don't know if that is going to. I think there has been some open stuff. I think Rui's probably been left too open at times over there in the corner. I think there's some open stuff, and I think there's probably by design daring Marcus Smart to shoot some of this. But it's like Marcus is driving to the lane. Marcus shot a fadeaway over Jabari Smith in the lane in that last game in Vegas stuff. I don't think those guys. Someone texted and said, "Ryan, you need to stay off the weed." I'm not smoking weed. I don't smoke weed. All right, those guys are like Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart are older veteran guys that they are not 25 and 20 points per game guys.
Stay off the wacky tobacco.
And I think the more those guys have to play in bigger roles, the more that the role player part comes out of it, right? Like this is. So I don't know, man. I think that is the chance. That is the chance, and why I give them still an opportunity is because they have guys to me that are playing well beyond their norm. And now if LeBron decides to go the hell off, because I don't think he has played great, that's a separate thing. But they're playing like even if it was Ayton who is averaging over 20 or something in this thing. Even though he's flighty as hell, he's really talented. Like, Luke Kennard's been a spot-up shooter. My man's off the dribble, hitting people. My man, who's that announcer said, I don't think I've ever seen Luke Kennard shoot a ball going to his right off the dribble like that and just stick it. By the way, I found out it was who was making the popcorn.
Who?
I just walked back there and she was just stuffing her mouth. Oh, Bree, just
yeah, it's Briley.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it Briley?
It's the one that does it every day. She burns the popcorn every day. Can't figure out the microwave.
What is going on with her? We gotta coach her up, man.
She gets pretty defensive, by the way. Be careful. I heard somebody ask her about it the other day, and she was hot.
She didn't say anything to me.
Said it was a microwave's problem. Microwave problem.
I said, man, you smell like you set a fire back there with that. She didn't say much. All right, coming up, let's get back to the draft with the Texans. This is one thing that is kind of confused me a little bit, in which stories and reports we're hearing about the Texans and the direction they could go. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you a little bit about Base Power. Base Power is the way to go when it comes to support and having power in your home. They are built for what Texas has issues with. If you've ever been there and lived here and understand this Texas weather, and at any moment, any season, you could be without power. There are outages that can last an hour that can last a day or days. Any issues with the grid, you understand.
Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the draft is under 4 hours away. Under 4 hours away. And you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Our guys, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they will have coverage right as we get done and get to see who the next Texan is. Please. Let these people enjoy themselves out there, Nick. I wonder if Hannah's walked in there and said, "Now look, Nick, I'm gonna put my foot down here. You gotta give these people something to cheer about here."
Could you have 24, 25, 26? So this is the third year in a row if they don't? It's only been 3 years, right?
Yeah,
This is the third year. It's only been 2 years they didn't draft in the first round. This would be the third.
Well, hold on. How many years has Will played? Yeah, so
3.
So yeah.
3, yeah. So he's played 3 years. And this is the draft after his third year. So yeah, this will be 3 years in a row, no first round pick.
Yep.
Nick Caserio is a dog.
Yeah, you can't do that to the people.
Like hell he can't. Yeah, shoot.
We're going to do what's best for the organization.
I'm just saying for you, Clint, most likely, do you think it's most likely that they move up, they stay at 28 and pick, or they move back?
Move up.
You think that's most likely to happen?
I think it's most likely the Texans move up, yes.
Really?
Pointed up.
Yeah, look, I think that's where they're at. I think that's where, regardless. I mean, even if you draft defense, I just think that's where they're at. I mean, you're at a spot where it's quality over quantity. You've raised the floor of this organization in an unbelievably impressive manner, really, really quickly. And it's as solid a foundation as there is in the league right now. You're not more draft picks away from getting beyond the second round of the playoffs. You are a difference maker. And when it comes to the draft, you are a locked and loaded, plug and play difference maker away from being having a much better chance to win in the playoffs. I believe that's where they're at. Right? I don't know how you watch this team, not you. But I don't know how anybody watches this team and doesn't feel like, hey, offensively we've made some. We were decent last year. We made some pretty good moves. We improved last year with some changes. We improved. We added some guys in free agency that we feel like are really solid moves. That's going to help solidify our run game. What else can we do offensively or defensively on the inside? What else can we do to get get somebody in there that is a plug and play difference maker? I just think that's where their mind's got to be.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. What do you think they're most likely to do? Move up, like Clint says, stay at 28, or move back? I don't know what they're going to do. If you made me bet like Tyler, by the way, Tyler, T-Mill's best bets, pretty good Wednesday. We'll look at it. But if I was on T-Mill's best bets and they made me have to make that bet, I would probably put my money on trading back.
That would be the favorite.
Hold on, Joe.
As long as Nick Caserio's in there, that would be the favorite.
I mean, and he has traded up in the first, obviously, to get Will, and he has traded up a lot in later rounds. Traded up to get Nico, traded up to get Juice Scruggs, traded up
Woody Marks
to get Woody Marks, traded up to get several guys. So he has done that, but trading back, I feel like that would, if I had to put money on it, pull the trigger. That's what I would do. I would say the thing that is kind of confusing to me, Clint, about what's transpiring with the Texans, and we've been hearing this recently, and I think it kind of goes on to what you just said on why you would say trading up. And that is, it just feels like it's almost operating as if the Texans are in a position where they can make future plays with their first-round pick. They can make future plays with pick 28 or trade up to make future plays with this. And this is a team, going off what you said, like what they have missing, and this is also pertinent because of what their goals are and what they're trying to get to. Like, this is a team that's trying to get past. We heard Will Anderson say it in his press conference. We're trying to get past the second round, trying to get past the second round of the playoffs and get into an AFC championship game. So they're trying to get there. And we can look at this team, and when you look at this team compared to other teams, it is odd to me that there is such conversation about them going after guys that could be future plays, going after offensive linemen, that you look at it, and when you look at the resources and money they've spent across the offensive line, that would be for 27 or for corner for I've heard that, or the defensive end for that. That part is, it feels like it should be somebody in a position that will help them. And right away, and I just don't get the feel that the Texans are in a position where they're so put together and good everywhere that they can just make future plays with their premium pick.
Yeah, look, I don't know where the Texans feel like they are. They aren't. I don't believe that anybody out here knows what the hell they're talking about in a sense of what the Texans are going to do. I don't think there's any leaks in the building. I don't think anybody in that building is talking to the Peter Schragers and the different guys that do all these mock drafts. I just don't believe any of that's going on. Now, you look at kind of what's been floated out there the most that I've seen with the Texans. I think it's easy to draw. Like, everybody believes, even when it was bad, like, everybody talks offensive line. Everybody was banging the offensive line before, and the reality was it was a play caller problem, a quarterback problem, as much as it was an offensive line problem. So they fixed some things. The offensive line got better. Now they've gone out and realized they weren't good enough physically good enough. So they went out and got some reinforcements and signed some guys in free agency. But everybody out there in the national media still looks at it as like, oh, the Texans offense, like, couldn't run the ball. They couldn't protect the quarterback a year ago, blah, blah, blah. So I think that's the talking point nationally is about the offensive line. The reality in that building over there is I think they feel really good about their offensive line right now. Right, and then this is just my opinion. I don't know anybody over there either, but my opinion is, covering the team closely, I think they feel really good about the moves that they've made on the offensive line and where they're at with this offensive line. All right, number one. Number two, you look at what's the biggest need on this team in terms of their headliner on the defensive side of the football. Where's the need? They need depth and frontline starter. Really, let's be honest. Frontline starters at the D tackle position, right? So that's a storyline. Then you look at Will Anderson's contract. It's easy for a national analyst to look at it and go, boy, well, Will's fixing to get 50 per, and they already got Daniil Hunter over there. Well, they better start looking for one of these guys' replacements. So let's talk about the edge rusher angle here in the draft. Reality is, I don't think anybody knows what the hell the Texans are thinking. I think these are all talking points, and it's very easy to connect the dots of O-line has been a problem since Bill O'Brien was here in Texas. So you're always comfortable and confident talking that. And then you just look at defensively the contract and the need, the void in terms of depth at the interior D-line position. I think that's where they're drawing it from. I don't believe anybody knows, man.
Yeah, text line coming through. They need a generational weapon. They need to go get the tight end from Oregon, Derwin says. There's not a plug-and-play offensive guy in the draft outside of Love. I disagree with that, especially for the Texans. I think that Sadiq is a plug-and-play guy. I think Omar Cooper would be a plug for the Texans, would be a plug-and-play guy. I think Omar Cooper and Malachi Lemon would be plug-and-play slot receiver guys that would be big time for this offense right now. Right now.
Yeah, you don't run. The top 6 receivers in this draft are plug-and-play for the Texans. You got Nico Collins and Higgins, both big, tall, long outside guys. And then you've got a guy that wasn't good enough to get on the field when Christian Kirk was, what do you call him?
2 for 20, man.
2 for 20. I mean, so
he had 230 yards receiving this year, last year.
Right.
$16 million.
Couple tugs. At the end of the day, there's plenty of room. You mentioned the tight end. I guarantee you there's a couple of offensive linemen, if you needed it, there's a center you could get that'd be a plug and play. I guarantee you with what you got here at center, there's no question. Now, whether they work out is another thing, but there's several positions that the Texans, there's a D tackle that's a plug and play. I don't know who that is. There's probably 2 or 3 of them. With the shape of this D, look,
I could see that.
I love Tommy. I love Tommy, guys. I really do. But Tommy Togiai may be the most hyped player that I've ever seen relative to what they really are and who they really are. Tommy's a good player. Tommy's not a guy that you go into a season and hang your hat on as one of your starting defensive tackles. Like this. Now, he may start because you feel good about the rotation and you got some different pieces. But Tommy Togiai is not a guy that you hang your hat on going into a season after a nice little run for a year. Like there's a spot where you draft a D tackle in the first or second round and he is playing next to Sheldon Rankins before it's all said and done. Like there is plenty of opportunity for the Texans to draft somebody that would be quote unquote plug and play. I'm not telling you they're going to be Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you that there's plenty of opportunity on this football team for somebody that is a difference maker.
Yeah, it's more than just Jeremiah Love that would be there. By the way, we're hearing that Tom Pelissero saying that the Texans are one of the teams on the horn talking about trying to move up to the middle of the draft, and the things we heard was defensive line play. Is this Tyler? You're a Texans fan. You're a psychopath. Many of you listening are too. Is there any to move up? Does that hit your ears weird at all? That like, all right, they're going to move up and give up assets to use another great asset on defense? When you look at this team and what you feel like is this team needs offense. This team is like this would be them pushing another weapon towards that side of the ball. Like Clinton said, that's where they keep throwing everything. If they moved up and got a defensive player,
it definitely raises the eyebrows,
yeah,
but not in a negative light. And I know we will have listeners and Texans fans who hear that, like, oh, trading up for more defense whenever clearly offense is a problem. People are going to hear that, and they're going to get some degree of angry or freaked out, or why are you doing that? We need to build the offense. But, man, it's got to excite you at least a little bit to know that one of the most elite defenses we've seen in the NFL in recent years could get even better if they feel that convicted to go get someone.
I just think, Clint, I think it would give excitement. I think a big reason why it would give excitement, Clint or Tyler, not only what you said is I've got pretty good confidence if D'Amico and company are making a play to move up, and there is a guy that they love defensively. I don't care what level of the defense it is. I feel like that player's going to work.
Yeah,
they don't have very many misses.
Well,
like that. That's a point where you're looking at it and you're like that. Yeah, I feel like they go up and go get a D tackle. They want to get McDonald from Ohio State. They want to go get Woods. They've eyed him. I feel like it's going to work. It's just the only thing, and you've talked about it, is, man, they've thrown resources like hell over on that side. This would be another one when you look up, because I know Clint will lose his mind. If they moved up to like 16 or 17 and Sadiq and Mekhi Lemon are still on the board, and they go up there and they scoop up Peter Woods, or they scoop up one of those edge rush Mesidor from Miami. If that's it, that would, I think, depending on who's on the board and they moved up and did that, I think that would get to be.
Yeah, no, it would. But it would be because you're drafting a really, really, really good player for the unit that is the headliner for your team. I think I think I probably differ a little bit with some folks. Is if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I don't look. Obviously, I want to win a championship. I want to win a Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, my defense is going to be the headliner as long as I'm the head coach. And if I've got to put a guy, like if I roll the dice and I draft a D tackle that can play inside for 2 years, Daniil and Will. So I get two, and I hit on that guy. And I got that front with those two outside edge guys and that guy in the middle. And then all of a sudden, if he's good enough, I can let Daniil walk, and I've got a 1-2 punch with Will, like we was talking about earlier. Hey, man, that is roll the dice with that. I mean, I wouldn't do it because I'm an offensive guy. I need to see something. But I could see where the Texans being a defensive first football team, I could see where D'Amico would say, nah, let me get this one. Let me get this one too. I
don't think anyone would be pissed, and I'm just like, damn, they moving up in the first round to add to where? Defense.
Yeah, man.
Not that
you're gonna get hard.
Not that other side.
Hey,
not that other side.
It'd be fun though going into that season when you talk about, boy, you had a top 3 defense that was already legit. Now you let's go watch this kid play in the middle. Ooh.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, Nico and
Nico, Higg, Schultz.
Dave. Think maybe.
Yeah, man.
Dalton.
Let's get it on, baby.
All right. More draft talk will continue, but let's look at the last guy they drafted in the first round. And he said something the other day that you can understand. It's the real, true reason why it is so easy to give him the bag that Will Anderson got. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you know what time it is, Clint. It's that season. It is that time to protest your taxes. And if you're smart and you don't want to have those headaches, you will let Own Will. He'd be all right. He go 3, 4, 5 games without a sack.
Yeah.
I hear some rumbling.
Oh yeah, no. Look, I think Will's going to be fine. I mean, Will's going to do his thing,
Which comes with it.
Yeah, no question. All I'm saying is that there's going to be a different level of expectation the outside world. For what it's worth, there's going to be a different set of expectations on Will Anderson, and Will's going to be fine because he's going to put up numbers and he's going to stay healthy and there's going to be a level of power there and the high motor that just not many people have that's not going anywhere. So he's going to be fine, but it's the level of expectation and the noise around him is going to grow or has. It ain't going to. It grew the day that 50 per was announced.
Yeah. But you feel good about it. And I think the big reason why you feel good about this decision, I know we talked to Matt Burke a couple of days ago, and he shared the story about him seeing D'Amico in the hallway and said, he's telling him, I'm glad we got, paraphrasing here, I'm glad we were able to go ahead and get that taken care of. And he said, D'Amico said that was the easiest decision we ever had to make.
Yep.
And I think this, to me, is the number one reason why I think it is the easiest thing, the easiest decision, and why you feel so good about the future with this guy. This was Will talking about what he's looking at in the offseason, what new levels he's trying to reach.
First, I always think it starts mental. How's your mental? How's your headspace? Getting back in the right mind, making sure that your mind is right so you can go perform the best you can. Obviously, for me, I still feel like in my game, like I haven't even reached to the period of where I want to be at in my game. And I think this offseason continue to build my body up to be able to bend or to be able to finish on the quarterback. I think that's the next step is just be able to finish on the quarterback. I've been joking with Miles and we've been going at it and he's like, pressures ain't going to cut it, big dog. And, we've been going back and forth, but it's been fun, man. But obviously knowing myself and knowing my game is like, that's the next step for me.
To me, that's the big thing is when you give somebody this kind of contract, Clint, they're sitting there, hey, man, thank you for everything you've done, man. You've done such a great job since you've been here. We appreciate you. We want to reward you with this. No, it is that, but it is more importantly, this is what we think you're going to do. We're giving you this money because we believe that you are going to be even better than you have been right now. And the big thing with him that makes it easy is you get to feel that he is going to be somebody, even when he gets paid, that is going to try to make sure he keeps getting better and better and better. You can hear right there, he's even acknowledging the areas that he wants to get better in, and he's putting proof on it the way Matt Burke said. Every year, almost everything has increased. His sack numbers and totals have increased. His pressures, his tackle for loss, his quarterback hits, all of it has improved. And so you got no real concern, Clint, that he's not going to be a better player 2-3 years from now when some of this stuff really kicks in. And I think that's why it makes it really easy.
Again, another reason why it makes it really easy is that deep down, genuinely and sincerely, this guy is a guy that regardless of money, regardless of anything that's going on around him, honing his craft and perfecting his craft is the number one priority in his world and in his life, and it will be as long as he's able to put his hand in the dirt. You're convinced based on what you've seen that is absolutely the case. By the way, I didn't catch it in that piece of audio right there the first time when he said I got to bend and finish at the quarterback. Mm-hmm. I would say that, and bend is a very loose term that people use when you're talking about edge rushers bending the corner, turning the corner, getting their face mask low to the ground, kind of deal, being flexible, yes, and in the hips and being able to get low and not lose momentum. That is precisely where I think Will Anderson can become a Myles Garrett and a Micah Parsons, and I'm talking about the part of them that is rushing the passer. I'm not the play. He's there from a player perspective with those guys. Now they all look different and produce different, but impacting a game, I think he's there. Right. The difference is those two guys can cause problems because they can damn near put their face mask on the ground as they're turning the corner on a tackle, and the tackle has no chance. I don't know that Will can do that. I don't know that Will has. I know he hadn't perfected it, but I don't even know if it's just super raw. He can get significantly better there. And again, to your point, the reason it's easy to pay him is because you know if it's inside of him, if he has the ability to do those things, it's going to happen in a Texans uniform. Regardless of how much money he has, you just had to pay him that to keep him here to see it happen.
Like that, like for instance, we talk about the cat in Dallas. I don't know that George Pickens is going to be better than he in 2 or 3 years when you sign him. I don't know that he's going to be better or work to do
the only
things
similarities they have is they've been productive on the football.
Oh.
Well, I guess that's one too. Yeah, I just meant how tall is George? Are they the same height?
He's just the first example of somebody who's trying to get paid. Like, I don't know that he is going to over the next 3 years, George Pickens is going to work to improve himself,
agreed,
right? Because
agreed.
Dallas, you're taking a chance when you pay George, whoever pays George Pickens next. You're taking a chance of, all right, man, this is going to be. I'm more paying this cat for what he has done, and we've reached a point here. He deserves this, and I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that he continues to play at this level. No, Will in 3 years will probably win a Defensive Player of the Year award somewhere. The next step, though, that I am intrigued to watch, but I feel like he will still be great, is what life will look like if Danielle Hunter's not on the other side.
Yeah.
That's the next step, because I'm not foolish. Look, I think he has probably gotten help lot with that and not had to go into double teams.
No question.
As much.
It's no surprise that those two guys are having their best years. It's no surprise that when you look at Azeez Al-Shaair back there, he's flourishing behind that front. There's no surprise that Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock are back there roaming, making plays like they are with that front all together. Like there is, and this is no slight to any individual player on this team. They are great players individually. Don't get me wrong, but when you put them together in this system, they become some of the best players at their position in the NFL at this point in time, right? You defensively, it's hard to be a standalone figure. It's hard to be Myles Garrett, man. You know, it is hard to be a guy that, they've had some good corners kind of come and go through there. They've drafted some guys that didn't work out. They've had some defensive line guys here and there, but for the most part, he's a guy that can line up and hand in the dirt in any defense and go get the quarterback no matter what the situation is. Think about what Myles Garrett would be if he was ever playing with a lead. If his opponent was having to throw the ball
or he had somebody else across the defensive line anywhere to the caliber of Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, man, it's hard to be that dude right there. But
that will be the next step to see what he looks like with life without him in a couple of years. But I still think by that time, this dude will have improved his game to where he can handle it. And I bet he sees more double teams this year, which will bode well for Danielle. He sees more double teams this year down the line. So, man, dude it's easy, man. You know that dude is going to work like hell to get better, and the proof has already happened. Every single year you look across the board, not only eye tests, but numbers. He's improved. Mm-hmm. He's improved every year. So it's not just talk. All right, coming up, Clint's favorite position. We'll look at that because the draft is usually talked about and messed with the quarterback position. We'll look at that and the other big news happening in the draft coming up next right here live on The Draft.
All right, look, if you're dealing with chronic joint pain,
$222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as it is draft day here in Houston and in the NFL. As it's going to be a good day, good weekend, the draft coming up. The Texans are going to try to add new pieces, and they got a chance to add some new pieces that can really help them moving forward. And we will have that all covered here and to discuss, as Clint would say, and talk through that thing. Someone texted in and said, and that's why Ron isn't the GM. I'm just saying, man. Hey, move up, baby. Move up, baby. Move up. Go grab you some of that offense now.
Is that my boy Ron?
Go grab you a playmaker. Not to say I don't understand it, but, boy, move up. Go grab some more defense on this bad boy.
Well, there's a lot of things that I can make sense of on this squad. So, on this squad for the Texans in this draft. Now, we'll see. If I know the Texans, they'll do the one or two things that just is like, it's a head scratcher. That'll probably be. But like the Texans said, that's why I'm not a GM.
They're liable. They are liable to go in any direction.
I don't understand how anybody that's looked at. And the last time I said this, they drafted a tackle. I don't know how anybody that's looked at their offseason moves and what they've done and what they've added can then look at this draft and go, yep, they're gonna move up and go get a tackle. I just don't.
Then you'd really be right about Blake Fisher. It might be. Yeah, you're right. Trent Brown behind them too. They re-signed Trent Brown.
I mean, yeah. I'm not saying that you couldn't afford to go out there and maybe get a second swing tackle. And I'll be honest with you. Look, Blake Fisher, I don't think is going to be a player in this deal, but I don't hate Blake Fisher as a fourth tackle on this team. I mean, when he has gotten in there, it has and had to play. Maybe I'm wrong, and I know it hadn't been pretty, but I don't remember watching bad offensive line play and go, boy, well, Blake Fisher's the worst one of the bunch. Now he had a terrible training camp. Don't get me wrong, it was bad, but I don't remember. I don't remember him just getting in there and being completely overwhelmed.
Well, you don't want to go to the season with him as a plan.
No. I don't. He. You know what? He is precisely the guy that I would go into the season with as long as I got a third tackle in Trent Brown there. I would not feel comfortable at all if I didn't have Trent Brown on this team. Yeah. But I feel pretty comfortable at tackle, even if you want to keep the young guy in there to do their little sixth offensive lineman deal, which I believe you can get better there too and have more of a guard body doing that or a more massive body doing that. But even if you want – I'm not just like, hell no, I'm out on that. I think you can work and do some things with this Texans offensive line the way it is right now. I just don't know. I mean, unless, again, like you were talking earlier, the O-line thing is just this big future play. It just doesn't.
Or unless they're going up to get somebody who they think is a right now starter, and then the question would be, well, man, you just spent $12 million on somebody that's not. Yeah. That's a swing tackle.
I could see the kid out of Arizona. We talked about this before. I could see the kid out of Arizona State.
Project kind of.
Well, just a big dude that is super athletic. That is, it's a swing. It's a big swing now because you take a developmental player. There's a good chance he won't develop, and then you've got a bust, right? But That's freakish enough, and I like him personally. To be honest with you, when he slapped that guy at the Senior Bowl, I fell in love with him. But there's a couple of those that I could get down with as a guard / tackle, kind of just a development. But I don't know how that's your go-to right now.
Not first.
No. I mean,
no.
If you said, "Hey, Clint, the Texans right now, let's make a list of what you think their priorities are." O-line would be down the list a bit. I mean, you got to have tight end, you got to have receiver, you got to have interior defensive lineman, you got to have linebacker. Hell, it'd be nice to have safety. That there's.
I just hate for them to move up and draft the worst position group that they draft.
Oh yeah, then there's that.
when it's not a must, right? Because you can look at it and say they feel set for where they are O-line, but it's not a must. All right, what do you think about the quarterbacks in this draft? How do you honestly feel about this? Anybody can jump in, Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch, Clint Tyler. We know where Mendoza's going to go. Mendoza is going to go number 1 to the Raiders. They've really kind of confirmed that. They said they've done their due diligence, and they're going with him at 1. You think the Raiders are happy? You think they are happy about, all right, man, this is where we're going, because this is a commitment. You go number 1, this is a big-time commitment. They got guys that may lose their jobs over this one. You think they're happy about, I don't want to say having to take Fernando Mendoza, but going in that direction?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think they are. I mean, you're talking about a guy that just made Sam Darnold, who was seeing ghosts and things of that nature, and made him a Super Bowl winner. And you're talking about a guy in Brady who I would say is probably wired a lot like that goofy sucker Mendoza.
From a playing standpoint.
And I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like I just completely disagree with a lot of the talent evaluators. I mean, you give me a quarterback, especially if it's one that's not uber athletic, right? I mean, if you're uber athletic, you can do some things, and we can try to develop some things. But if you give me a guy that is more of a pro style passer, and on film he's throwing the ball to the open guys, and on film he's throwing the ball when it's supposed to be high and away, he's throwing the ball high and away, and he's instead of bitching and moaning about, well, he hadn't been under the center, he hadn't done this, he hadn't done that. I mean, he throws the football with great timing. He throws the football accurately. He clearly understands. Now, maybe the offensive coordinator was that good. I don't know yet. I mean, we'll see. But he clearly understands scheme. He clearly understands defenses and what they're doing. I mean, they just ran through everybody that they rolled out there. And so I view him a little different than most. I don't look at what might be a shortcoming, whether it's him or the offense that he played in college, and knock him for it. I mean, I watch it and I go, man, this guy's – I mean, he's making throws like NFL throws. I'm not talking about like NFL arm throws. I'm talking about like NFL types of throws, and appears to have complete confidence and command of the offense. Like, those are all things that are just like – I know it's boring, but those things are huge when you get to the NFL level. And I think if it transitions, and I think they're – and which they obviously, if they draft number 1 overall, they think he will transition. And if it transitions, I think he has a lot of success early.
When you said about Ty Simpson, if outside forces would have any bearing on where he gets picked or where he gets drafted, I don't think a lot there. But I do feel like the Raiders were in a situation of, all right, man, if we don't draft this dude, if we trade out of this or something,
right,
like, we are going to get absolutely crushed. If it is like, it almost feels like we have to draft him. We have to draft a quarterback. That's why I said it feels like their hands are damn near tied. And it's like, all right, are they really happy about this? Are they really thrilled about the fact? Like, I think the Texans were really happy to draft C.J. Stroud. I think they were thrilled.
Yeah.
To draft. There's some other teams that I don't know. They're in there like, boy, I hope.
Yeah. Well,
I sure hope.
I think one thing wrong with them. I do think that a big part of Fernando Mendoza being the guy that they were going to take. I'm going to say it this way. I think that being a reality for them had a lot to do with why they went out and set the market with that center.
Yeah, they definitely got to get it is hard for me to look at him and think he's going to be
take over the locker room,
franchise changer. But can he be a guy that can be a part of the ensemble?
Yeah,
right.
Well,
because a lot of people look at Sam ultimately Sam was a franchise changer. Ultimately, Sam, they put him in the right direction, but Sam Darnold went in there, and there was a belief, and he changed some things. He didn't just go in there and he changed some things for them to go to where they were. I mean, I think Geno was a pretty good leader in that locker room. He went in there, and so ultimately, he was. I got to get over it with Fernando. It's hard to see that he's going to be there.
Well, you're not. I mean, I see what the hell you're saying. I think it's the organization knows and sees that the potential of what you're talking about is there. It's their job to put him in position to where, hey, all you got to do is lead your huddle.
Yeah.
You set the market for a center that is a big time leader. You get what's my man's name on the defensive side of the ball? You get him back. Max Crosby. You get him back. They signed 2 or 3 other dudes, N'Kobe Dean. They signed some dudes that are alpha leaders. So you surround him with guys that are going to take care of the locker room. They're going to take care of the team meeting room. And you give me a guy that all he has to do is be a whiz kid and lead his huddle, manage his huddle, then we'll see if he can make it happen. I agree with you. It doesn't seem like he's a dude that's going to walk in there and just take over a locker room. Now, you go win games early and often, it'd be a lot easier to take over that locker room.
Real quick before we get to 4, you think Ty Simpson's waiting a lot tonight, a long time tonight?
No. I think Ty goes bottom half of the first round, but I think he goes.
So he is drafted tonight. In your opinion?
Yeah. I think he goes in the first round. It would be a disaster for some of those teams that are quarterback needy if they passed on him twice. Not once. Not once. We didn't have to make it. We did it twice.
The Browns got 2 in there. The
Jets got 2 in there. Hey man, who's the other one? There's who's Arizona got 2 in there.
They don't have 2 yet, but they.
You're right. They got 30. They got 33.
Yeah,
I think, or something like that. But anyway, that would be painful. But what I got coming up next, man, is I'm gonna tell you, Ron. I know this ain't always the easiest conversation to have. Diana Rossini is a real POS. I don't know if y'all have seen this most recent. I know y'all probably seen the most recent pictures that have been floated out there of her and Vrabel. But I'm going to tell you, man, there's a tweet that's floating around out there, man, that, hey, if I was a man, this one might take me down right here. Well, I'll have that for you, and we'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Mike Vrabel!
Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Diana, we're going to get to you.
Oh, boy.
We're going to get to you, Diana. Where's that Michael Jackson song we needed? Hey, today's Dirty's Daily is powered by my boy Chris Pollock, man. Gulf Coast Measuring Services over in Baytown. T-Mill, you probably in Beaumont. In Beaumont. Damn, I'm trying to give Beaumont love.
It's a bit further.
In Old River up in Mont Bellevue. And
old Barber's Hill, huh?
Yeah. I ate at least 6 pounds of mud bugs today at lunch, boys.
Ooh, I'm doing that at dinner.
6, huh?
He had a little company deal and shot me a little invite. So me and the wife slid by there and ate a few bugs at lunch. And it was a great setup. You just walk up, grab they're already right there in the crate for you, boy. You ain't even got to do no scooping or nothing. You just take them to the table and bang them out. And
that's a solid lunch portion.
Wow. Oh, wifey looked at me and said, "My wife said, are you going back for seconds?" I said, "Hell yeah, I'm going back for seconds. Are you kidding me?"
A second
she
6
wanted
pounder.
to go back too?
She was eating them too slow. By the time she'd done eating one, I'd eaten 2 plates. So I think they're probably about 3 to 4 pounds on each plate. But big shout out, man. Pollock, appreciate you, man. Gulf Coast Measuring Services. That's a solid lunch, solid invite on the mud bugs. But big day here on the drive. We got the draft kicking off in just a little under 3 hours, boys. 7 p.m. That means I'm going to be able to get home and get good and settled in. T, you going to go eat some mud bugs and watch the draft, watch the first round?
Yeah, man. I'm planning on meeting a guy, people here on Area 45, old Bijani, bada bing, bada boom. Going to meet him over at BB's, eat some crawfish, watch this draft.
That's right. He got the day off, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'll be dang. We got Astros Yankees tonight at Dyke, and McCullers is on the bump, I believe. Is that correct?
That's tomorrow.
Is that tomorrow? We got Rockets Rockets and Astros tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Okay. McCullers on the bump though. That's big. So big Friday in the books as well here in Houston. But we got to get to Diana Rossini. This is an ongoing saga. This is a fascinating, unfortunate, but a fascinating story to watch unfold. If you've been living under a rock, some pictures surfaced. What was that, about a week ago, boys?
About a week ago.
A week ago. Newman Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini locking arms, locking hands, hugging, enjoying some quality time together without their significant others. The pictures surfaced, and the pictures continue to surface. Tyler, what'd you say today? There's some pictures that are out there clearly from a neon lit bar room somewhere.
Yeah.
From I believe, did you say it was 2020?
6 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, so 2020. This has been going on for quite some time. So it wasn't just a fling in Arizona. It's turning more into a longer term affair. And before I get into Diana, I think it's interesting how the New England Patriots and Mike Vrabel are handling this deal. Mike Vrabel had a 2+ minute statement on it, which he said absolutely nothing during his statement other than he's had some hard conversations with his family and his friends and the team. The team made an announcement coming out in support of Mike Vrabel, and I think Mike announced that he's not going to be with the team Saturday for draft day of the draft. And he's not going to speak tonight he will speak tonight if the team drafts and if they do have a first-round draft pick. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that cheating on your old lady is just quite as rare as they're making it sound like it at that level. I mean, when players mess around and make mistakes and don't get caught cheating on their old lady, we don't release press statements and support statements and all that kind of crap. Like I think to me the Patriots are making a way bigger deal of this thing than they need to.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's the coach is different than players, and like the leader of your organization is different than players. And I don't know how often players are like it's this public.
Yeah,
like with the photos and who it's with. And I think the Patriots are being forced to make a bigger deal or handle it like this because Mike is. The thing that's interesting to me right now is this is actually now going into affecting his job. That's the part is like I don't think the Patriots are telling him that he doesn't need to be there for day 3 of the draft. Like this is affecting his job. There was one piece there of like, all right, man, it's Diana. She's got to quit her job here and. All right, hey, man, he went up and addressed it when he spoke earlier this week, and that's it. Now, I would say that it is, if we swing it here, I think it's very important because I would think that Mike Vrabel has a similar level of power that D'Amico has here. I think it'd be very, very important that D'Amico Ryans be in the building.
No question.
Day 3 of the draft.
No question.
When we're talking those rounds.
Yes.
I think it is huge because him and Nick work hand in hand. Mike Vrabel is the same. Mike Vrabel's probably leading that as much as the GM over there. And now this is now moved into, at first it was just like, oh, you got to address this and you move on. Now he's missing day 3 of the draft. Obviously, for him, that's more important because I think somebody else by the last name of Vrabel is pushing that he missed day 3 of this. But now this has affected his job, so I think this is we've now reached a point of like for on Mike Vrabel's side. If I'm the Patriots, I'm like, all right, man, I'm gonna give you your time here, but this situation now has moved into an important piece of your job. Like, where are we at here?
I guess that's one way to look at it in a sense of like Vrabel's decided not to be there Saturday. That's a save my marriage type of deal. I don't know why you got to pick one of the 3 days that the draft instead of the 4 or 5 between when it surfaced and now. But nonetheless, that's a good point. I guess. I mean, it's because clearly the Patriots aren't saying, hey, don't come up here on Saturday.
No,
clearly
the Patriots stand about it. They said that we're the New England Patriots fully support Mike Vrabel's decision to prioritize his family first, as well as his own well-being.
Must have some counseling set up on Saturday.
Mike has been open with us about his commitment to being the best version of himself for his family, this team, and for our fans. And we respect the steps he has taken to follow through the commitment.
I'm taken aback, whether it's from Vrabel's perspective or from the Patriots' perspective. I'm taken aback that it's had such an impact. To your point, that he's missing the 3rd day of the draft. Like I'm shocked that's where that has led. Now, the Diana Rossini angle here, and where I want to go with this is her poor husband. Diana Rossini's poor husband. I mean, they already went on and on, the media, which that's the world we live in today. People are going to get clicks, and they've already rehashed and repurposed all of the comments she made about her husband previously not being attractive, yada, yada, yada. No matter how tongue-in-cheek it was, it's getting resurfaced at an inopportune time. And folks are finding things in her social media feeds that are tough to read. But this one here, man, if I'm Diana, I mean, if I don't even know the husband's name. Apparently, Tyler. Did you say he's a head honcho in shake and bake or shake and steak?
Steak and shake, yeah.
Steak and shake.
He's an executive somewhere with him. Yeah.
Make sure Vrabel's not a part owner in that.
Good smash burgers. Good.
Are they really?
Yeah, good
I've
shakes
never had
too.
it.
There used to be one right by the crib near the house. Stop by there late, 24 hours.
I mean, the husband's got to be going through it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. This one, I mean, look, the cheating would be done for me. I'd be out. But this would probably push me completely overboard here. Diana Rossini in August of 21, she tweets, "Keep looking at my almost 4-day-old son, Michael. say it again. His name is Michael. While trying to figure out who are the best Michaels to ever play and coach in the NFL. Chief, if I'm Diana Rossini's husband and I had to live through this, and I'm now connecting dots that my son's name is her husband named Michael, by the way? That may soften.
Are you moving this to saying that she named him after Mike Vrabel? That's a bit of a stretch.
Is the dad's name Michael?
I don't know his name is.
Cheryl?
Yeah, look here, bro. I'm going to tell you. The kid's name is Michael. She's tweeting about the best Michael. 4 days after you have the kid, she's tweeting about the best Michael. His name is not Michael.
Kevin Goldschmidt.
Kevin, hey, Kevin Michael Kevin. That maybe it could be a middle name somewhere.
Big head.
Hey, man, this one sinks my ship right here. If I weren't done before on the cheating deal, here's the question: are you getting a paternity test?
Going on Mari.
This are you? No, you can't. I can't go on Mari Povich. But this Ron, this was done in
Vrabel, you are the father.
21.
No, that's my kid. So
the kid's 5 years old right now.
Yeah.
If you're Kevin,
we don't even know if Kevin came up with Michael.
It don't matter.
I think it does matter a little bit if Kevin came up with the name Michael.
She had to agree with it. If you found out she was smashing,
she was having the relations around the time the baby was
Vrabel,
born.
That's right. Then, yeah, the picture that the reason I asked you about that picture, you said it was 2020. This is 2021 when she's having a baby in August of 2021.
That is a
giant. The kid's name is Michael.
Flag. Yes.
If you're sitting there right now and you're hubby, and all of a sudden your wife gets caught and had an affair for a long period of time with a guy named Mike.
I mean, I think if you are him, your mindset is in a different space.
Well, that's what I'm talking
anything
about.
would swing it. I'm not going to sit here and say that's what she did, that she named that kid Michael. I don't even know their situation. I don't know. Kevin may have come up with the name Michael. Michael may have always been a name. I don't know if that is where it's going. But this story is
that is where my mind would go.
I know
that is exactly where my mind.
If you're the husband, I'm sure your mind is itching to go to those places no matter what. I mean, the pictures are enough.
By the way, I don't know how this thing's going to end, but it's for Diana to make it out like it was taken out of context, and then Mike to be handling it the way he's handling it.
It's not even the taken out of the context. Now we're seeing pictures that you can't shake now.
Oh, we're seeing
kissing.
Good point.
We're seeing kissing photos now.
Yeah, good point.
This is like she was in denial in her resignation letter.
Yeah,
still very defiant and in denial. Well, no, we're not.
Well, this is not. Well, if you just look at her statement followed up by Mike Vrabel's actions, it doesn't seem like it's stars ain't aligning for that marriage to last much longer. So. Yeah, man, good gosh. I mean, if Twitter, I am so glad Twitter wasn't a thing when I was younger. I am so glad that there ain't, I'm sure there's something.
It is, but this got, like, even the Michael, this just got a lot worse. We just see the completely different, well, now the pictures came out. Some pictures came out today where they were, appears to be the two of them kissing. So that just kind of shake, rattles, and rolls. I mean, you got all of that out. But you got 6 years. You got 6 years of fondling around on some broad, and all of a sudden you need Saturday on the draft to recoup this thing. There was at some point there seemed to be an understanding and an agreement, Tyler. Hey man, this is why we're gonna handle this. Like we are gonna handle this way, right? They came out with statements immediately that were very similar. I think. He used the word laughable. This was a group of friends hanging out, and anybody to look at this anyway else is laughable. I think that's what Vrabel said. Hers was similar, and she stayed with it with her resignation letter. And my man has made 2 trips and 2 statements, and one of them being,
and it's missing draft day.
I gotta make better decisions for my team, and then I'm stepping out to have counseling. Right, this is somebody has gone rogue on the agreement of, hey man, with this how we gonna handle this thing.
I tell you, ain't neither one of them, the man or the woman, worth the damn in this situation, boy. But that damn connecting them Twitter dots on Diana Rossini, boy, it would be a hard pill.
That kid after Mike, man.
Hey man, tell you, Kevin got to be thinking that one of them's daddy better name. There better be Michael in the family somewhere.
Or Michael is just one of the most popular names in the world.
Oh, come on, man.
It is.
Come on, man. You can't be thinking that.
Let's just be honest.
If you find out now for 6+ years she been banging some dude named Mike and your son is named Michael, like you ain't gonna you can't think.
If I am him.
Yep.
And I'm deep into it, but I'm not him. I'm.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm talking. I need you to put yourself in his position. I need you to put yourself in Kevin's position.
Put himself in any position. If it was Phil, I would think she named him after him. I would pull anything.
If it was Phil and Phil Mickelson was Mike Vrabel in this picture, it would be the same thing.
Oh my!
Yeah,
God.
man. I don't know, Ron. That would really do me in. I'd have to pull the old. Hey, man, I just need you to answer one question. I just need to answer one question.
Just some tough ones tonight, boy.
Did you
some tough nights.
Did you name our son after Coach Vrabel? I'm not going to say his name, Coach Vrabel. I need you to be honest with me.
MV, baby. Damn, Kev. What you doing? All right, boss.
Diana, dirty Diana, boy. This is getting bad, ain't it?
Hope Kevin's friends and Miss Vrabel's friends are stepping up. Help them two out. Sure they are. Right, like.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
That's what I thought was coming down the pike for both of them. I thought they were going to say, hey, we just hadn't announced it yet, but we're both separated going through divorces, and we're going to be together. And we'd have kept everybody kept their job. We'd have kept the train moving. No, y'all had to have two different stories.
Yeah.
You had to have all them smart-ass comments about your son, your husband's lack of attractiveness.
The amount. Yeah, that's
Kev, a good-looking dude though.
The amount.
Kev gonna have a problem.
I'm sure
rebounding here.
I'm sure he's not. If he plays this right.
Is it? What's his last name, Tyler?
It's not Rossini.
Goldschmidt.
Kevin Goldschmidt. You think he's gonna have a problem rebounding? I mean, hell, if he's running Steak and Shake, he damn sure ain't.
Oh, I was wrong on that. It's Shake Shack.
Okay, even that too. Shake Shack got
that's even bigger.
Is it really? Oh wow. Yeah, I think he'll rebound all right.
Yeah, he's all right. He's good looking. He's good looking enough.
I just added him on LinkedIn.
Not bad. He'll be all right.
Look at that photo. Gosh, dang it, Diana.
Well, how to move off of that? Let's go to another potential end to something. I just need you all to hear me out. It's not over for the Rockets. They still got a shot.
What?
I just need you to hear me out. It's not over. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, Ron said it's not over for the Rockets. Let me tell you, it's not over for your hairline. It's not over for your hair loss issue that you have just decided you're going to accept or you're going to throw a hat on every time you leave the house, right? It's not over, baby. It is not over. You can get that youthfulness. You can get that youthful feel, that confident feel that you once had when you were younger and you had that full head of hair.
East Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Michael's not a popular name anymore. Still in the top 10 in 2020. Right behind Sebastian.
Sebastian, I wouldn't have guessed that one.
I wouldn't have. Creighton at the top.
Caden?
2020. Yeah.
Weird.
I don't know what Creighton is. I don't know what it was in 2020, but I would say around 2010, Jalen had to be at the top.
Why is that?
The amount of Jalen's that are rolling around
on the
2005 to 2010, that damn Jalen boy, that was a swinger there, boy.
Where do you think that came from?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Boy, there's a bunch of damn Jalens that all play sports. Seems like it's so many of them. I feel like they're changing their name at 18 to Jalen just to get there. All right, Clint, I know it's draft day, and we'll get back to the draft with the Texans coming up here in just a bit, and we'll let you know the latest rumor. If you've missed it, the latest rumor going on with the Texans coming up at the bottom of the hour. But, Clint, the Rockets, they have a must-win game tomorrow. They win tomorrow, you feel different. Because right now, you got them done. They win tomorrow, you feel different, right? Okay.
No, they're dead. The Rockets are dead.
So you got Lakers in what?
I'll give them one. Lakers in 5.
Oh, you got Lakers in 5. You think the Lakers will win one of these and then go close it out?
Mm-hmm.
I think obviously 2-0 lead. Tyler, help me out. Go. If you and Tyler or Cheryl can help me out, what is LeBron's record when he's going up 2-0 in a series?
Oh, you think he's going to take a day off?
I just
take a rest day?
Like what I'm talking about in terms of winning a series. How many series has he won when he goes up 2-0? If that may be a tough stat to find. You got a little time, but unless you have it already.
Oh, I'm that good. I got it.
What is this record?
It is a perfect 24-0.
Okay, that does not help.
Did you really not know that, or did you just set me up for that heartbreak?
I did not know it.
He's 24-0 when he goes up 2-0.
24-0 all time.
I thought maybe there was a couple in there where he's lost. All right,
son of a bitch.
All right, so
next topic.
That didn't help. That did not help, but this is different. All right, this is a different LeBron.
So
LeBron's
the draft tonight.
He's not been up 2-0 in a long time. All right, so that's a long time ago. This is why I don't think the Rockets are completely dead. And it's not a lot about what I think the Rockets are going to do. I'll be honest with you. Offensively, the Rockets have not cracked 100 points in either game of this series. And I don't expect them to make wholesale adjustments that make you say, oh, here we go.
Weren't the Lakers not a good defensive team in the regular season?
Well, they got them two dudes off the court that are bad defenders.
Uh-huh.
That kind of helps. That kind of helped them a little bit. But I think the thing for me is I don't think they're going to make a lot of adjustments offensively, but I do think at Toyota Center they're going to hit more shots and probably play with more energy, which could lead to more runouts and more transition game, which I think clearly favors the Rockets. Something I think LeBron's trying to control the pace. Marcus Smart trying to control the pace so they don't get out and run as much. But I think the big thing for me is I just don't think the others that are role players that had to step up into more than role players, specifically Kennard, Smart, Hachimura, Ayton, I don't know that I believe that those guys are going to continue to have the production that they have had in the first two games. I mean, Kennard's averaging 25 a game and shooting 72% from three. Marcus Smart's averaging 27.5 assists on 50% from three, 52% from the field. These guys average 9 points a game, both of them, and have played I mean, obviously, Smart has basically been a starter all year for them, and understanding they're going to get more shots with some of the guys out, Clint. But I don't think that they are going to stay at that rate, and I think that gives a chance to the Rockets. I give them about a 15 or 20% chance. I think merely because those guys may come back a bit. Maybe they play better when they go back to L.A., but I think they come back a bit to where they're not averaging 25 and 20 a game. I don't think they're going to have that much of a jump in that, and so that's the biggest reason why I give the Rockets a chance, and they're going to play better at home. But I look at those guys. I just can't believe Kennard and Smart continue to play the way they do.
So your thought is that for the Rockets to win a game, the Lakers just have to play worse.
Well, I think the Rockets got to defend better, right? I think it got to help. But even with that, yeah, I think Kennard, Smart, in particular, but Hachimura, and then game one, DeAndre Ayton he outplayed. Yeah. He had 19 and 11 in that game. I don't believe those guys are going to play to that level consistently throughout the series.
Yeah, I don't see those guys slowing down. It's too effortless. There's no resistance from the Rockets whatsoever. I think LeBron James has, if you want to call it, cracked the code or whatever against the Rockets. What are they going to do? I think he's got him in a catch-22. Do they double him and try to blitz him and take the ball out of his hands, or do they focus more on the other guys? I think I'm betting on LeBron continuing to cook. I think, look, as I said before, I think the Rockets are dead. I think the rest of this series is about Kevin Durant. If this turns into a rout the way that I think it's going to turn into a rout.
Oh, you think they're going to get blown out?
Well, convincingly, you lose a series to this team, good God, in 5. If it's 4, good, look out. It's about you mentioned it last week, Kevin Durant's legacy. I think if this team gets embarrassed by a team with no Reeves, no Luka, I think it's worse than we thought on Kevin Durant.
Oh yeah, he's getting crushed right now.
Right. Yeah. But if this continues,
he's getting smoked right now. Like, bro, you ain't never seen a double team. You don't know what to do with a double team? Text line coming in, Ron. The Rockets just aren't as good as you think they are. Face the facts. Yeah, I did think the Rockets were better than the Lakers. This version of the Lakers. I felt like this was the only matchup that was going to get them a win out of the first round, and that was with this depleted Lakers team. I do think they're better than what they have played.
Yeah.
And it's not. And again, I don't feel great about this, Clint. It is not a lot of what the Rockets like. I think they'll probably shoot the ball better because they're at home. But I am more banking on the fact that 82 games, 80, 70 games, I understand there were some different shot selections, 70 games, they're not playing like this. Like they play a certain amount of games. Like Kennard and Smart are not going to play to this level. And I think the Rockets defense again at home will improve and they will defend. As I said yesterday, a many times it's got to take one of these guys away. At least slow one of these dudes down. I just don't think they're going to continue to play at this level. No matter what they do, they ain't going to beat OKC anyway. No, either one of these teams are. Hell, I don't think anybody in the league is. To be honest, they got injuries. Their second best player, it doesn't matter. Don't miss a beat. Although they helped out Tyler just enough for him to make a little cash last night. T. Mill's best bet's coming up.
Money, T.
He made a good little day. But it's not over. They're not dead. They're not dead yet.
No, man, I am shook after you had me find that stat just now. I am shook.
That did not help. That backfired on me on that just a bit.
24
I forget. He found it quick, too. That was oh, that might take you a little time. No, you found that quick.
It's a punch right to the nuts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Again, he had Kyrie with him some of those times. Maybe Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade a few times, Drew Gooden. So let's hold off on that. But I think they'll win tomorrow. I think.
I hope. God,
they don't come out and win tomorrow. Then I have to. Send
they get swept. Udoka's fired immediately, right? Like immediately.
I don't know.
As Clint would say, immediately.
I think O.L. Stone is.
Shoot, can them both if they get swept.
I think O.L. Stone is. I If it keeps looking this bad and he gets out coached by like this, yeah, he might. All right, coming up, wait till you hear the latest rumor we're hearing about the Texans, and it's the Texans being active in the first round. We'll discuss and let you hear that coming up next.
888-848-2323. First bet offer for new customers only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards or non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Musical chairs with the offensive line again. Musical chairs with the offensive line again.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As I said in the last segment, the Rockets are not dead. They're not dead yet. They're on life support. They're not dead yet. And
he stopped loving her today.
There is some news here. Kevin Durant
on his door.
Kevin Durant is listed as questionable. Not with the knee now, guys. It's a left ankle sprain.
No, God!
Another practice injury.
So we got a knee. Is that a knee? Is that a right knee and a left ankle sprain? Is that what Ty Simpson looks like without his helmet?
Looks like he's in the Navy. Like he's Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, not good. Left ankle sprain to go along with the knee that kept him out. So when you hear that, knee, left ankle, does that give you concern about him playing on Friday?
You don't want me to tell you where it takes my mind.
I don't know what the hell is going on in H-Town.
Think he's setting up to.
You do one or two things, but when you're in this situation right here, bow your neck, go play ball, or you start making excuses.
Loser's limp.
Well, we'll see. He's questionable. By the way, and I see this on the text line. Tyler, do you care to guess the line between Lakers and Rockets for Game 3?
I saw the text. I won't lie to you. That was surprising.
You care to guess the line? The line for the Rockets.
I think it's Rockets.
I had to check it.
I think it's Rockets minus 8.
10.5.
Ooh, double digits. LeBron must be leaking something.
With Durant questionable. That's
10.5.
That's nuts.
Well, you finally found something that'll lean towards your top.
I mean, that's a little aggressive, guys. I wonder who
the line setter's been watching Şengün play basketball.
What was the line the first two games? I don't know what was the line.
Well, the Rockets were a 4.5-point favorite in the first game. I didn't see Game 2.
I'm gonna guess it was closer to Pick'em.
I'm gonna guess they was probably favored with. I mean, Durant coming back and losing Game 1. I bet the Rockets probably been favored all 3 of these games.
I believe that's accurate. I mean, they were minus 650 to win the damn series.
And have not appeared to be in 10.5.
Garbage. Clutch City, huh?
I mean, outside of OKC, I don't know any other teams. Hell, OKC, they're a 9.5-point favorite against the Suns in their next one.
Wait, the Rockets are a 10.5-point favorite. Like they're a
10.5-point favorite. Everywhere else I'm not seeing like that's the biggest line.
Well, it should be.
The Rockets are favorite to win by double digits by the Lakers.
If you didn't watch the first 2 games, yeah.
Okay, 10.5. That's in blue strong. As you said, Vegas knows something. Maybe LeBron. Maybe they feel like this is the one LeBron takes off or something. We'll see. All right, 10.5 there. All right, tonight the first round of the draft. Again, you can hear all of that as we get done here on The Drive. We'll turn it over to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, not Mike Vrabel. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. We'll turn it over to them and the crew as they will hold it down for the first round and the draft throughout the weekend. So stay tuned right here on Sports Radio 610. This is the latest rumor. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, is saying this. This is what he is hearing potentially with the Texans in the first round.
In the back half of round one, it's been abundantly clear for, frankly, the past week that a lot of those teams would prefer to move down, pick up extra picks. That's a byproduct of the fact that teams only have 12 to 15 first-round grades on these players in this draft. Having said that, one team that was particularly aggressive about trying to move down, the Houston Texans, who have been calling for people for weeks, I am told, Rhett, have started to make calls about moving up, potentially into the middle of round one. Could they be potentially targeting additional defensive line help? That will be one to watch, given the fact that Nick Caserio is never shy about moving around the draft board.
So, all right, they're saying moving up, Clint, being aggressive and moving up tonight, moving up in the first round tonight is what Tom Pelissero said he is hearing that the Texans are attempting to do, Clint. And I guess two things on this. One, is it something that's believable? Do you believe that the Texans are really, this report, that they're really trying to seriously get up into the middle of the first round? And then there's a lot of options. They could go, there are offensive linemen. They've been connected with offensive line as much as any position in the first round since these mock drafts have been going on. Defensive line, in particular defensive tackle. There are edge rushers as well that we're starting to hear that come on along, as they just said right there, defensive line. There are weapons up there that we're seeing going in the middle of the first round. Is it true? Do you believe this? And who in the hell would they be targeting right now?
Yeah, I believe it. I think, as I've said ad nauseum, I think you look at where the Texans are right now, and the floor is as high as it's going to be. The culture is as good as it's going to be. There's great depth across the board. They're developing guys, and this team is stuck in the second round of the playoffs, and have lost, if we're being honest, in disappointing fashion in the second round of the playoffs. And so, how do you take that next step to be competitive at the second round and do everything you can to hopefully get beyond the second round? I don't think you do it by playing it safe. I don't think you do it by going and getting more depth. I don't think you do it by going and getting a surefire future developmental type player. I think the first round of the NFL draft is an opportunity to draft a player that moves the needle for your team one way or another. I don't care if it's a defensive tackle. I don't care if it's a weapon on the offensive side of the football. I think that this is a chance, one of a few chances throughout the offseason that you're going to have to move the needle and improve your football team. And when I say improve it, I don't mean build depth. I don't mean improve the future. I mean give you a better chance to win in the playoffs than what you previously had. And I think they've done a good job. They've done a solid job, particularly on the offensive line and in the running back room this offseason. But I still think there's room to improve and room to add weapons and room to add explosiveness to this offense, and we'll see what they do. I think it's a time. The stars have aligned for me with the Texans to say, if you're going to get aggressive and move up, maybe not CJ and Will Anderson aggressive, but if you're going to get aggressive and move up, this is the year to do it.
Yeah, I believe I actually do believe they are not just making calls. There's sometimes just checking in, just seeing what it would take. I think they are making calls with the thought to go up, Clint. In my mind, if I had to guess, I would guess it's something on the defensive line and somebody on the defensive line that they really, really love and they really, really, really like and want to get. When we've seen them get their most bold in the first round, it is when they went after a defensive lineman in Will Anderson Jr., and they were really bold coming up from 12 to 3 to go get him.
D'Amico said that was his best top 30 or 30 visit that he's ever had, that he's ever been a part of. So it was pretty convincing, apparently.
There's somebody I would, for me personally, I would love it if it were somebody offensively, because I feel like right now, for a team that is trying to take the next step, they are missing something over there. They're we've talked about it. They're missing something over there. But to me, I would imagine they've got their eye on, because I feel like, and I understand it, I feel like they think they're set at offensive line. I feel like what they've done in the offseason, they've added depth, I feel like they're set at the offensive line, at least set to not be using pick 28 or trading up to go get offensive line. And I know they may potentially disagree with us. I feel like weapons-wise, I think they're comfortable where they are. And I don't know if they feel like they got to give up assets to go get weapons. I feel like they're comfortable with where their weapons are. And to me, the place would make sense if they were moving up. And there are guys like Mesidor, the edge rusher, who can play inside as well. From Miami is in that range. Polk is in that range. T.J. Parker from Clemson is in that range. Peter Woods from Clemson. The D tackle, we've heard McDonald from Ohio State in that range. I feel like that's probably what we're looking at. Somebody that they are in love with. That would make the most sense. Because offensive guys, I feel like they sit back and in that first round and let them come to them.
We'll see, man. It's going to be there's plenty of
just
options.
Make a damn pick in the draft.
Come on, man. Come on, make a pick tonight in the draft. Yeah, man. There's the one to keep an eye on too is for me is Caleb Banks. Whether it's in that late in the first round or early in the second round. I mean, I don't know exactly how his injuries are going to push him down in the draft.
He just there was a doctor's, I think, note that came out about him from his doctors that he's on full track to recover with that foot issues.
To be ready by I think June. I think it was. It's June to resume football activities by June. That's the one to keep an eye on because he's a guy that I think fits what D'Amico wants interior wise for a defensive tackle, and there's a good chance he could slide. And boy, if you ended up getting him in the early second round, that would be big. I don't know if he's going to last that long, but that'd be a big get with that second pick.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as the draft is now just about 2 hours away. 2 hours away from the draft getting started. We'll get you set up with everything you need to know about things with the Texans there. Reports here, major injuries to top players in the NBA playoffs. We'll give you the latest on that and so much more right here live on The Drive.
Texans are back in the building for voluntary workouts.
It's exciting for us to kick off our off-season program. Feels like we were just here not too long ago. It's come around very quickly, but it's always exciting. You get a breath of fresh air. You get a renewed sense of energy when your guys come back into the building.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything. I-45 the North Freeway, northbound at Rankin. It's an accident that has a right lane and right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio.
You'll run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, it is draft night, baby. And we are now an hour and 58 minutes away, Clinton Tyler, until the NFL draft starts. We know exactly who will be the first pick. The Raiders have made it clear that they're going to be drafting Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback out of Indiana. But after that, it gets interesting, right? It feels like the Jets are going after one of those top two pass rushers. Then there's the Jeremiah Love situation. There is a lot intriguing about this draft, Clint. Outside of the Texans, I do want to get to the Texans here in a bit, but outside of the Texans, Clint, what are the action things that you're looking for tonight in the first round? What teams, what players, what are you looking at in this first round that you're intrigued by outside of the Texans?
Yeah, look, I think there's several NFC teams that they think is could potentially, or that I've heard could potentially move up in this draft. I think you look at the Cowboys, the Eagles, the Bears. Washington's already in the top 10, and we're talking about teams that are competitive. I know Washington were rough last year, but they were in the NFC Championship the year before. So I think really good teams that are drafting or are trying to move to the top to get a game-changing type player. That's always fascinating. Kansas City in the AFC is sitting there in the top 10. What do they end up doing? Do they move up and get aggressive to go get somebody? Do they stay where they're at?
They feel interesting because they're probably not going to get to pick this high very much.
Yeah,
and it feels like they want to probably get a dominant, cheap player.
Yeah, that's the one for me. Is you got a group in Kansas City that hadn't been there much and doesn't plan on being back. It wouldn't take much for them to move up and get whoever they want, whether they got to move 5 spots or 3 spots or 2 spots. Like they could and should get aggressive here. What does that look like? And so I think that big picture of just contenders. And teams that are going to have high expectations next year that are either at the top because of a rough season or are looking to move to the top. I think that's fascinating. And then when I look at the players, obviously Jeremiah Love, where does he end up? Could it potentially be the Tennessee Titans in our division, and we get to see him twice a year? That'll be fascinating. I think the quarterback story beyond Fernando Mendoza is fascinating. With Ty Simpson. I think he's better than late first round. I think he's better than early second round. But where does he end up falling? And given all the talk, you've got a couple of talking heads that are well respected that are talking him up. You'd think I would think that would drive him up the draft board. These scouts and these owners and these GMs and these coaches are human. When somebody like that, like Dan Orlovsky says something, I think they listen. Now, if you don't need a quarterback, they don't give a damn. But I do think it drives the stock up, in my opinion. So Ty Simpson, I keep wanting to call him Sanders. Where does he land? I think is going to be fascinating. And then the one that we've talked about a million times here, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon. Where does he land? Does he potentially fall? If the Texans are thought to be able to move into the late teens, could they potentially want to jump into the mid-teens if Kenyon Sadiq falls into that round? And then obviously we haven't talked about defensive players, but I mean there are some organization changing type defensive players at the top of this draft that I think I think that's where some of those NFC teams are going to be wanting to move on some of those guys, and we'll see what they do. So I think the contenders that could be moving, or the contenders that are in the top 10 already because of a rough season, plus those 3 or 4 headline players that are going to make a franchise at least awfully sexy between now and opening day.
Yeah, there are teams that have a lot of firepower in this first round. Whether there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that have multiple picks in the first round. You named Kansas City as one of them. The Giants at 5 and 10. That's a lot of ammo they have. The Jets 2 and 16. Maybe there's where Ty Simpson could land, one of those quarterbacks. The Browns, they've got 6 and 24. The Browns and the Cardinals have been really rumored to want to get out of their 3rd and 6th pick, so that could be something. And the Cowboys, they've got 12 and 20 and are desperate for defensive help. And I don't think there is a fear for them to go up to try to get that with what they're needing to get defensively, especially in their secondary. So this is interesting. A lot of firepower happening for a lot of teams that could do a lot of different things. And, yeah, I'm with you on the Simpson part. I wonder where is a good spot for him to land. A lot of people say Pittsburgh. Rams would be an interesting play. They're at 17 or 13.
The Rams are another one of the NFC teams that they talked about could potentially move up.
That could be, like, I've heard Sadiq a lot there, but that could be a place where they get maybe a young quarterback and take a chance on that, because that's a team that is set in a lot of different ways where they can make a future play. So, and then Jeremiah Love is really intriguing to me. Love and Sadiq. This is a weak tight end draft, a weak running back draft, and it's those two guys at those positions, and then there's a big drop-off. So are those guys that guys are going to try to go up to go get, because they're so – not only are they really, really good, they seem to be really good prospects in no matter what draft they're in, but then there's such a drop-off behind them that – if you really want to get a running back or really want to get a tight end, you got to maybe go up and get it. So it feels like there's potential movement with those two guys. All right, the Texans right now have picked 28. Will they be drafting at 28 tonight?
No, I think they move up in this draft. Okay. Again, the stars align for the Texans right now with where they are as an organization. The floor is firm. It's high. The culture's right. This is an opportunity to go get a game-changing type of player to some degree. There's only a handful of those opportunities, and I think free agency has come and gone. They didn't really get – I don't know if they got that game-changing type player. I love David Montgomery, but I don't know. They still lack explosiveness. And so, let's see if they make a jump up and get a weapon. Now, they can also go D-tackle, but I think there's a chance they could jump up and get a real weapon, a game-changing type weapon.
Yeah. We'll see. I just want them to make a draft pick tonight. They have not, again, if you missed, they have not drafted in the first round since they drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr.
That's a hell of a time, picks to go out on.
They rolled through, They rolled through and got them, but they haven't drafted. We'll see. We'll see what happens moving forth. There is the Texans. They've got it tonight. We've got it covered right here on Sports Radio 610 as we get done here on The Drive.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, recent news here. We talked about it yesterday that the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, who I believe personally told David Mulligetta this, that they would not be pursuing a long-term deal. That response to that, and I'm a bit surprised, and maybe it's over here, or maybe this is just the start of it. But Clint, the Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens has decided to sign that that franchise tag. And so he is now under the contract for 1 year, $27.3 million, fully guaranteed. He'll play it out with the chance to cash in during the 2027 offseason. So do you think this is just over? You think this is just over, that the Cowboys are just going to, all right, here we go. We got George Pickens. We're paying him $27 million. By the way, that can't move. That is just, you got 27 right there. To the cap. You cannot.
Now they could still renegotiate and give him an extension, correct? I mean, just because he signed this doesn't mean that.
Well, yeah, they have until I think it's either June 15th or July 15th.
So I think that's still what's that?
Both have said that.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's still I don't believe anything they say. But anything is possible. What I find interesting about this is Booger McFarland, who covers the draft and covers college and pro football. He immediately retweeted and said that means he's on the move tonight, and so
could be.
I don't know the franchise tag game and process well enough to say whether it does or it doesn't, but I figure that Booger McFarland is not going to carelessly put that out there if that wasn't what he believes. So the Cowboys could be using George Pickens to make a move up into that earlier in the draft, into that top 10 to get their linebacker that they want, the kid out of Ohio State.
There has been a bit kind of a rumor. Well, also there's been kind of words and comments about them being interested in some of the receivers.
Yeah.
The kid from Arizona State, there's been a rumor about them being interested there. If the Giants don't, that's what.
Well, if they don't go defense, if they don't fix their defense.
Well, if they're trading, if they're going to trade Pickens, then they're sitting over there with CeeDee Lamb, and I don't know who the hell else are the receivers over there. But this is interesting. I don't think this is just over, Clint. I'm surprised. David and George said, "All right, sign it. They'll sign the damn thing. Pay us $27 million this year. We'll see what you do. Sign the damn thing." So, watching that one, George Pickens and the Cowboys, will he be a Cowboy? That is one to continue to keep an eye on.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, news coming out with the Rockets, and the Rockets are in desperation mode coming up tomorrow as they'll have Game 3 in this series against the Lakers, which they are a 10.5-point favorite right now. Maybe that was decided prior to this, and maybe this will go down just a bit, but I don't know. They're a 10.5-point favorite at home tomorrow as they trail 2-0 to the Lakers. But Kevin Durant is listed as questionable with a left ankle sprain for Game 3. That is not the same injury that he had that held him out of Game 1. Clint, this is a left ankle sprain. Game 1 was a deep bruise to the patella tendon in his knee, in his right knee. So this is right knee, left ankle sprain. Before we get into the thoughts of that, how does that hamper him when you got a knee on one side and ankle on the other side? How does that potentially hamper him? I think he'll still play. It didn't seem like there was any issues, but you got something on both legs that.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I didn't see I didn't think the knee in which he missed the previous game. I didn't think the knee seemed to hamper him much. So I don't know. I don't know how this does. I know that. Well, when you're playing poorly like this, adding more injuries to what's already going on and more excuses to why we don't get the job done is always an interesting approach. I hope he's fine. I hope he's okay. And damn, I mean this. If he plays and they stink it up again, it's going to be hard to not view this one as just another excuse of why we're not getting it done.
Yeah, that he may very well be hurt. It may be very well the knee and the ankle is giving him problems, but damn sure that would be the narrative. whether it's true or not, but that would damn sure be the narrative.
I mean, it's already the narrative. I mean, I didn't read the articles, but I'm seeing the headlines this morning when I got up checking Twitter. Kevin Durant, yes, there's plenty of blame to go around, but Kevin Durant's playing at a 70 or 80% health. Okay, I mean, hell. Bro, he's playing against a 41-year-old that's over there that's got more mileage on his legs than anybody out there, and he's getting schooled up. Like I don't want to. Everybody's hurt this time of year. Everybody's tired this time of year. Everybody's fatigued this time of year. Tweaks and turns, man. And nobody want to hear that.
Yeah, nobody is. Nobody is going to want to hear that. But they are a 10.5. They're a 10.5-point favorite. Coming in. Someone texted in, are you wanting to rethink the Rockets winning the next game? No. I mean, as I said, I didn't guarantee that they're winning the next game. I just said I said they're not dead. I think they still have about a 15 to 20% chance. And I feel like Game 3 we would probably see their best effort. I would think at home with the crowd. I would think that.
And I sang you an old George Jones tune.
Yeah, I think you made that clear.
In which he died.
You made that clear yesterday, and that sleep that you got did not change that for you.
Sir.
You stayed right.
No, sir.
Right there.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of injury notes also outside of the Rockets in the NBA to two impactful players. First with the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama. We know he was in the concussion protocol with that injury he suffered where his head slammed into the ground in Game 2, which he left early. He is in concussion protocol, but he is traveling to Portland, Clint. So Victor Wembanyama will travel with the Spurs to Portland for the games this weekend, even while continuing to complete the steps mandated by the league's concussion protocol. So I think that is a good sign. I think there's no chance in hell he plays in Game 3. I just think it was seen on TV. It looked bad, and I think they have a 48-hour rule anyway. He'd be a little close to that, especially for what we saw. I don't think he'll get cleared for Game 3. But Game 4, I think it's a good sign that he's traveling with them. I think it would have been a real bad sign if they didn't allow him to fly, right, and he didn't have those symptoms. But he is traveling with them. So I think he'll miss Game 3 and play Game 4. But this is an interesting series now because if the Trailblazers can get this one at home, go up 2-1, obviously they're a different team with Victor, but that's growing confidence, and now it's a young team that's got a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big injury, man. We talked about it yesterday. You take Wembanyama off the floor, you can now get into the lane and make a shot, right? I mean, with him on the floor, it's hard to get in there anywhere remotely close to the bucket and not have to shoot over the top of him or around him or navigate him to some degree. And then obviously on the offensive end of the floor, you know what he can do. So, yeah, I mean, without him, I mean, this is a much more even series, and I think the Spurs are going to struggle, but we'll see. I tell you, for a young guy, it would be, and I know it's obviously, not up to him. More than likely, it's up to the doctors. But I sure enough would like to see him tough this thing out and play.
Yeah, the concussion thing that's just a tough one to tough out. Yeah, I see him up there. It looks like he's running for office again. Fernando Mendoza, who had a good time to script out this interview, is talking to the media right now. I gotta get over this.
Somebody really messed up with the logo on his shirt. It's too small. I can't see. Is that Maui Jim? Is that sunglasses or something?
Oh, is it flowers? I don't know. I'm not happy about how I feel about this cat, Tyler. When I see him, I just don't believe him in any. I can tell right now.
Did they win the Rose Bowl or something? Is that his Rose Bowl shirt?
They did win the Rose. I think they did. Yeah, they won the Rose Bowl.
Is that his Rose Bowl shirt?
I'm pretty certain they played 2 other bowl games after it.
That's got to be some kind of charity.
I think they played 2 other bowl games after.
It's got to be some kind of charity or something.
I don't know, man.
With his mom's is sick or handicapped or something, and it's got to be some kind of charity.
He is getting after it right now. All right, Jalen Williams of the Thunder. He also got injured, had to miss the game week to week with a hamstring strain. And Clint Tyler, didn't matter. Oklahoma City just brought another one of their two-way players that are really, really good that would start for the Rockets for any of the other players, and they just didn't miss a beat and beat the hell out of the Suns. That's what they're going to do. They're not even trying, I don't think, against the Suns, and just whooping their ass. This could be one of the most dominant runs we see. I'm sure next week OKC will lose a couple of games and shut me up, but they look unstoppable, especially when they want to play. And they want to do a number. And whoever wins this series, Rockets, Lakers, they are going to do a number on them. All right, coming up, some news that's just kind of dropping. A player who, as Tyler said to me, the money has skyrocketed as he becoming the favorite for the Texans to draft at number 28. This is just coming in here in the matter of the last moments. We'll tell you who that is and what that means coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is on Ime Udoka more than anybody else. He is
Where? Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. The Draft, hour and a half away, Clint. Just a little over an hour and a half away. Again, we will turn this sucker over to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and company as they will hold it down. And you can park it right here if you're looking for some really good coverage of the draft, and in particular, really good Texans coverage of the draft. Right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark and John got you covered all day long, all night long, and all weekend long, to be honest with you. And be a good time to be had. And what was this? This just came across, right, Tyler?
Yeah, just literal minutes ago.
The numbers and the odds going up big time, plus 6,500 to pick Keelan Rutledge, the interior lineman out of Georgia Tech, seems to be the favorite to go to the Texans if they stay at 28. He is. I'll give you a little. I know. I know Reggie from In the Loop is in love with him. Reggie loves him some Keelan Rutledge. I hear him talk about him very, very. Very fondly.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sure he's great. I'm sure he's great. We just paid 2 guards in free agency.
Like I'm telling you, boy, he's watched a lot of. I think he's watched a lot of highlight video and tapes on him.
Oh yeah,
he loves him. Here's the book on him. He is a highly touted interior offensive line prospect, known for a throwback mauler mentality, exceptional movement skills as well. He is projected to be a day 2 picks, round 2 through 3, some analysts considering him a potential late round dark horse. Georgia Tech, 6'4", 316, 4th ranked guard by some publications. Keelan Rutledge.
I like them. I like the mentality they speak of: old school, mass mover, physical, mauler. I like that. It's what they want to do. It's on brand. I just hope that their evaluations are a little better than the guy they drafted out of College Station a few years back in the first round. That's all. I would prefer there not.
You don't love this, do you?
I would prefer it not. Well, I mean, it just to me.
If you had this pick and we came in tomorrow and we talked about this and we kicked off the show,
I'd be disappointed. They are in a position to draft best available. They are in a position to draft. What you were referring to earlier, kind of a future draft pick. And all that's fine and dandy. I just prefer to look at this thing like you're on the doorstep. How do we kick this thing in? And drafting a guard after you just signed 2 guards in free agency, hell 3 if you count the kid that's a center as well. That to me is not ideal. Drafting a tackle after you just drafted one that played well last year and you brought in a free agent, one of the top free agent tackles out there. You re-signed your free agent tackle who played well last year in a small sample size. Like I just don't. Going offensive line is not an all-in move to let's go win a championship. It is a conservative, build for the future type of move. So I get it. I'm just not a fan of it.
T-Mill's best bet's coming up here in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that. He was rolling last night, folks. 3 out of 4, baby. 3 out of 4. And in if the third quarter didn't happen with the Orlando Magic and Detroit Pistons, he might have been 4 for 4. Tie game at the half, Clint, and the Pistons went on a 33-6 run in the third quarter. So that'll take your plus 9.5 on out. But The other three he nailed. So he's on a roll. T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a second. A day in the green, baby. See if he can get 2 in a row. I would say this about Rutledge, because I say some people are texting in. They want Rutledge for center potentially. Say that he could cross train over to center. Your favorite line. If they're bringing him in to be a center, it makes a lot more sense. If that's what the plan is, to bring him in to compete at the center spot. That kind of leads to where I was going to go is at 28. If they let the board just fall to them at 28, is that player expected to be somebody that's on the field contributing and playing? Maybe even not starting, but on the field contributing.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Yeah, I mean, whoever, I don't know who's going to be available at that time, but I would think there's going to be I would think there's going to be a weapon out there that would be a pretty much a plug and play, if not a heavy rotational player. I know we've talked a lot about Kenyon Sadiq and that the tight end, being a possibility, but there's there's going to be weapons once he's off the board that I think one or more is going to fall to 28.
Yeah, and I
definitely think there's going to be a D tackle there that could be that guy.
If you're looking at him to play center, and then you have him like we're going to compete, have you compete with Jake. And then there's a chance for him to start. That one makes a lot of sense. If he's going to play guard, it feels like it's hard for him to get on the field playing guard, and you may be looking at that as a future play again, right there. But if it's center, that's a different thing, because that you could argue that is probably the number one position that could be up for grabs in terms of start.
Yeah,
right. Is that center spot? I know you'd be disappointed. I would be too. Just go make a play for something. Go make a play for something. But
if he's a center, I mean, it'd be easy to justify that one.
If he is, I wonder how much center he's played though.
It'd be easy to justify it. I just don't know if I want a rookie center in front of C.J. Stroud in this offense.
That was the next part I was going to say. I know your feel of that, but if they really, really like him and want him to play there, so it looks like the odds have jumped up again. We never know. We never know what is going to happen. We've heard multiple things about the Texans and where they could go draft-wise, but that is the latest there. Keelan Rutledge could be somebody there if they stay at 28. But, again, we've heard a lot of things swirling about the Texans and where they could go in the first round. All right. Again, as I said, man, he had a nice night last night. Really nice night. Had a tough start here to the week, but got in the green on a Wednesday, 3 for 4. T-Mill's best bets. Remember, you can always check these out at T-Mill Real Deal on Twitter. He has them loaded up for you to try to win a little money, so he's on a little roll. Let's see if he continues. What you got tonight?
I got how about some prop bets for this NFL draft? For the first round of the draft tonight, I got 3 prop bets for you. These are always fun, and I really like all 3 of these, like a lot. Some of the odds are a little crazy, but I like the picks. First, Jeremiah Love. I have his draft position tonight in the first round. I have him going before the 5th pick. That simply means he needs to get selected in the first 4 picks of this first round tonight. Odds, again, a little hefty at -170, but he's going to go before pick number 5, in my opinion. Next, the Aggie, Casey Concepcion. His draft position under 24.5. That, once again, simply means that Casey Concepcion's got to be selected in the first round tonight before pick number 25. I think he will do that. And then your third and final best bet in the first round of this NFL draft is the number of wide receivers selected tonight in the first round.
You're going for it.
I have over 5.5 receivers being selected tonight in the NFL draft. Odds at -180, but that's because it's going to happen. So take that one. That might be my favorite one. Lock it in. Those are your 3 best bets. Yes, sir.
Who do you need 6, right? Who do you feel great about?
I'd have to be looking at the
let me run. Like we feel pretty good about
List
Tate.
Them for me. Yes,
like we feel
absolutely.
good about Tate. We feel
Concepcion,
good about
obviously.
Okay, obviously you need him to be in there. You're hosed on that one.
Double banger.
Double banger. Tate, Jordan Tyson should go in the first. They should go in the top 10
Let alone the whole first round.
Lemon should go in the first round.
That'd be sweet.
Indiana.
Yeah, Omar Cooper out of Indiana.
Concepcion would be next.
Concepcion.
Getting there quick.
Oh, boy. I'm looking up here.
Give me the sixth one.
Just I just looked up a quick whose is this?
I should have put my list in the rundown. I had 7.
I got you right here. I got all of them right here. I got every one of them. Mekhi Lemon, Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate, Denzel Boston out of Washington, Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, and KC Concepcion out of A&M. And the number 7 is Zachariah Branch.
There we go.
Yeah, Denzel Boston and Concepcion are the ones that may sweat. Those are the ones. The other 4 I think are safely in.
And as you just pointed out, Concepcion's going to have me sweating because that could go bad.
Yeah, that could be 2 right there.
Yeah,
it could be 2 right there. All right, go ahead and check him out at T-Mill Real Deal, and you can catch his best bets as he continues to roll through. All right, coming up, there is some more news in that Lakers Rocket series. We'll give you the latest of that coming up, and what can they do? Is there something that the Texans can do to tick you off tonight? Because they feel like they're in a pretty good spot where you could really make sense of anything. Is there something that they could do to tick you off? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, they've been helping Houston, Texas for over 30 years. And the reality of it is if you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, your best bet is to call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, if you've been injured in an accident over the last week or so, I mean, sitting there in pain, pick up the phone. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. They'll get you going in the right direction. Right, as I said, they've been helping Houston, Texas for over 30 years, and serving this community is extremely important.
applies.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is almost here. Just over an hour away from the draft, and when we get done here, we will hand things right over to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and much, much more as our draft coverage with them starts at 6 o'clock. Soon as we get done, they will have round one. No better spot to get your info in regards to the draft tonight with the Texans. A couple of things here to note, Clint. Austin Reeves, he has been upgraded to questionable on the Lakers injury report today. We just reported earlier that KD was it's not getting better here. KD was listed as questionable with a left ankle sprain to already go with his knee issues on his right knee. But Austin Reeves, who, Clint, has been out for a while, and initially his timeline for his oblique injury was 4 to 6 weeks, and this is just past the 4-week mark. So he has been listed as questionable now, has not played. Many thought that he wouldn't play in this series. He has been listed as questionable with that oblique. So we'll see Friday. They could have him back. I don't know why they would push that with a 2-0 lead right now. But he could be back. I guess if he's healthy, let him go. Let him ride it out.
I mean, if LeBron's trying to put him to sleep, yeah, well, I mean, that's how it happens, man. You win, you get guys get healthy, get on the floor. You lose, you got more injuries, got more excuses, you go home.
All right, that's a note there. Austin Reeves, who is a big part of their team, could be back on Friday for Game 3. Sources then also, this is interesting. I don't know how much you believe it, but Jordan Schultz is or believe that it will happen. I believe these things have happened, but believe that this would be something that would happen. Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports said teams have called the Texans to check in on two-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Nico Collins with the understanding in the league.
Hell no. I'm sorry. Continue. My bad.
With the understanding in the league that he needs a contract adjustment. It seems highly unlikely Houston would deal him, but teams have checked. Collins will make $20.6 million this season when the wide receiver market is double that.
Better be completely unlikely.
Well, I mean, he does need a contract adjustment, but I just believe that Nick and D'Amico and Cal and Hannah can go ahead and take care of that adjustment.
Yeah, I don't. Boy, I ain't thought this one through, man. That would be a that'd be a real kick in the junk, man. That would be a real kick in the junk. I think Nico is extremely well liked here in that building over there, and I think it'd be a cold day in hell before they parted ways with him at this point.
Even if they hated his ass, they really did. I mean, they ain't got no damn choice right now.
Yeah.
Even they hated his ass.
I'm going to tell you, Ron, the interesting one that has to do with the receivers is George Pickens stuff.
Yeah,
there's more people commenting on it. Signed his franchise tag for all the Cowboy fans out there. George Pickens signed his franchise tag, and some of the folks that are in the know, here's Ross Tucker. There's only 2 reasons to sign it right now. 1, facilitate a trade. 2, concern the Cowboys would rescind the offer, the franchise tag offer, if they drafted a wide receiver. And he said number 2 doesn't seem real likely. So watch the Cowboys out there. They could be posturing to make a big move with 2 first-round draft picks tonight and George Pickens. That could be a heavyweight.
They got a lot on there. Like when I say the salary cap isn't real. When it gets real is when you got franchise tag action on it, and you can't defer that money. You can't move that. That is a flat $27.3 million that sits right there. Now they've done it before. Hell, with Dak, they sat there and they franchised Dak twice. So they've sat with big money like that before. But they also weren't paying the quarterback $60. They weren't paying their other receiver $30. They weren't paying that defensive tackle Quentin Williams what he's making. So they've got some high priced guys over there. So that one is a watch to see if other teams will take him on, and then maybe they get more assets. We'll see. So a lot to watch in this draft. Trades, everything happening as well. So as we said, we'll hand this thing off to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Clint. The Texans right now sit with pick 28. We've heard rumors about them moving back. We've heard rumors about them calling as recently as earlier today to try to move back into the middle of the first round. What could happen tonight in which not just disappointed that you would come in here Friday a little pissed off, but is there, because it's hard to say with the position they're in that you could almost make sense of any move that they do because of where they've put their team right now. So there's not a lot of range to just get extremely pissed off. Somebody texted in and said they would tick me off if they trade out of the first round for the third straight year. Okay, that might tick some people off, but I think you could understand that one. That would just be like, damn, I wish they would pick in the first round and we just watched all this draft for nothing. But you can understand that and how they could get more picks. What is there something that could happen?
Well, that'd be a buzzkill if they traded out. But yeah, look, I think if they draft an offensive tackle, I'm gonna be highly disappointed. I would say any offensive lineman, but there's still that centerpiece in there that if you want to go get a guy that could step in and play that position, I don't know who that would be. I could probably live with that, but to me, if you draft a guard or a tackle, I'm gonna be highly disappointed after what you did this offseason.
Anywhere,
anywhere
in the draft.
Yeah.
See,
no, anywhere in the draft, no, first round.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I mean, anywhere in this today, anywhere in the draft today. See, for me, I would be disappointed, like what we just talked about, the Rutledge kid, if they drafted him. Now, if they drafted him to play center, that's a different thing. But as you've said, C.J. Stroud, come on, man, this is your year. This year we got to really get the offense together. Let's get you a rookie center in here, and not just a rookie center, but a rookie center who's played guard in college.
Right.
Let's get you in here. So that's one piece of it. But the part that would be disappointing or that would tick me off, and a texter is right there with me, and that is if they move up and draft an offensive lineman. That will. If they stayed at 28 and they were just like, all right, this is the best guy on the board, and Braden Miller is dropped and he's sitting there. This is the best guy on the board. We were going to draft an offensive lineman, one of our first three. We've got, 28, 39, 38, and 59. We're going to draft. Okay, I'd be disappointed with everything, like you said, they did in the offseason. Clint, if they trade assets and move up, into 9, 10, 11 spots to go up and get an offensive lineman, that will annoy me.
Yeah, I mean,
that would get me.
I mean, you signed 2 tackles in free agency and 3 interior offensive linemen, 3 guards, 1 that can play center in this round of free agency. I mean, it's like solid move, like them. I mean, we can't be at a point where we still need another one.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, the league seems to think